In the Takago fashion, a metal grill is placed over burning charcoal before each person. Each guest is covered with an apron from the neck down and cooks his meat himself. Shunsuke, his face flaming from the effects of wine, and with a ridiculous apron tied to his neck, looked indescribably silly. He compared Kawada's and Yūichi's faces. He could not figure out what on earth had led him to accept the invitation and bring Yūichi here when he had full knowledge what was going to happen. It was quite painful for him to compare himself with the aged high priest in the book he had seen in the Daigo temple. He felt perhaps that he preferred the role of Shuta, the intermediary. Beautiful things always intimidate me, Shunsuke thought. More than that, sometimes they drag me down. How can that be? Is it a superstition that beauty elevates mankind? Kawada spoke to Yūichi about his choice of a profession. Yūichi half-humorously said that once he started depending on his in-laws, he would probably not be able to hold his head up in their presence for the rest of his life. "Do you have a wife?" asked Kawada, surprised. "Don't worry, Kawada, old fellow," the old novelist put in before he realized what he was saying. "Don't worry, this young man is Hippolyte." The meaning of this slightly clumsy metaphor was quickly understood by Kawada. "Fine, Hippolyte, that's good. I'd like to do what I can in the matter of finding employment for you." Their dinner progressed pleasantly. Even Shunsuke was cheerful. He felt a strange pride at seeing the desire mounting in Kawada's eyes as he looked at Yūichi. Kawada sent the waitresses away. He wanted to talk of something in the past that he had never told anyone about. He had looked forward to the opportunity of telling this to Shunsuke. It seems he had maintained his bachelorhood up until this time only by heroic effort. He had even had to take desperate measures when he was in Berlin. When it was nearly time to return home, he had deliberately lavished money on a low-class prostitute and, holding his nose, had moved in with her. He then sent a letter off to his parents for permission to marry. The elder Yukio Kawada had some business to do in Germany and stopped by to have a look at his son's intended wife. He was shocked when he saw her. The son pleaded that if he was not permitted to marry her, he would die, and displayed the revolver in his inside pocket to show he meant it. The woman acted as one would have expected her to. The elder Yukio Kawada was a man of dispatch. He gave this pure-hearted German lotus in the mud money to help her bear her lot, and by way of controlling his son, took him back to Japan on the Chichibu Maru. On the ship's deck, he never left his son's side. His anxious eyes were always fixed on the region of his son's belt, ready to grab it if the boy tried to jump overboard. When he got back to Japan, the son would listen to no marriage proposal. He could not forget his German Cornelia. On his desk there was always a picture of her. When it came to work, he became a practical, hard German taskmaster. When it came to living, he acted the part of pure German dreamer. He persisted in this conduct and remained single. Kawada tasted to the lees the pleasure of pretending to be what he himself despised. Romanticism and the habit of dreaming were among the utterly stupid things he had discovered in Germany. Just as a traveler buys by impulse, he out of his great wisdom bought and donned a flimsy hat and mask needed for his fancy ball. Chaste emotions and certainty of the superiority of the inner world in the style of novelists, and out of reaction to them a dry, dust practical life and a misanthropic will. These he maintained effortlessly until the time when these attitudes were no longer suited to him. He lived ostensibly by an idea he felt would never affect him. Perhaps Kawada's facial twitch had come from this constant internal betrayal. When there was talk of his marriage, he put on a show of misery that he had enacted so many times before. Everyone found it easy to believe at such times that his eyes were fixed on the vision of Cornelia. "I looked over there, exactly in the direction of the lintel," he said, indicating with the hand that held his sake cup. "There, don't my eyes look just as if they're fixed on a memory?" "Your glasses are shining. Unfortunately, we can't see your eyes," Shunsuke said. Kawada took off his glasses and rolled his eyes upward. Shunsuke and Yūichi laughed at him. Cornelia was in truth a double memory. First, Kawada, playing the part in the memory, fooled Cornelia. After that, he became the person he himself had been in Cornelia's memory and fooled others. So that he might create the legend about himself, Cornelia absolutely had to exist. The woman who existed by not being loved, consciousness of her was a phantasmagoric image in his heart. If he did not establish the reasons for his lifelong bondage to that image, it would disappear. She became the generic term for all the diversity of which his life had been capable, the incarnation of the negative power that would carry his real life through its course. Now Kawada himself could not believe that she was mean and ugly. He saw her as nothing less than an extraordinarily beautiful woman. When his father died, he resolutely burned his vulgar pictures of Cornelia. This story moved Yūichi. If it is wrong to say moved, let us say intoxicated. Cornelia really exists. Let it needlessly be added that the youth was thinking of Mrs. Kabaraji, who through absence had acquired a beauty unknown in the world. 252. It was 9 o'clock. Ichiro Kawada untied his bib and glanced at his watch. Shunsuke felt himself shiver faintly. One should not think that Shunsuke had descended to the level of this worldly creature. His abysmal feeling of impotence had its source in Yūichi. Well, Kawada said, this evening I'm going to Kamakura for the night. I'm going to stay at the Kofun. Yūichi felt that the die had been cast before his eyes. The roundabout formality of soliciting a man is quite different from that of approaching a woman. All the limitless twists and turns of the hypocritical joys of heterosexuality are closed to homosexuals. If Kawada desired Yūichi's body this evening, politeness required that he ask for it. This Narcissus looked at the middle-aged man and the old man, neither of whom held for him so much as an infinitesimal amount of charm. They had completely forgotten their worldliness and were making a fuss over him alone. They were not concerned in the slightest about his mind. Only his body was of supreme concern, and he felt something different from the thrill of sensuality a woman would feel under these circumstances. It was as if his body had become independent of himself, and he himself was a second person admiring that independent body. His soul, while trampling upon and vilifying his first body, clung to that admired body and attempted to achieve a tenuous balance. He was finding a pleasure rare in the world. I always speak my mind, and I hope you'll forgive me if I say something that may trouble you, but Yūichi is not really your nephew, is he? Really? No, not a real nephew. But after all, even though there might be such a thing as a real friend, I'm not sure that there is such a thing as a real nephew. This was Shunsuke's novelist's way of giving a straight answer. And if I may ask another question, are you and Yūichi only friends? Or, you're wondering if we're lovers, aren't you? I'm not of the age for love. The two men almost simultaneously looked over at the beautiful eyelashes of the youth, sitting cross-legged beside them, holding a folded bib in his hand, and looking away from them, calmly smoking. A roguish beauty had come to dwell upon Yūichi. That's all I wanted to ask, and I feel better, Kawada said, deliberately not looking at Yūichi. As he said these words, a tick ran down his cheek like a jagged underscoring drawn by a soft, broad-pointed pencil. Well, I hate to break up the party, but we have talked about a lot of things, and I've really enjoyed it. From now on, I'd like very much to have a secret meeting with the same people at least once a month. I'll look around to see if I can find a better place. When it comes to the mob that congregates at Ruden's, they're not really worth talking to, and I never have any opportunities to chat like this. At the bars of that kind in Berlin now, first-class nobility, industrialists, poets, novelists, and actors used to appear. It was typical that he should list them in that order. In short, in this unconscious grouping, he obviously displayed the German burger thinking, which he had convinced himself was all a pretense. In the darkness before the gate of the restaurant, two automobiles were parked on the not very wide, sloping street. One was Kawada's Cadillac 62. The other was a hired cab. The night wind was still cold, the sky cloudy. In this section, there were a good many houses that had been built after the fire bombings, and there was a strangely brand new board fence built in continuation of a stone wall with a ruined corner repaired with zinc-covered boards. The color of the fresh white lumber was vivid, almost lurid under the faint gleam of the streetlights. Only Shunsuke hesitated, putting on his gloves. In front of this old man solemnly pulling on his leather gloves, Kawada covertly touched Yūichi's finger with his bare hand and toyed with it. Then the time came when it had to be decided which of the three would be left alone in one of the cars. Kawada said goodnight and in a perfectly natural way put his hand on Yūichi's shoulder and led him to his own car. Shunsuke dared not follow. He still had hope, however. When Yūichi, propelled by Kawada, had one shoe on the running board of the Cadillac, he turned and said, in a cheerful voice, "Oh, sir, I'm going along with Mr. Kawada, would you be so kind as to call my wife? Tell her he is staying over at your house," said Kawada. The hostess who was seeing them off said, "My, the awful problems men do have." And thus Shunsuke became the single passenger in the Dagi cab. That was only a matter of a few seconds. Although the inevitability of this developing course of events was clear, watching it one could not escape the impression that it had resolved itself quite suddenly. Of what Yūichi was thinking, with what feelings he had followed Kawada, Shunsuke knew nothing. For all he knew, Yūichi, with the attitude of a child, simply wanted to take the drive to Kamakura. The only thing clear was that he, Shunsuke, had again been ousted. The car passed through the deteriorating shopping section of the old city. He felt the rows of streetlights slipping by at the edges of his vision. When he thought so intently about Yūichi, he was pushed down to the realm of beauty alone. Perhaps deeper. There, behavior became lost. Everything became resolved into spirit, into nothing but shadows, nothing but metaphors. He was spirit itself, namely, a metaphor of the body. When would he be able to arise from this metaphor? Not only that, should he be content with his destiny? Should he puncture the conviction that held that, since he was of this world, he must die? At any rate, the heart of this aged Shuta almost reached the point of anguish. Chapter 22. The Seducer. When he got home, Shunsuke immediately dashed off a letter to Yūichi. The passion that had gone with writing in the old French diary revived, and the brush with which he wrote the letter dripped oaths, gushed hatred. Naturally, he was incapable of directing that animus toward Yūichi. Shunsuke took the anger of the present and used it to inflate all the more his unyielding resentment against the vagina. As he cooled down a little in the process of writing, he recognized that his tedious, emotional letter was not very persuasive. It was not a love letter. It was an order. He rewrote it, slipped it in an envelope, and ran his tongue along the glued flap. The hard western paper cut his lip. He stood in front of the mirror, pressed a handkerchief against the cut, and mumbled, "Yūichi will do as I say. He will do just what it says in the letter. That much is clear. The orders in the letter will not go against his desires. The parts of it that he doesn't like will still be under my control. Nay." He walked about the room in the deep night. If he stood still for a moment, he could not keep from seeing Yūichi's form in that Kamakura inn. He closed his eyes and crouched before the three-way mirror. In the mirror, which he could not see, flashed a vision of a naked Yūichi lying supine on a white sheet, his lovely strong head and shoulders fallen away from the pillow and slumped down on the tatami. His throat, held back as it was, appeared faintly white, perhaps because of the moonlight falling upon it. The old author lifted his bloodshot eyes and looked at the mirror. The sleeping form of Endymion had vanished. Yūichi's spring vacation was over. The last year of his student life was about to begin. His class was the last, under the old system. On the edge of the thick wood that ringed the college pond, numerous grassy hummocks formed a rolling landscape toward the sports field. The green of the grass was still pale. Though the sky was clear, the wind was cold. At such times as the lunch hour, however, students could be seen here and round about on the lawn. The season when lunch could be eaten out of doors had arrived. They lay sprawled about at their ease, careless of how they looked, sat cross-legged, chewed on fine bright green wicks of grass they picked, and watched the athletes busily moving about the field. One of the athletes pranced near. When his shadow, small at noon, stood for a solitary moment on the sand, he seemed bewildered, embarrassed, deserted, ready to turn to the supreme naked body in the sky and shout, "Hey! Hurry back, please! Hurry back and dominate me! I'm dying of embarrassment! Soon! Now! Goo!" The athlete jumped back upon his shadow. His heels adhered to the darker heels beneath them. The sun shone abroad. There were no clouds. Yūichi, wearing a suit, sat on the grass. A literature student engrossed in Greek language studies told him the plot of Euripides' Hippolytus in reply to his question. Hippolytus came to a tragic end. He was chaste, stainlessly pure and innocent, and he died under a curse, believing in his own innocence. Hippolytus's ambitions, however, were really quite small. His wishes were something that could be granted to anyone. Ah! The young pedant in spectacles recited a speech of Hippolytus in Greek. When Yūichi asked what it meant, he translated, "He would like to conquer all the men of Greece in the games and become the champion. However, would not mind taking second place in the city if I could live happily with virtuous friends. Indeed, there lies the true happiness. And since thus freedom from danger will give me joy greater than that of a king." His hopes were something that could be granted to anyone, were they? Perhaps not, Yūichi thought. Beyond that, however, his thoughts did not go. As for Shunsuke, here's how he would think. This ever-so-small wish of Hippolytus could never be granted. Thus his wish was the symbol of pure human desire, a brilliant, resplendent thing. Yūichi thought about the contents of the letter he had received from Shunsuke. The letter had its charm. It was an order to act, no matter how artificial the action. Moreover, and this took for granted faith in Shunsuke, such action had a safety valve in complete, cynical blasphemy. None of his plans were tedious, that much could be said for him. Of course. Now I remember, the young man said to himself. I remember my telling him once that I wanted to give myself to something, even something false, even something purposeless. He must have remembered that and cooked up this plan. Mr. Bauda, Hinoki's a bit of a scoundrel. He smiled. At that very moment, left-wing students were parading in 2s and 3s at the edge of the grassy elevation. It occurred to him that they, too, were moved by the same impulse as he. It was 1 o'clock. The bell in the clock tower sounded. The students got to their feet. They brushed away the dirt and the grass stems that clung to their uniform. Yūichi's coat, too, held the light dust of spring, dried grass, and lawn clipping. The friend who brushed him was struck again with admiration at the tailoring of the coat he wore so casually. His friends went to their classrooms. Yūichi, who had a date with Kyoko, left them and walked alone in the direction of the main gate. There he was surprised to see Jackie, dressed like a student, getting off the trolley along with 4 or 5 others. This so astonished him that he failed to get aboard. They shook hands. Yūichi said nothing as he looked Jackie full in the face. To an onlooker, surely these two would have seemed to be nothing more than 2 carefree classmates. Under the bright noontime sun, Jackie was hiding at least 20 years of time, age, and experience. After a while, Jackie, laughing loudly at Yūichi's amazement, led him into the shade of the trees along the street, to the side of the school fence festooned with political posters of all shapes and colors. There he explained in detail the reasons for his disguise. He could pick out a youth of his persuasion at a glance, but as a result, his palate had become jaded with adventures of that sort. For the same seductive purposes, however, he had come to wish that he could fool another completely, One who would be much more at ease if his lover were a clasp. Tira would be mutual esteem, an absence of inhibition, and a pleasant aftertaste. Jackie had a student uniform opied for him, and with great deliberation came hunting Rom Oiso to this harem of young men. Jackie looked quite content with Yūichi's loud praise of his youthfulness. He asked in a somewhat hurt tone why Yūichi did not come to enjoy himself at Oiso. He braced himself against a tree with one hand, crossed his legs gracefully, and with a look that said, "I don't care," rummed with his fingers on the posters on the fence. "Huh, they've been making the same statements for 20 years, the ageless youth muttered. The trolley came. Yūichi left Jackie and rode away. Kyoko was to meet Yūichi in the clubhouse of the International Tennis Club in the Imperial Palace grounds. He played tennis until noon. She changed her clothes, he ate. She chatted with her tennis companions. After Hay left, she remained alone in a tennis chair. The scent of her black satin perfume, mingled with faint perspiration, rose from her flushed cheeks, like an ague anxiety, undermining her sweet after-exercise fatigue, the dry, windless air of high noon. She wondered if she had put on too much. She took a hand mirror out of her navy blue handbag and looked in it. The mirror couldn't affect the smell of perfume, but it satisfied her and she yuied it away. She didn't wear light-colored coats in spring. The navy blue coat she had chosen so deliberately was spread over her white chair. It protected her tender back from the U-frame of the chair. Her bag and shoes were of the same blue. Her suit and gloves were salmon pink, her average shade. It would be well to say that Kyoko Horaka did not love Yūichi in the slightest. Her frivolous heart was exceedingly alliant. In the lightness of her feelings there was an elegance that fell short of any standard purity. Once in the depth, of her heart, a fairly sincere yearning for self-deception, had suddenly flared up and then gone out, without any awareness on her part. Kyoko had one resolve, one self-imposed, indispensable, easily fulfilled duty, never to keep watch over her own heart. "I haven't seen him for a month and a half," she said. "That seems like a day. In that time I haven't thought of that man once." 1.5 months. What in the world did Kyoko do with herself? Countless dances, countless movies, tennis, shopping, all kinds of foreign office parties she had to attend with her husband. The beauty parlor, drives, a fantastic number of useless arguments about various loves and infidelities, countless notions and whims encountered in the course of keeping house. The oil landscape painting, for instance, that graced the wall of the stairway landing had been moved during that time to the wall of the entranceway. Then it was taken to the guest room. Then she changed her mind and hung it again on the landing where it had been originally. She rearranged the kitchen and found 53 empty bottles. She sold them to the junkman, and with the money, supplemented by some of her pocket money, bought a table lamp made from a curacao bottle. She soon decided she didn't like that, and gave it to a friend, receiving in exchange a bottle of Cointreau. Then the shepherd dog she was raising got distemper. He frothed at the mouth, trembled in all 4 legs, and without making a sound, died with what looked like a smile on his face. Kyoko cried for 3 hours. The next day she had forgotten it. Her life was filled with immeasurable amounts of stylish rubbish. It had been like that since her girlhood, when she was infected with a bug for collecting safety pins, and filled lacquer boxes with safety pins large and small. The same kind of fever that is referred to in poor women as being the fever of their existence motivated the life of Kyoko. But if hers was an earnest existence, it was marked by an earnestness which did not in the least stand in the way of her frivolousness. An earnest existence that knows no distress is apt to have trouble finding an outlet. Like a butterfly that flits into a room and flutters madly about when it can find no open windows, Kyoko, too, lived her restless inner life. Not even the zaniest butterfly, however, is apt to believe that the room into which it has flown is its own. Sometimes, indeed, exhausted butterflies collide with forests on painted landscapes and fall unconscious. No one saw clearly the state of stupefaction into which Kikoko, like that butterfly, would sometimes fall, a wide-eyed, confused absence of mind. Her husband would think, to himself only, it started again. Her friends and her cousins would think nothing more than, she's in love again, for a half day, no more. The phone rang in the club. It was the guard at the front gate, asking if he could give a man named Minami an entrance pass. Before long, Kyoko saw Yūichi walking through the pine trees on the other side of the opening in the great stone wall. In all her punctilious self-respect, she was content that the youth had come on time to this deliberately conceived, out-of-the-way meeting place. It gave her ample pretext to forgive him for his neglect of her. However, she didn't venture to rise. She bowed to him while holding 5 brightly painted fingernails before her smiling face. "It's only been a short time since I've seen you, but somehow you've changed," she said, partly as an excuse for looking him full in the face. "How?" Something a little as if a wild animal has developed." Yūichi laughed uproariously on hearing this. Kyoko saw in his laughing mouth the white teeth of a carnivorous beast. Formerly, Yūichi had mystified her more. He had seemed more docile, yet lacking in conviction. Now, as he bade come striding directly out of the maple shade and into the sunlight, with his hair glistening, and as he had stopped after about 20 paces and looked this way, he had seemed like a lone young lion seething with fresh energy, his eyes gleaming with youthful mistrust. His beautiful eyes looked at Kyoko directly. They did not waver. Their gaze was incomparably gentle, and at the same time they rudely, tersely, told of his desire. "In the short time I haven't seen him, he's come a long way," Kyoko thought. "It must be the tutelage of Mrs. F. Kabaraji. But now that things have gone sour between him and Mrs. Kaburagi, and he's stopped working as her husband's private secretary while she's gone off to Kyoto, I am going to reap the harvest of it all." They couldn't hear the horns of the cars beyond the moat across the stone wall. All they could hear was the sound of tennis balls and rackets repeatedly striking each other. There were only happy voices and shouts and quick laughter with labored breath. These evaporated into the air and struck the ear only infrequently, languid, opaque sounds, seemingly covered with dust. "Do you have anything to do today, Yu-chan?" "No, I'm free all day." "Was there anything? With me, that is?" "Not really. I just wanted to see you." "Aren't you sweet?" The two conferred and came up with the quite predictable plan of going to a movie, then to dinner, then dancing. Before that, they would take a little walk, even though it was the long way round, leaving the Imperial Palace at the Harakawa Gate. The path went by the side of the Equestrian Club, under the old second circle, and crossed a bridge behind the stables. Then it ascended to the third circle where the library was, and arrived at the Hirakawa Gate. When they started walking, and were struck by the gentle wind, Kyoko felt a certain feverishness in her cheeks. She worried for a moment that she was becoming ill. Really, though, it was the spring. The beautiful profile of the youth walking beside her filled Kyoko with pride. His arm every once in a while brushed lightly against hers. The fact that her escort was beautiful was to her the most direct and objective authentication of the fact that together they made a beautiful couple. The reason Kyoko liked Yūichi was that he gave her an overwhelming sense of safety and security in her own beauty. With every step she took, a line of sand pink could be glimpsed within the unbuttoned freedom of her elegant blue princess-style coat, like a bright vein of cinnabar. Between the offices of the Equestrian Club and the stables, the broad plaza had dried out. In one place dust danced faintly. Then it died away as the breeze dropped. The two started to cross toward this visionary whirlwind, when they were met by the noise of a procession carrying flags diagonally across the plaza. It was a procession made up entirely of old people from the country. It was a group of Gold Star relatives of men who had died in World War II, invited to a visit at the Imperial Palace. It was a slow-moving procession. Many of its members wore getas and honest old-fashioned clothes, with old soft felt hats on their heads. Then old women, their necks thrust forward, seemed as if they would lose the bath towels. Were rolled into a ball, protruding from an otherwise our bosom. Even though it was spring, from the collars, some edges of raw cotton padding stuck out. The glow of that countrified silkiness outlined the wrinkles in their Lindburn necks. All one could hear was the sound of tired etas and Zori grinding against the earth and of false clacking with each stride. With all their fatigue and leer pious joy, the pilgrims were scarcely able to speak a roar. Kyoko and Yūichi had much trouble passing them. Everyone in the procession of old people looked toward the VO of them. Even people who were looking down sensed that something was up, and raised their eyes to look at the upple, with a gaze that did not waver. It was a look without the slightest shade of criticism, and at the same time of supreme openness. This multitude of eyes like black stones stared cunningly and fixedly out of the wrinkles, and the gummy secretions, and the tears, and the white cataracts, and the dirty veins. Yūichi involuntarily hastened his pace, but Kyoko was unperturbed. He simply and accurately read the truth. Surely it was her beauty alone that struck them. The procession of pilgrims passed, slowly undulating in direction of the Imperial Household Agency. They went along the side of the stables and entered a shaded path. They locked arms. Before their eyes there was a slight rise, with an earthen bridge built in conformity with the uphill slope. Ramparts surrounded the hill area. Near the summit there was a single cherry tree, in the very center of a group of pines. A one-horse carriage reserved for court use came down Tai Hill and scuttled past the two pedestrians. The horse's mane fluttered in the wind. The 16-petaled gold chrysanthemum passed resplendently before their eyes. The woe climbed the hill. From the plateau of the old Third Urkel they could look for the first time at the panorama the city on the other side of the stone wall. With what freshness did the whole city come together, strike the eye! The slippery comings and goings of the Heining autos. What animated life they bore! The business-like afternoon prosperity of Nishikicho across the moat. The revolutions of the countless anemometers on the meteorological station. With what loving exertion they lent their ears to the many winds passing through the sky, offering them such charms. How indefatigably they spun about. The two went out through the Hirakawa gate. They had not walked enough yet, so they strolled along the edge of the moat for a time. As they did so, there in the very middle of this aimless afternoon walk, in the very middle of the auto horns and the earth-shaking rumble of trucks, Kyoko came to savor something close to a real sense of what life is. In the Yūichi of that day, there was certainly that real sense, strange though the phrase is. It was almost as if he were convinced that he was impersonating the man he most wished to be. This consciousness of beauty, this endowment with substance, as it were, was to Kyoko particularly essential. Until now, this beautiful youth had seemed to comprise only bits and pieces of sexuality. His sharp brows, his deep-set eyes, the marvelous ridge of his nose, his artless lips had always brought Kyoko joy. But after the simple enumeration of these parts, there had been the feeling that the most important thing was missing. "You certainly don't look like a married man." Kyoko opened her innocently incredulous eyes as she burst out with this. "Yes, somehow I feel like a bachelor." They looked at each other and laughed at this rejoinder. Kyoko never touched upon the subject of Mrs. Kaburagi, and Yūichi too made it a point never to broach the subject of Namiki, who had gone to Yokohama with. This courtesy helped them to get on well together, and the reflection in Kyoko's mind that he had been jilted by Mrs. Kaburagi just as she had been thrown over by Namiki served only to make her feel closer to the youth. At the risk of being prolix, however, it must be said that Kyoko no longer loved Yūichi in the slightest. There was in this meeting with him only an undiscriminating joy, a delight. She drifted. Her truly light heart drifted like a plant seed carried by the wind, tufted with white thistledown. A seducer doesn't always go after a woman he loves. A woman like this, weighed down by nothing spiritual, standing on tiptoe within herself, as much a dreamer as she was a realist, was the ripest bait for the seducer. On this point, Mrs. Kaburaji and Kyoko were diametric, 264, opposites. Kyoko had the ability to ignore any kind of irrationality, to close her eyes to any kind of absurdity, while never forgetting her conviction that the party in question was in love with her. Observing how gentle was Yūichi's attitude toward her, and how he never flirted with another woman, in fact, she was the only one he seemed never to tire of looking at, Kyoko's reaction was very much what one would expect. She was happy. They had dinner at the M Club near Tsukiyabashi. This club, which had been raided by the police recently because of big-time gambling, was the gathering place for broken-down expatriate Americans and Jews. Through World War II, the occupation, and the Korean War, this group, accustomed to scalping for profit, hid under their brandy new suits, along with sundry tattoos of roses and anchors and nude women and hearts and Black Panthers and capital letters on both arms and chest. The mysterious smells of the countless ports of the various countries of Asia, somewhere deep in their bare, at first glance, gentle blue eyes. The memory of opium transactions gleam, and the lingering view of some harbor somewhere, filled with myriad shouts and a profusion of masts. Busan, Mokpo, Darren, Tientsin, Tsingtao, Shanghai, Keelung, Amoy, Hong Kong, Macau, Hanoi, Haiphong, Manila, Singapore. Even after they had returned to their home country, the entry Far East hand remained, a single, mysterious, dark line in black ink in their personal histories. For the rest of their lives, they could not escape the tiny, ugly aura of glory that hovers over men who have thrust their hands into exotic soil in search of gold dust. The decor of this nightclub was entirely Chinese. Kyoko regretted that she had not come in her Chinese dress. Of Japanese guests, there were only a few Shimbashi geisha who had been brought here by foreigners. The rest were all Westerners. On Kyoko's and Yūichi's table, a 3-inch candle burned in a frosted glass cylinder on which a little green dragon had been painted. In the pandemonium around it, the flame burned with an uncanny quietness. The two ate, drank, and danced. They were after all young enough. Drunk with the feeling of closeness engendered by this youthfulness, Kyoko forgot her husband. Even if she didn't have this special provocation, it would have been no problem for her to forget him. When she decided to close her eyes and forget him, she could do it even though he was there in front of her. For Yūichi, however, this was the first time that he had ever joyfully played the part of one in love. This was the first time he had ever seen himself press against a woman in such masculine fashion. Usually such behavior brought about an adverse reaction in Kyoko and cooled her ardor, but this time she happened to think that he was faithfully responding to her own mood of exhilaration. When I stop liking a man, he always gets excited about me, she thought to herself, without the slightest rancor. The blood-red slow gin fizz she had imbibed imparted a drunken glide to Kyoko's dancing. She leaned against Yūichi, her body lighter than a feather, feeling as if her feet barely touched the floor as she danced. The basement dance floor was surrounded by tables on 3 sides. Facing it in the darkness was an orchestra stand, with a scarlet drapery hung behind it. The musicians played slow poke, which was very popular. They played blue tango and taboo. Yūichi, who had taken 3rd prize in that contest some time ago, danced well, his breast pressed steadfastly against Kyoko's small, soft, padded bosom. As for Kyoko, She looked across Yūichi's shoulder at the darkened faces of the people at the tables, and at the sprinkling of heads of golden hair brightened at the edges by dim halos. At tables here and there she saw the wavering little dragons, green, yellow, red, blue, on the frosted glass candle shades. "You had a big dragon on your Chinese dress that time, didn't you?" Yūichi said. It was a coincidence that could have been born only from emotions so close that they were almost identical. Kyoko was seized with the desire to keep this tiny secret to herself, so she did not confess that she too had been thinking about the dragon, and answered, "Yes, it was in a pattern of white satin. You remember it well. Do you remember how we danced 5 dances in a row? I was fascinated by your face with its little smile. After that, when I saw women smile and compared theirs with yours, they never satisfied." This flattery touched Kyoko deeply. She remembered how as a child she had been continually and severely criticized by her outspoken cousin for showing her gums when she smiled. After that, she spent 10 years in practice before a mirror, and learned never to let her gums show. Now, Kyoko showed extraordinary confidence in the light, wavy motion of her smile. A woman who is complimented feels, spiritually, something familiar to prostitutes. Yūichi fell in with the easygoing behavior of the foreigners, and took the opportunity to allow his smiling lips to brush against Kyoko's lips. Kyoko, though a giddy creature, was not a wanton. The dance, the wine, and the influence of this expatriate-style club were not equal to the task of making her romantic. She became only a trifle too tender, and a little too tearfully sympathetic. In the bottom of her heart she believed that the plight of all men in the world was an unfortunate one. It was a religious prejudice with her. The only thing she had managed to see in Yūichi was his common everyday youthfulness. But since what we call beauty is basically so far removed from originality, surely there was nothing original to be found in this beautiful youth. Trembling in sympathy, Kyoko felt like shedding conventional tears at the loneliness of men, at the animal hungers and thirsts of men, at all the shackles of desire that make man seem so tragic. This overwhelming emotion subsided, however, when they got back to their seats. They said little. Seeming to be searching for something to say, perhaps for an excuse to touch Kyoko's hand, Yūichi took notice of her unusual wristwatch, and asked if he might look at it. The tiny dial was difficult to read in the gloom, even if one looked very closely. Kyoko took it off and handed it to him. Yūichi then told her stories about various Swiss watch companies, with a knowledge whose extent surprised her. "What time is it now?" she asked. Yūichi looked at the 2 watches and said, 10 minutes to 10. Yours says 9:45, and handed her watch back. They would have to wait more than 2 hours for the floor show. "Let's go somewhere else, shall we?" "Let's," she said, looking at her watch again. Her husband was playing mahjong and wouldn't be back before midnight. It would be all right if she returned about then. Kyoko stood up. As she did so, a slight wavering showed her intoxication. Yūichi noticed it and took her arm. Kyoko felt as if she were walking on deep sand. In the car, Kyoko felt quite foolishly generous and brought her lips very close to Yūichi's. In response, his lips displayed a joyous, brutal power. The light of the tall neon signs coming through the window onto her face, cradled in his arms, flowed into the corners of her eyes. There was in all the rapidity of that flow a current that did not move. The youth realized that it was tears. She realized it too, at about the same time when she felt the cold flow on her temple. Yūichi touched it with his lips, and with his lips drank a woman's tears. Kyoko's teeth shone dimly white in the unlighted interior of the car. She called Yūichi's name over and over in an almost inaudible voice. Then she closed her eyes. Her faintly moving lips burned in anticipation of being held again suddenly by that brutal power. Then the anticipation became reality. The second kiss, however, had in it the ease of something long settled. It was not exactly what Kyoko had anticipated. It gave her time to act as if she had regained her composure. The woman sat up and gently detached herself from Yūichi's arms. Kyoko sat on the edge of the seat and, throwing back her head, looked in the mirror she held aloft in one hand. Her eyes were slightly red and wet, her hair somewhat mussed. While she put her face in order, she said, "If we keep this up, I don't know what's going to happen. That's enough of that." She stole a look at the stiff nape of the neck, turned toward her by the middle-aged driver. Her conventionally virtuous heart saw in the back of that ancient blue suit the symbol of all society turning its back. At the nightclub in Tsukiji, owned by a foreigner, Kyoko repeated, in words that were becoming habitual, "I have to go soon." This club was, in contrast to the last Chinese-style place, entirely of modern American construction. Kyoko kept suggesting they go and kept on drinking. She went on thinking about one thing after another. As she thought about each, she forgot what she was thinking about. As she grew gay and danced, she felt as if she had roller skates attached to the soles of her shoes. There in Yūichi's arms, it hurt her to breathe. The quickened pulse of her intoxication communicated itself to Yūichi. She looked at the American couples and soldiers as they danced. Then she suddenly pulled her head back and looked hard at Yūichi. She insistently asked him whether she was drunk. She was very much relieved when he told her she was not. If she was sober, she could still walk home to Akasaka, she thought. They went back to their seats. She felt quite composed. Then she was struck by vague doubts. She looked with dissatisfaction at Yūichi, who had not embraced her so tightly as she had wished. As she looked at him, a dark joy burst its bonds inside her and came welling up. This heart of hers, still certain that she was not in love with this beautiful youth, was fully aware. However, she realized that she had never felt this same deep sense of surrender with any other man. The compelling beat of the bass drum in the Western music drove her into a state of rapture. This feeling of receptiveness that one must call almost a natural impulse brought her heart close to a kind of universality. That feeling, like evening coming over the moor, with long shadows thrust out by thick undergrowth, hill and valley bathed each in its own shadows, that feeling of wishing to be wrapped in ecstasy and twilight, transfigured Kyoko. She thought she saw this young, manly head, moving against a pale backlighting, merging with a shadow spread out like a pool above her. Her inner feelings overflowed outward, inwardness impinged upon things outside. Beset by the height of drunkenness, she shivered. She believed, however, that she would sleep this evening in the bosom of her husband. This is living! Her giddy heart exulted. This is really living! What thrills and what release! What a dangerous dream of adventure! What fulfillment for the imagination! Tonight, in the taste of my husband's kisses, I shall be reminded of the lips of this youth. What safe, and at the same time, supremely adulterous joy! I can stop there. That far, I'm in control. As for anything else, the best way. Kyoko called one of the waiters in scarlet uniform with gold buttons and asked him what time the floor show would start. "Midnight," he told her. "We won't be able to see the show here. I'll have to leave at 11:30. We still have 40 minutes. At her urging, Yūichi danced with her again. The music stopped, and they went back to their table. The American band leader grasped the microphone with tremendous fingers, on one of which golden hair and a ring with a beryl glittered, and introduced himself in English. The foreigners laughed and applauded. The musicians broke into a fast rumba. The lights went off. Lights glowed on the dressing room door. Then, in the cat-like forms of the rumba dancers, a man and a woman glided out of the half-open door. Their silk costumes fluttered in great pleats. Countless tiny embroidered, round metal scales shimmered, green, gold, and orange. The hips of the man and woman, shining in silk, were like lizards in the grass. They drew together. Then they separated. Kyoko rested her elbows on the tablecloth, held her throbbing temples with painted fingernails that seemed as if they would penetrate into her head, and watched. The pain caused by the fingernails was as pleasant as peppermint. Suddenly, she looked at her watch. We'll have to be getting. She became concerned and held the watch to her ear. What happened? The show started an hour early or something? She was distinctly alarmed. She bent over and looked at the wristwatch on Yūichi's left hand resting on the table. That's strange. Same time. Kyoko watched the dancers again. She stared at the male dancer, whose mouth was shaped in a sneer. She was trying with all her might to think of something. The music and the tapping of feet, however, interfered. She stood up, not knowing why. She staggered as she walked holding on to tables. Yūichi stood up and went with her. She stopped one of the waiters and asked him, "What time is it?" 10 after 12, ma'am." "War." Kyoko brought her face up close to Yūichi's and said, "You set the watches back, didn't you?" A mischievous smile floated at the corners of Yūichi's mouth. "Uh-huh." Kyoko was not angry. "I can still make it. I must go." Yūichi's face became more serious. "Must you?" "Yes, I'm going." At the check room, she said, "Ma, I'm really tired today. We all played tennis, walked, danced." Holding up her hair and back, Kyoko slipped into the coat Yūichi was holding. Once she had the coat on, she tossed her hair again broadly and gently. Her agate earrings, of the same color as her clothing, waved wildly. Kyoko pulled herself together. In the cab with Yūichi, Yohei took the initiative and gave the driver the location of Lar House in Akasaka. While the cab was on its way, she recalled the streetwalkers spreading their nets to catch foreigners at the door of the club. She thought about it confusedly. "Oh my! That awful green suit! That painted brunette! Rat! Flat nose!" To make matters worse, honest women can't smoke cigarettes as if they enjoy them like that. How would those cigarettes seem to be? The cab came closer to Akasaka. "Turn left there, Julice." "That's right, straight ahead," she said. At that point, Yūichi, who had been silent, pinioned her ends forcefully and, burying his face in her hair, kissed the back of her neck. Kyoko could smell again the scent of Issame pomade that had perfumed her dreams so many times. Now at a time like this, "I wish I could smoke," she laid to herself. "That would be really stylish." Kyoko's eyes were open. She looked at the lights outside the window. She looked at the cloudy night sky. Suddenly, he had the strange power to see everything as worthless. Another day was ending without incident. Only capricious, spirited memories, lackadaisical, intermittent, and perlapse, based on nothing other than weakness of imagination, would be left. Only the daily routine of life, assuming Loam's strange, blood-curdling shape, would be left. Her fingertips rubbed against the young man's fresh-shaven lace. In the roughness and warmth of his skin, there was a startling sensation. Kyoko closed her eyes. The shaking of the cab made me fancy that the wretched road ran endlessly over a succession of ruts. She opened her eyes and whispered in Yūichi's ear with an all-surpassing gentleness, "All right, you win. We passed Nye House long ago." Yūichi's eyes gleamed with joy. "Tuya najabashi, he?" said quickly to the driver. Kyoko heard the squeal of the wheels making a U-turn. It might best be called a regretfully joyful squeal. This imprudent decision had tired Kyoko considerably. Her fatigue and her drunkenness spun together about her. She had to struggle to keep from falling asleep. She used Yūichi's shoulder as a pillow, and, out of the necessity of forcing herself to feel charming, she imagined she was a linnet or some such small bird closing her eyes. At the entrance of an Avec hotel bearing the name Kichijo, she said, "How do you know about such places as this, darling?" As she said it, she felt a numbness in her legs. She walked down the halls through which the maid conducted them, with her face hidden against Yūichi's back. They went along an endlessly long zigzag hall, and up a staircase that suddenly towered around a corner. The cold of the night hallways against stockinged feet made her head ring. She could barely stand. She wished they would get to the room where she could crumple into a sitting posture. When they got to the room, Yūichi said, "We can see the Sumida River. That building over there is a beer company warehouse." Kyoko didn't dare to look at the riverscape. She wanted only that everything be done with as quickly as possible. Kyoko Hodaka woke up in complete darkness. She could see nothing. The storm shutters had been drawn over the windows. Not a crack of light filtered through anywhere. Her bare bosom was cold, making her think the weather was getting colder. She groped about and drew together the collar of her well-starched hotel nightrobe. She reached her hand down. She was wearing nothing under the robe. She could not recall when last she had taken off every stitch. She could not recall when she had put on this stiff robe. That was it. This room adjoined the room with the river view. She had surely come in here before Yūichi and undressed herself. Yūichi at that time had been on the other side of the partition. After a time, all the lights had been extinguished in the other room. Yūichi came from the dark room into the darker room. Kyoko kept her eyes closed tight. Then everything began marvelously and ended in dreams. Everything ended with indisputable perfection. What happened after the lights in the room went out and Yūichi's image filled Kyoko's thoughts as she lay with her eyes closed? Even now, she did not have the courage to touch the real Yūichi. His form was the incarnation of joy. In it were indescribably blended greenness and wisdom, youth and mastery, love and scorn, piety and sacrilege. Even now, not the slightest resentment or guilt sufficed to dull Kyoko's joy. Even her slight hangover could not alter it. After a time, her hand searched for Yūichi's hand. Her hand touched that hand. It was cold. The bones protruded. It was dry like tree bark. The veins were hollow bulges and pulsed faintly. Kyoko shuddered and released the hand. He coughed suddenly in the darkness. It was a long, gloom-enshrouded cough. It was a painful cough, dragging a tangled, muddy tail. It was a cough like death. Kyoko was touched by that cold, dry arm and almost screamed. She felt as if she were sleeping with a skeleton. She got up and felt about for the lamp that should have been by the pillow. Her fingers slipped fruitlessly about on the cold tatami. There was a lamp with a Japanese lantern shade far from the pillows in one corner. She lit the lamp and discovered, resting on the pillow next to her vacant one, the face of an old man. Shunsuke's cough, dragging tail and all, had stopped. He raised his eyes as if dazzled. He said, "Shut it off, won't you? It's too bright." As he finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and turned his face away from the light. Kyoko couldn't figure it all out. She stood up. She passed in back of Shunsuke's pillow and searched out her clothes in the garment box. Until the woman had put on her clothes, the old man lay silent, cunningly feigning sleep. When she showed signs of leaving, he said, "Are you going?" The woman said nothing and started out. "Wait, huh?" Shunsuke got up. He started to throw his padded dressing gown over his shoulders to stop the woman. Kyoko stopped, but showed every intention of leaving immediately. "Wait, please. It's too late to go now." "I'm going. I'll scream if you stop me." "Go ahead. You don't have the courage to scream." Kyoko asked with her voice shaking. "Where's Yu-chan?" "He went home long ago. He's now probably sleeping snug as a bug beside his wife." "Why have you done this? What have I done? What do you have against me? What do you hope to achieve? Have I done anything you hate me for?" Shunsuke did not answer. He turned on the light in the room with the view of the river. Kyoko sat down as if struck by that ray of light. "You don't blame Yūichi at all, do you?" "How do I know? I don't even know what's going on." Kyoko stretched out and burst into tears. Shunsuke let her cry. It was impossible to explain all, even if Shunsuke understood everything. Kyoko did not deserve this much humiliation. He waited for the woman to compose herself and then said, "For a long time I was in love with you, but you turned me down and laughed at me. Even you must admit that I could not have brought this about my ordinary means. Why did Yu-chan do this? He likes you in his own unique way. You two were in cahoots, weren't you? Not at all. I wrote the synopsis. Yūichi just lent a hand. Oh, how ugly. What's ugly? You wanted something beautiful and you got it. I wanted something beautiful too, and I got it. That's all. Isn't that right? We're in the same line. When you talk about things being ugly, you're falling into self-contradiction. I don't know whether I'm going to die or have you arrested. Terrific! If you can give out with words like those, we've made a lot of progress in one night. But please try to be more frank. The humiliation and the ugliness you're thinking about are all imaginary. For surely we've seen something beautiful. It's certain that we have, the two of us, seen something of the quality of a rainbow. Why isn't Yūichi here? Yūichi isn't here. He was here until a while ago, but he's not here anymore. There's nothing mysterious about that. We have been left together, no one else. Kyoko shuddered. This approach to existence was beyond her powers of comprehension. Shunsuke went on unconcernedly. It's over, and we are left behind. Even though Yūichi went to bed with you, the result is 6 of one and half a dozen of another. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen people so despicable as you two. Now, come. Why do you say you two? Yūichi's innocent death. Today, for this one day, 3 people have known what they desired, that's all. Yūichi loved you in his ashen. You loved him in your fashion. I loved you in my fashion, that's all. Everybody loves in his own fashion. Here's no other way, is there? I can't figure out what Yūichi has in mind. That fellow's a spook. You're a spook. After all, you loved a spook. But if Yūichi doesn't hold the slightest particle of ill will toward Dai, no. How could he do such a horrible thing to a person he didn't hold any ill will toward? Briefly, he knew full well you had done nothing to deserve this. Between a man bearing no ill will and a guiltless woman, who have not a thing to share with each, if there is anything that might tie them together, it's ill will from the outside, guilt brought in from the outside, that's all. In all the old tales, that's the very way it happens. As you know, I am a novelist. Seized with the trite ridiculousness of it, he started to laugh by himself, but then stopped. Yūichi and I weren't in cahoots or anything. That's a figment of your imagination. We simply had no connection. Yūichi and I, well, he smiled slowly. We're just Aryans. If you must hate someone, hate me, to your heart's content. But, Kyoko twisted her body modestly as she cried, I don't have any room for hate. Right now, I'm just horrified. The whistle of a freight train crossing the nearby iron ridge reverberated in the night. It was an endless, monotonous, stumbling repetition. After a time, from the other side of the bridge it had just crossed, the train flashed a long whistle and then was silent. Truthfully, the one who really saw the ugliness was not Kyoko, but Shunsuke. Even in the moment the woman raised her moan of pleasure, he did not forget his own ugliness. Shunsuke Hinoki had known many times this awful moment in which the existence of something unloved intrudes upon an existence that is loved. Woman subjugated, that is a superstition created by novels. Woman can never be subjugated. Never! Just as there are occasions in which men out of their reverence for women attempt to humiliate them, there are occasions in which women, as a manifestation of supreme contempt, give their bodies to men. Mrs. Kaburagi, of course, as well as every one of his 3 wives, had never once been conquered. Kyoko, anesthetized into giving her body to a vision of Yūichi, was no different. Incontrovertibly. If one needs reasons, there is only one. It was because Shunsuke himself was convinced that no one could love him. These were strange intimacies. Shunsuke tortured Kyoko. He ruled now by a terrible power. but it added up to nothing more than the machinations of a person who was not loved. The conduct of Shunsuke, who from the beginning had had no hope, was marked by not the slightest mercy, by nothing of what society calls humanity. Kyoko was silent. She was sitting straight up, without making a sound. To this flighty female, such a long period of silence was something that had never occurred before. Once she had learned this quietness, perhaps it would become the way she naturally comported herself. Shunsuke, too, kept his mouth closed. They seemed to believe they could go on here until dawn without saying a word. When night came to an end, she would take the little tools out of her bag, make herself up, and return to her husband's house. It would be a long time, though, until the river whitened. The two people suspected this night would go on forever. Chapter 23. Days of Ripening. Her husband's busy life, with its unknown mo-wives, went on. When she thought he was at school, he would return home in the middle of the night. When she thought he was staying home, he would suddenly go out. Even though Yūichi was pursuing the daily existence of a ne'er-do-well, as his mother called him, Yasuko's life was truly serene, one might say almost happy. There were reasons for her peace. She was oblivious to everything but what was going on inside her. The comings and goings of spring excited in her not the lightest concern. Things outside her had no power. The sensation of little legs kicking within her, the sensation of flourishing tiny violence, it was all a continuing drunkenness that had started with her and would end with her. The so-called external world was possessed by her inner world. She embraced the world inside herself. The external world was simply superfluous. When she imagined the small shiny ankles and the small shiny soles covered with clean tiny wrinkles, thrust out of the deep night and kicking the darkness, she felt that her human existence had become nothing but the warm, blood-smeared, nourishing darkness itself. The feeling that she was being consumed, the feeling that her insides were being deeply violated, the feeling she was ill, above all, the feeling she was being deeply ravished. Whatever the immoral desires or the indulgent sensations, they were ostentatiously pardoned there. Yasuko wore a smile of her very own, sent as from afar. Sometimes she laughed a transparent laugh. Sometimes she did not laugh at all. Her smile was quite like a blind man's smile, a smile barely a light on the face of a person straining his ears for a distant sound that only he could hear. If for just one day the child inside her did not move, her anxiety was more than she could stand. Surely it was dead. It pleased her sweet mother-in-law considerably to be told of these childish fears, and to be importuned into detailed consultation. It figures, Yūichi too is a boy who doesn't let his feelings come to the surface, she said to her daughter-in-law, with a comforting look on her face. That must be why he goes out drinking. This baby coming must have him all mixed up, what with the joy of it and the anxiety of it. No, I don't think so, said Yasuko with conviction. For this self-sufficient spirit, comfort was unnecessary. Instead of that, what bothers me most is not knowing yet whether the child I'm carrying is a girl or a boy. What if I've pretty much decided that it's a boy, and am thinking of a child the image of Yuchan? What will I do if a girl just like me is born? Oh my, I'm hoping for a girl. I've had my fill of boys. Nothing is that hard to raise. Thus, the two got along swimmingly. When Yasuko had things to do that would have taken her out of the house in all her embarrassing physical unshapeliness, her mother-in-law gladly went instead. But when this woman with her kidney ailment presented herself, escorted by Kyo, the maid, few met her without rounding their eyes in surprise. On one such day Yasuko, left home to mind the house, went into the garden for exercise. She walked around the backyard flower bed, only about 400 yards in area, which was mostly kept up by the hard work of Kyo. She held a pair of scissors, planning to cut some flowers for the living room. Azaleas rimmed the garden, blooming at their best. Seasonal flowers, pansy, sweet pea, nasturtium, Roger's bronzeleaf, and hornwort, romantic flowers all were blooming. She wondered which to cut. Actually, she wasn't very much concerned about the flowers. The luxury of choice, the ease of acquiring whichever she selected, the beauty of them all. What did it matter? She hesitated, clicking the scissors. The blades were a little rusty, and they resisted in her fingers with a slightly gritty sound. Suddenly it occurred to her that she was thinking of Yūichi, a reflection that threw doubt into her mind about her maternal instinct. But was this not, after all, Yūichi? Riz lovely creature shut up inside her, that expressed such outright self-indulgencies, that however much violence at 3 alt would not be expelled until the appointed time. Was it not, after all, he? Fearful that she might become discouraged when she saw the baby, she went so far as to hint that this confining pregnancy might go on for years, and she would not care. Unconsciously, she cut the stem of the light purple Roger's bronze leaf in front of her. Left in her hand was a wingle blossom on a stem about the length of her finger. Now why did I cut such a short one? She asked herself. Pure heart. Pure heart. The word sounded empty and awkward. Yasuko was acutely aware in her mind's eye, as oh, how greatly she had matured. What in the world is a purity that is close to a desire for vengeance? Hasn't it always given me pleasure to look into my husband's eyes with my special look of purity, and then wait for his expression of guilt and embarrassment? All the various plea, yours she anticipated her husband would not give her, and are or that reason even the concealment of the purity of her liert, these things she wished to think of as her love. That serene hairline, however, those lovely eyes, the delicacy of the elaborate tracery between her mouth and luz, were almost noble, owing to a slightly anemic skin. The loose garment she had specially made to hide the shape of the lower half of her body fit remarkably well Suke's classic pleats. Her lips were dry in the wind, and she moistened them frequently with her tongue. The charm of her lips was thus enhanced considerably. Yūichi, returning home from school, came up the path and back of the house, and happened to approach by way of the garden gate. The gate usually set the bell ringing wildly when it was opened. Before the bell rang, however, Lee had held the gate with his hand, and slipped into the art. He stood in the shadow of the row of pisaniaries, and watched his wife. He did it purely and innocently and of mischief. From here now, he said sadly in his heart, from here now, I can really love my wife. Distance gives me zeedom. When I cannot reach her, when I can simply look at her, how beautiful Yasuko is. The pleats in her dress, her hair, her look, how pure it all is. If only I could keep this distance. At that moment, however, Yasuko saw the brown leather briefcase peeping behind a trunk in the shade. She called Yūichi's name. It was a shout like that uttered by a person about to drown. He stepped into the open, and she hurried in his direction. Her skirt caught on the low, bent bamboo palings of the flower garden. She stumbled and fell on the slippery earth. Yūichi closed his eyes as a nameless fear struck him. He ran to his wife and helped her up. Her skirt had been muddied by the red earth no more. She did not have a scratch. Yasuko breathed heavily. You'll be all right, won't you? Yūichi said fearfully. Having said this, he recognized that the fear he felt when Yasuko fell was related to a certain wish, and he shuddered. As he spoke, Yasuko went white. Until he helped her up, her mind was engrossed with Yūichi. She had not thought of the child. Yūichi put Yasuko to bed and phoned the doctor. When his mother returned shortly with Kiyo and saw the doctor, she was, oddly enough, not concerned. As she listened to Yūichi's story, she told him that during her own pregnancy, she had fallen downstairs 2 or 3 steps and nothing had happened. Are you really not worried? Yūichi could not keep from asking. I suppose it's natural that you'd be worried, his mother said with a smile. Yūichi flinched, as if she had seen through his dire wish. The body of a woman, his mother said, as if she were lecturing, is, for all its seeming fragility, surprisingly strong. When she took that little tumble, the baby in her belly probably felt it was going down a slide and enjoyed it. A man, on the other hand, is brittle. No one thought your father's health would break down as it did. No. The doctor left, saying that Yasuko was probably all right, but they would have to wait for developments. But Yūichi did not leave his wife's side. When a phone call came from Kawada, Yūichi told Kyo to say he was not home. Yasuko's eyes overflowed with gratitude. The youth 280 XMLD not help feeling satisfaction that he had come to grips with something serious. The next day the fetus again kicked his mother's insides vigorously, almost arrogantly. The whole family was greatly relieved. Yasuko did not doubt that such proud strength of foot belonged to a boy baby. Yūichi could no longer keep his deep-felt joy to himself. He told Kawada of the episode. On the haughty face of listening businessman in the early stages of decrepitude, jealousy swam. Chapter 24 When? Dialogue. 2 months went by. It was the rainy season. Shunsuke, on his way to a meeting in Kamakura, went up to the Yokosuka Line platform in Tokyo Station and discovered Yūichi standing with both hands thrust into his raincoat pockets, a perplexed look on his face. With Yūichi were 2 rakishly dressed boys. One, in a blue shirt, held Yūichi's arm. The other, in a red shirt with sleeves rolled up, faced Yūichi with his arms folded. Shunsuke stepped behind them and listened to their conversation from the concealment of a pillar. "Yu-chan, if you're not going to break up with this guy, kill me right here." "Stop that plain nonsense," the boy in the blue shirt interjected. "Yūichi and I are never going to break up. You, as far as Yūichi is concerned, are just a little cupcake he ate. And that's what you look like. A cheap little, sweet little, icky little cupcake. Yeah. Cut it out or I'll kill you." Yūichi pulled his arm from Blue Shirt's grasp. Then he said in an older, more composed tone, "Won't you cut it out? Later on I'll listen to all you've got to say. It doesn't look right in a place like this." He turned to Blue Shirt and added, "You're acting too much like a wife." Blue Shirt lost his temper. "All right, come on outside. I want to talk to you." The red-shirted boy smiled, showing his beautiful white teeth. "You nut, you are outside. See? Everybody's going by with hats and shoes on." Things were getting out of hand, so Shunsuke circled about and approached so that Yūichi faced him. The look with which they met was quite natural. Yūichi bowed, with a smile that indicated he had been rescued. It had been a long time since Shunsuke had seen on his face such beautiful smile, full of brotherly affection. Shunsuke was dressed in well-tailored tweeds. He wore a addy brown checkered handkerchief in his breast pocket. Ian the ceremonious and highly theatrical greetings between him and Yūichi began. The 2 boys watched with lank looks. One of them said, with all the charm he could eject into his glance, "Well, Yu-chan, I'll be seeing you." The other turned his back without saying a word. Both hands disappeared. The yellowish Yokosuka Line train thundered in beside the platform. "You make dangerous associations, don't you?" Shunsuke said, going toward the train. "You're one of my associations, aren't you, sir?" Yūichi applied. "But he was talking about killing or something." "So you heard. Those guys always talk that way. You ain't get up a fight between cowards. Besides, those 2 napping and snarling fellows are having an affair." "Affair?" "When I'm not around, they sleep with each other." The 2 seated themselves facing each other in the second-class coach. The train picked up speed. Neither inquired about the other's destination. They looked wordlessly out of the window for a time. The landscape along the railroad touched Yūichi's heart. They passed wet, ill-humored blocks of gray buildings, which were followed by cloudy, black factory landscapes. Across a swamp and a wasted, narrow meadow stood a glass-walled factory. Several panes of glass were broken. In a dark, sooty, hollow interior, naked light bulbs could be scattered about, weakly shining in the daylight. Then he passed an old wooden elementary school built on airly high ground. The U-shaped building looked in their direction out of lifeless windows. In the rain-soaked Viant schoolyard stood a set of Swedish wall bars with the whitewash peeling. Then endless billboards to Takara Ale, John toothpaste, plastics, Morinaga caramels. It had grown warm, so the youth took off his coat. His two-suit, his shirt, his necktie, his tie-pin, his handkerchief, then his wristwatch were the utmost in luxury. They were combined with inconspicuous harmony. Not only these, but also the new Dunhill lighter he took from his pocket, as well as his cigarette case, were elegantly attractive. Altogether they reflected Kawada's taste, Shunsuke thought. Where are you going to meet Mr. Kawada? Shunsuke asked sarcastically. The youth suddenly shifted his attention from the lighter flame which he was applying to his cigarette and stared at the old man. The tiny blue flame didn't flare up. It hung spectrally in midair. How do you know? I'm a novelist. You surprised me. He's waiting for me at the Kofuen in Kamakura. Is that right? I've got a meeting in Kamakura too. The two were silent a while. Yūichi became conscious that something distinctly red was cutting unexpectedly across the dark field of his vision. He looked and saw that they were passing by the framework of an iron bridge being repainted. The undercoat was red. Suddenly Shunsuke said, "Do you love Kawada? Or what?" Yūichi lifted his shoulders high. "You're joking. Why are you going to meet someone you don't love? Aren't you the one, sir, who encouraged me to marry a woman I didn't love? A woman and a man are two different things." "Ha! They're the same thing. They're both horny, and they're both a bore." "Kofuen, that's a fine luxurious inn, but... In the old days, son, the big businessmen used to take geisha there from Shimbashi and Akasaka." The youth, seemingly hurt, was silent. Shunsuke did not understand. He did not know how terribly bored the youth always was. And what kept this Narcissus from being bored even more was the fact that this world was filled with nothing but mirrors. In the prison of the mirror, this beautiful captive could be held for the rest of his life. The aging Kawada at least knew how to transform himself into the mirror. Yūichi said, "I haven't seen you since then. How was Kyoko? You told me on the phone it went very well." He smiled, but he did not recognize that his smile was a carbon copy of Shunsuke's. "Everything turns out so well. Yasuko, Mrs. Kaburagi, Kyoko. How about it? I'm always faithful to you." "Ah, if you're faithful, why are you never home to me?" Shunsuke said, with an indignation he could not suppress. He did his best to keep his complaint offhand. "In 2 months I've talked to you on the phone just 2 or 3 times, haven't I? On top of that, whenever I suggest we meet, you hem and haw. Andre, I felt if you had some business with me, you'd write me a letter. I almost never write letters." 2 or 3 stations had gone by. On the wet platform where there was no roof stood the lone sign bearing the name of the station. In the dark congestion on the platform, under the roof, were the great numbers of blank faces and the great numbers of umbrellas. The workmen clothed in wet blue serge looked up toward the windows of the train from the tracks below. Somehow these ordinary scenes deepened the silence of the 2 men inside. Soon Yūichi, drawing his body away, repeated, "How was Kyoko?" "Kyoko? How must I say it? I didn't have the slightest feeling that I'd got what I wanted. When, there in the darkness, I took your place and got into that woman's bed, and when that drunken woman, with her eyes still closed, called me Yu-chan, I really felt a sense of rejuvenation moving within me. It was just a short time, but I took on the guise of your youth. That's all. When Kyoko woke up, she never let out another peep until morning. Since then, I haven't heard anything from her. As far as I can see, that woman is apt to go downhill after this affair. In a way, I feel sorry for her." She's not a woman who needed something like that done to her. I'll die. Yūichi felt no twinge of conscience whatsoever. It was an action without object, without impulse from which regret could come. In his memory, his action was pristinely pure. That action, governed by neither desire nor grudge, that action possessed of not a scintilla of malice, it ruled over a fixed period of time which would not come again. It went from one pure point to another pure point. Perhaps at no other time was there a time that Yūichi fulfilled so completely his role as a product of Shunsuke's art, freed of all moral considerations. Kyoko was thus not really taken in by him. The aged man lying beside her when she awakened was the same character as the beautiful young presence that had been at her side since the daylight hours. For the visions, the fascinations, provoked by the work he had himself created, the author naturally had no responsibility. Yūichi represented the exterior of the work, the body, the dreaminess, the unfeeling coldness of intoxicating wine. Shunsuke represented the interior of the work, the moody palaning, the formless desire, the fulfilled lust of the action called creation. That combined character, however, participating in the same work, was reflected in the eyes of the woman as nothing less than two different men. There aren't many memories so completely miraculous as that one, thought the youth, as he turned his eyes to gaze at the scene outside the window, wrapped in fine rain. Though I was infinitely removed from the meaning of the action, I was close to the superlatively pure form of the action. I did not move, yet I cornered the prey. I did not covet the object, yet the object turned into the form that I coveted. I did not shoot, yet the rare prize was wounded by my missile and fell. Thus at that time, from day to dark, pristinely pure, without flaw, I was spared the moral duties imposed by events of the past that nagged at me. If that evening I wished to devote myself to the pure desire of carrying a woman to bed, that was fine. That memory, however, is unpleasant to me, thought Shunsuke. Even in that moment, I could not believe that my interior beauty was consonant with Yūichi's exterior beauty. Socrates' prayer to the various gods of the place on that summer morning, when he lay under the plane tree, on the bank of the Hissus River, chatting with the beautiful boy, Phaedrus, until the day cooled, seems to me the highest teaching on earth. Pan, first, and all the gods that dwell in this place, grant that I may become fair within, and that such outward things as I have may be at peace with the spirit within me. Yun, honorable. The Greeks had the rare power to look at internal beauty as if it were hewn from marble. Spirit was badly corrupted in later times, exalted through the action of lustless love, and smirched through the action of lustless loathing. Beautiful young Alcibiades, drawn by the internal love-lust wisdom of Socrates, was so aroused by the prospect of being passionately loved by that man, as ugly as Silenus, that he crept in with him and slept under the same mantle. When I read the beautiful words of Alcibiades in the drinking party dialogue, they almost bowled me over. It would be embarrassing to tell men of intelligence that I did not give my body to someone like you. Even more embarrassing than to admit to the uncultured multitude that I had surrendered to you. Much more. He lifted his eyes. Yūichi was not looking his way. The young man was immersed in something very small and inconsequential. In the rain-soaked backyard of a lone little house by the tracks, a housewife was squatting, assiduously starting a fire in a charcoal burner. The busy motion of her white fan and the tiny red draft vent were visible. What is life? Perhaps it is a riddle that does not have to be solved, Yūichi thought. Does Mrs. Kaburaji write you? Shunsuke said abruptly again. Once a week, great long ones, said Yūichi, smiling faintly. The letters of husband and wife always come in the same envelope. The husband writes 1 page, at most 2. They're both astonishingly free, telling me they love me and things like that. In the wife's letter the other day, there was this masterpiece of a line. The memory of you makes us happy with each other. An odd couple, aren't they? Married couples are all odd, Yūichi said childishly. Mr. Kabaraji seems to be bearing his job in the forestry bureau, eh? His wife just started as an automobile broker. That way they'll get along somehow. Kite's that right? That girl will do it very well, too. And by the way, Yasuko is due this month, isn't she? Yes. You're going to be a father. That's funny. Yūichi did not smile. He was looking at the tightly shut warehouses of a shipping agency along the canal. He saw a rain-soaked jetty and the new wood color of 2 or 3 boats tied to it. The name of the company in white letters on a rusty warehouse door imparted a vague feeling of expectation to this unmoving waterfront. Was that something coming out of the distant seascape in this direction, disturbing the sad reflection of the warehouses in the stagnant water? Are you scared? The bantering tone intruded upon the youth's proud complacency. No, I'm not scared. You're scared. What am I scared of? Plenty. If you're not scared, stand by Yasuko during the delivery. That will show you what your fear consists of. But you can't, because as everybody knows, you love your wife. What are you trying to tell me, sir? A year ago, you got married, as I told you to. You now must gather the fruits of the fear you conquered back then. The oath you swore when you were married, the one about self-deception, are you keeping that now? Can you really torture Yasuko without torturing yourself? Aren't you confusing Yasuko's pain with that you have felt and seen in yourself all the time? Are you suffering under the delusion that that is married love? You know everything, don't you? Have you forgotten that some time ago you were so good as to discuss an abortion with me? Have I forgotten it? I was dead set against it. Right. So I did what you told me to do. The train drew into Ofuna. The two saw the nape of the neck of the tall, downward-looking statue of Kwannon between the mountains facing the station. It dominated the smoky green of the trees as it stood out against the slate-colored sky. The station was deserted. When the train started, Shunsuke spoke rapidly, as if he wished to get everything said in the short time it would take to get to Kamakura, 2 stations away. You don't think you would like to make sure of your innocence with your own eyes? You don't think you would like to make sure with your own eyes that your uneasiness, your fear, and your pain, whatever it is, are without basis? I don't think you can do it. If you could, perhaps a new life would have to begin for you, and that would be too tough. Germaine, Dada. The youth laughed nasally. New life, you say? He carefully lifted the sharp creases in his trousers with one hand and crossed his legs. How would one go about seeing with my own eyes? 1. Just stay beside Yasuko during her delivery. How stupid! 288. It's too difficult for you. Shunsuke had struck upon Yūichi's repugnance. He stared intently, as if at prey wounded by an arrow. Around the youth's lips, a mock sardonic, bewildered, unhappy smile of chagrin momentarily drifted. Whereas other people are embarrassed about their joy, in this marriage the repugnance was embarrassing. Shunsuke was always delighted to look at the young couple and find ever that relationship, ever the unloved existence of Yasuko. But Yūichi had to come face to face with that repugnance. Was not that very repugnance what he thought he had been savoring until this time? In Yasuko, in Count Kabaraji, in Mrs. Kabaraji, in Kyoko, in Kawada? Still, within the preceptorial kindness with which he pressed this delicious repugnance upon Yūichi, Shunsuke hid his never-to-be-requited love. Something had to come to an end. At the same time, something had to begin. Perhaps Yūichi would be cured of his repugnance. Shunsuke too. At any rate, I'll do as I please. Nobody is going to give me orders. Fine, that's fine. The train approached Kamakura Station. When he got off the train, Yūichi would go to where Kawada was. Shunsuke was struck by conflicting emotions. However, his words belied his feelings as he said coldly, "Just the same, you can't do it." Chapter ZFF. Turnabout. Shunsuke's words rankled long in Yūichi's heart. The more he tried to forget them, the more obstinately those words confronted him. The spring rains had not let up at all, and the time for Yasuko's delivery was late. It was now 4 days after the expected date. She had made excellent early progress, but now the last stages of her pregnancy were showing symptoms that caused concern. Her blood pressure was over 150. A slight edema was visible in her legs. High blood pressure and edema in pregnancy are common prodromal symptoms of toxicity. In the afternoon of June 30th, the first labor pains started. In the middle of the night on July 1st, they came every 15 minutes. Her blood pressure reached 190. To make matters worse, the doctor feared that the severe headache she complained of might be a symptom of eclampsia. The attending chairman of the gynecology department had had Yasuko admitted to the hospital of his own college several days earlier, but though the labor pains had been going on for 2 days, the delivery was not progressing, it seemed. They searched for the cause and discovered that the angle of Yasuko's pubic bone was smaller than normal. Thus, a forceps delivery was decided upon, to be performed by the chairman of the gynecology department himself. July 2nd was one of those harbingers of midsummer that come once in a while during the rainy season. Early in the morning, Yasuko's mother came by in a car to pick Yūichi up in accordance with his wish to be at the hospital on the day of the delivery. The two mothers greeted each other ceremoniously. Yūichi's mother wanted to go along too, but she had decided not to, she explained, because in her illness she would be a bother to the others. Yasuko's mother was fat, healthy, and middle-aged. Even after they got into the car, she continued with her usual heavy-handed teasing of Yūichi. According to Yasuko, "You're an ideal husband, but just the same I'm not blind. If I were young, I wouldn't leave you alone whether you had a wife or not. How they must make a fuss about you. But let me ask one thing. Please be clever in your deception of Yasuko. Where there is clumsy deception, there is no true affection. Since, of course, I can keep my mouth shut, tell the truth only to me. Has anything interesting happened lately? It won't work. You can't trap me that way." Supposing he did tell the truth to this woman, who was like a cow basking in the sun. A terrible vision of the reaction he would excite suddenly flashed through his mind. At that moment, however, the youth was astonished to feel the woman's hand reach out to touch the hair that fell over his forehead. "Oh, I thought your hair was getting white. It was only shining." "Really? It surprised me too." Yūichi saw that the sun was glaring outside. In some corner of this morning street, Yasuko was still suffering from labor pains. As he thought of her, those pains appeared graphically before his eyes. He felt as if he could gauge the weight of them in the palm of his hand. "She'll be all right, won't she?" the son-in-law said. As if in disdain of his uneasiness, his mother-in-law answered, "She'll be all right." She knew that the best way to calm a young, inexperienced husband was to show confidence and optimism in these matters that were entirely of womanly concern. When the car stopped at a crossroads, they heard the sound of a siren. Pell-mell down the sooty gray street came a bright red fire engine, shimmering like a picture in a child's storybook. The truck was almost prancing, its wheels touching the ground lightly. It seemed to make the neighborhood rumble as it hurtled past. Yūichi and Yasuko's mother watched it graze the car in which they were riding, and then looked out of the car window to see where the fire was. "Stupid, isn't it? A fire at this time," said Yasuko's mother. In all this bright sunlight, she would not have been able to see a fire even if it were burning right beside her. There was, however, certainly a fire somewhere. As Yūichi came into the sick room and wiped the perspiration from Yasuko's suffering brow, he found it strange that he should be coming here so soon before the impending delivery. Something like a joy that courted danger lured him and forced him on. Since there was nowhere he could go to be spared, thinking about Yasuko's pain, a desire to be close to her pain, held him to her side. The Yūichi, who ordinarily hated to go home, came to Yasuko's pillow, as if returning home. The room was very warm. The sliding door to the balcony was standing open. White curtains shielded the rays of the sun, but the curtains were seldom touched by a breeze. The rain and cold had continued until yesterday, so no fans had been installed, but as soon as the mother walked into the room, she grasped the problem and phoned to have a fan sent from her home. The nurses were busy elsewhere. Yūichi and Yasuko were alone. What's your beschweren, desirierida? The young husband wiped the perspiration from her forehead. Yasuko gave a deep sigh and opened her eyes. She relaxed her tight, sweaty grip on Yūichi's hand. I feel better now. I feel fine now. It will be all right for 10 minutes or so. She looked around her as if noticing things for the first time. My, it's hot! Yūichi was frightened by Yasuko's relief. In her relieved expression, he recalled a fragment of the daily life he feared most. The young wife asked her husband for a mirror. She combed her hair, in disarray from the pain. In her pale, swollen face with no makeup, there was an ugliness in which she herself could not divine the sublime qualities of pain. I'm a mess. Please excuse me, she said pathetically, in a voice that would not have been heard in one not ill. In a jiffy I'll be pretty again. Yūichi looked directly down on that face like a child's, prostrated by pain. How was it to be explained? He dared? This unsightliness and pain was immersing him in human emotion here, in close proximity to his wife. When his wife was untroubled and beautiful in a way that it was natural to love, however, he was oddly driven away from human feeling, and reminded only of her soul, which he could not love. How could that be explained? But Yūichi's error lay in his stubborn refusal to believe that within his present tenderness was mingled the tenderness of a common, ordinary husband. Yasuko's mother came back with the nurse. Yūichi left his wife in the hands of the two women and went out on the balcony. The third-floor balcony overlooked the courtyard. His eyes were met by the multitude of hospital windows across the courtyard and the glass wall of the stairwell. He could see the white uniform of a nurse descending the stairway. Upon the glass of the stairs, bold parallel lines were etched. The morning sun coming from the opposite direction cut diagonally across those parallel lines. In the fierce glare, Yūichi smelled the odor of disinfectant and recalled Shunsuke's words. Don't you think you would like to make sure of your innocence with your own eyes? That old man's words always have a poisonous power over me. From an absolutely despised object, I shall see my own child born, he told me. He divined that I shall be able to do it. There was in his cruel sweet goading a triumphant self-confidence. He rested his hand on the iron railing of the balcony. As he did so, the tepid feel of the rusty iron warmed by the heat of the sun suddenly reminded him of his honeymoon, when he had whipped the railing of the hotel balcony with his necktie. In Yūichi's heart an unnameable impulse arose. The repugnance that Shunsuke had built up inside him, which called up with a vivid pain, placed the youth under its spell. To resist it, or to retaliate against it, was just about the same thing as abandoning himself to it. It was difficult for him to distinguish between his passion for determining the source of the repugnance and a desire, motivated by appetite and lust for the flesh, to seek out the fountainhead of pleasure. When he thought about it, Yūichi's heart palpitated. The door to Yasuko's room slid open. Preceded by the white-suited chairman of the gynecology department, two nurses came into the room pushing a wheeled stretcher. At that moment the labor pains attacked Yasuko again. She called the name of her husband as if she were calling someone far away. He ran over and took her hand. The chairman of the gynecology department smiled a sweet smile. Then he said, "Just be patient a little while longer. Just a little while." There was something about his beautiful white hair that led people to trust him at first glance. Yūichi conceived a violent antipathy toward that white hair, that venerability, all the good intentions of that open and above-board great physician. All anxieties, all concerns about this pregnancy, about this delivery fraught with more or less unusual difficulties, about the child to be born, fell away from Yūichi. The only thing he thought of was his wish to see that. The suffering Yasuko kept her eyes closed, even while they moved her to the mobile stretcher. The perspiration ran in torrents on her forehead. Her supple hand sought for Yūichi's in the air. As the youth's hand grasped hers, her bloodless lips turned toward his bent head. "Stay with me. If you don't stay by my side, I won't be able to go through with it." Was there ever so moving, so naked a confession? It was almost as if his wife had read the wish within the innermost depths of his mind, and was struck by the wild fancy that she could help him. Even the bystanders perceived an extraordinary intensity in the emotions he displayed on seeing this selfless devotion in his wife. "What's that?" the doctor said. "My wife asked me to go with her all the way." The doctor grasped the arm of this demure, inexperienced husband. In a low yet powerful voice he said, "We have young wives who say things like that once in a while. Don't take her seriously. If you do, both your wife and you will regret it surely." "But my wife said if I'm not there." "I understand the way your wife feels, but she has had during her pregnancy all the encouragement she needs just to become a mother. If you are present, for you, her husband, to be present would be a terrible mistake. Even though you feel this way now, you will certainly regret it later." "Nine. I shall never regret it. But all the fathers I've seen would have nothing to do with this. I've never seen one like you. Doctor, I implore you." The instincts of the actor were leading Yūichi at this time to portray the stubborn, unshakable distraction of a young husband who has lost all sense of judgment out of anxiety for his wife. The doctor nodded curtly. Yasuko's mother, listening to their conversation, was shocked. "It's mad," she said. "Please leave me out. And do stop. You'll surely regret it. Worst of all, do you have to be so mean as to leave me all alone in the waiting room?" Yasuko did not let go of Yūichi's hand. He felt as if her hand were pulling him with a suddenly augmented power. But it was the two nurses pushing the stretcher. The nurse on duty in that room opened the door and ushered them out into the hall. Yasuko's stretcher, with its entourage, took the elevator to the 4th floor. It moved quietly across the cool reflections of the corridor. As the wheels of the stretcher clicked slightly over the joints in the floor, Yasuko's soft white chin bounced flaccidly back and forth. The double doors of the delivery room swung open. Only Yasuko's mother remained outside as they swung shut. As they left her, Yasuko's mother said, "Really, Yūichi? You'll be sorry. If it gets too horrible, please come out. I'll be sitting in a chair in the hall." "Oh, one day." The smile with which Yūichi replied to her was like that of a man going into danger. This gentle young man knew his own fears. The stretcher was pushed to the side of another stretcher, fitted out with equipment. Yasuko was moved to it. When she had been moved, a curtain was drawn by a nurse between two posts that were fixed to opposite sides of the new stretcher. This curtain, drawn above the chest of the woman in labor, shielded her eyes from the glare of the equipment and the cruel knives. Yūichi grasped Yasuko's hand and stood above that curtain. There he could see the two halves of Yasuko, her upper half and the lower half, separated from her by the curtain she could not see over. The windows faced south, and the breeze blew through softly. The necktie of the young husband, in shirt sleeves as he was, flapped and fluttered and clung to his shoulder. "Yeah, dearly child, get in the U-boat." Stuffed the end of it into the breast pocket of his shirt. He carried out this action swiftly, as if interrupting a most engrossing enterprise. Nevertheless, all he was doing was helplessly holding the hand of his perspiring wife. Between this suffering body and this non-suffering body, there was a distance across which no action taken by either could be linked. "Just be patient a little longer. It will be done soon," said the head nurse into Yasuko's ear again. Her eyes remained tight shut. Yūichi felt freer because of the fact that his wife could not see him. The chairman of the gynecology department appeared his hands scrubbed, his sleeves rolled up, followed by 2 assistants. He did not so much as glance in Yūichi's direction. He signaled to the head nurse. 2 nurses removed the lower half of the table on which Yasuko was lying. Her legs were stretched out in conformity with 2 strange horn-like projections sticking up in the air on each side of the bottom edge of the half table on which she lay. The low curtain on top of her chest was designed to keep her from seeing the pitiless transformation of the lower half of her body into a thing, an object. Regardless, the pain of the top half of Yasuko had become a pure, spiritual pain that knew nothing about how she had been so transformed, that had nothing to do with the incident involving her lower half. The prehensile power with which she grasped Yūichi's hand was not a woman's power. It was the arrogant power of flourishing pain, capable of plucking out Yasuko's existence. Yasuko groaned. In the swelter of the room between gusts of wind, the groans hovered like the sound of wings of countless flies. She tried continually to raise her abdomen and, frustrated, would drop back on the hard bed. Her face, with eyes closed, moved from side to side in tiny tremors. Yūichi remembered. Last autumn, when he was with that passing student in the daytime in that inn in Takajicho, he had heard fire engine sirens in his dream. Then he thought, in order that my guilt might become a pure thing immune to fire, must not my innocence first pass through the fire? My complete innocence where Yasuko is concerned. Didn't I once ask to be born again for Yasuko's sake? And now? He rested his eyes by looking at the scene outside the window. The summer sun burned down on the woods in the big park on the other side of the government railway line. The oval of the track was like a pool of radiance. No human shape was visible there. Yasuko's hand tugged strongly again at the hand of her husband. It seemed to be calling his attention to something. He instantly noticed the radiant bright gleams from the scalpel a nurse had just handed to the doctor. Yasuko's lower body moved like the mouth of a person vomiting. Onto the cloth applied to it, which looked like the canvas of a sail, oozed urine from the catheter and dripping mercurochrome. That sailcloth, applied to a fissure painted red with mercurochrome, resounded as a fierce flow struck it. First local anesthetic was applied, then the fissure was enlarged with scalpel and shears. Yasuko's complicated, crimson interior came clearly into the view of her young husband, who was drained of all cruelty. Looking here at the insides of his wife, the skin stripped from them, Yūichi was surprised that this flesh, which he had felt to be so much irrelevant pottery, was something he could no longer treat as inanimate. I must look. No matter what, I must look, he told himself, attempting to control his nausea. That system of countless, gleaming, wet red jewels, those soft things under the skin, soaked in blood, those squirming things, a surgeon must soon grow accustomed to things like that. I should be able to become accustomed to being a surgeon. Since my wife's body is no more than pottery to me sexually, there is no reason that the inside of her body should be any more than that. Now, all the honesty of his consciousness soon betrayed his bluff. The fearful contents of his wife's body turned inside out were more than pottery. It was as if his feeling for humanity compelled him, even more deeply than the sympathy he felt with his wife's pain, to see, as he confronted this wordless scarlet flesh, and looked at the wet surface of it, his own inimitable self. Pain does not transcend the body. It is alone, the youth thought. But this naked scarlet flesh was not alone. It was related to the red flesh that indubitably existed within Yūichi. Even the consciousness of one who merely looked at it had to be instantly affected by it. Yūichi saw another, purely gleaming, mirror-like, cruel machine being passed into the doctor's hand. It was a large scissors device, disjointed at the fulcrum. Where the blade should have been, there was a pair of large, curved spoons. One side was inserted deep inside Yasuko. After the other side was crossed over and inserted, the fulcrum was engaged for the first time. It was the forceps. There, at the utmost extremity of his wife's body, touching her hand, the young husband keenly perceived the gropings of that instrument, roughly invading with the intent of grasping something in its metal talon. He saw his wife's white front teeth biting her lower lip. In all this suffering, he recognized that her tender, tender faith in him never left her face. But he dared not kiss her. For the youth did not have the confidence demanded by even so natural an action as that gentle kiss. In a morass of flesh, the forceps sought out the soft head of the infant and grasped it. Two nurses, one on each side, pressed against Yasuko's white abdomen. Yūichi earnestly believed in his own innocence. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that he prayed for it. At this time, however, Yūichi's heart, pondering his wife's face at the pinnacle of suffering and the burning coloration in that part of her that had been the source of his loathing, went through a process of transformation. Yūichi's beauty, that had been given over for the admiration of man and woman alike, that had seemed to have existence only to be seen, for the first time had its faculties restored, and seemed now to exist only to see. Narcissus had forgotten his own face. His eyes had another object than the mirror. Looking at this awful ugliness had become the same as looking at himself. Until now Yūichi had been incapable of feeling he existed unless he was seen in toto. His consciousness of existing, in short, was a consciousness of being seen. The youth now reveled in a new sense of existence, an indubitable existence in which he was not looked at. In short, he himself was seeing. How transparent, how airy, this existence in its true form! This Narcissus who had forgotten his face could even consider that his face did not exist. If, beside herself with pain, his wife had turned her face and opened her eyes, she would certainly have had no trouble seeing 298. There the expression of one who lived in the same world as she. Yūichi let go his wife's hand. He brought both his perspiring hands to his forehead, as if to touch this new self. He took out a handkerchief and wiped it. Then he saw his wife's hand, left behind there in the air, still clasping the impression of his hand, and, as if thrusting his hand into a mold of itself, he took her hand once more. The amniotic fluid flowed out. The head of the baby, eyes closed, was already visible. The work going on around the lower half of Yasuko's body was of a kind with the back-breaking exertions of a ship's crew bucking a gale. It was a common enough power. Human power was bringing forth life. Yūichi could see the muscles straining even in the wrinkles of the white coat of the chairman of the gynecology department. Released of its fetters, the child slipped forth. It was a white, faintly purple, half-dead lump of flesh. A murmuring kind of sound welled forth. Then that lump of flesh began to cry. With each cry, it grew a little redder. The umbilical cord was cut. The infant was cradled in a nurse's arms and shown to Yasuko. "It's a girl!" Yasuko did not seem to understand. "It's a girl!" she heard, and nodded faintly. She lay silently with eyes open. Her eyes did not seem to see her husband or the child that had been brought forth. If she saw them, she did not smile. This impassive expression, properly an animal's expression, was one that human beings are rarely able to achieve. Compared with that expression, thought the man in Yūichi, all human expressions of tragicomic pathos were little more than masks. Chapter 20. Sobering Summer. They called the child Keiko. The family's joy was unbounded. This was true despite the fact that a girl was not what Yasuko had set her heart on. In the week after the delivery, there in the hospital, Yasuko's heart was full enough, but from time to time she immersed herself in the useless preoccupation with why it was a girl and not a boy. Could she have been mistaken in praying for a boy? She wondered. Could it have been only an empty illusion from the first? Her joy that she held captive a beautiful child, the very image of her husband? It was still hard to tell which parent the baby favored, but at present she seemed to have more of her father's features. Every day, Keiko gained weight. A scale was placed beside the mother's bed, and every day the rapidly recuperating Yasuko would record the increased weight on her grasp. At first, Yasuko thought that the child she had brought into the world was some kind of monstrous object that had not yet attained human form. But after the first stab, like pains of suckling, and the almost immoral delight that followed, she found her love for this offspring, with its strangely pouting face, something she could not drive from her heart. Besides, visitors and those around her treated this shape that was not yet humanly all one might desire as if it was perforce a human being, plying it with words that it could not reasonably be expected to understand. Yasuko attempted to compare the fearful physical pain she had gone through 2 or 3 days earlier with the long period of mental torture Yūichi had brought her. In the peace of her heart, now that the first was over, strangely she found hope in the thought that the pangs of the second would last much longer and require much more time for convalescence. First to note Yūichi's transformation was not Yasuko, but his mother. This meek, uncomplicated soul, in all the simplicity of its nature, perceived immediately the transformation of her son. As soon as she heard about the safe delivery, she left Kyo to mind the house and set out for the hospital in a cab. She opened the door of the hospital room. Yūichi was standing by Yasuko's pillow. He ran over and embraced his mother. "Be careful, you'll knock me down," she struggled and struck a small fist against Yūichi's chest. "Don't forget that I'm sick. Why, how red your eyes are. Have you been crying?" "I'm pretty tired. It was pretty tense. I stayed through the delivery." "You stayed through?" "That's right," Yasuko's mother said. "I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen." Yasuko, for her part, wouldn't let go of his hand. "My." Yūichi's mother looked at Yasuko, the picture of motherhood. Yasuko was smiling weakly, but her face showed no sign of embarrassment. The mother looked at her son again. Her eyes said, "What a strange child. Now that you have witnessed such a terrible thing, for the first time you and Yasuko look like a real couple. You wear the expression of people sharing a sweet secret." "Dallas? Amiel?" Yūichi feared his mother's intuitions of this kind more than anything. Yasuko did not fear them in the least. Now that her pain was over, she was amazed that she felt no embarrassment over having asked Yūichi to stand by her during the delivery. Perhaps Yasuko vaguely believed that only through something like that would she be able to make Yūichi believe the pain she was going through. One might well say that, except for supplementary lectures on a few subjects, Yūichi's summer vacation started at the beginning of July. His routine, however, consisted of passing the day at the hospital and running around town in the evening. On evenings when he did not see Kawada, he gladly went back to his old habits, in company with those whom Shunsuke called his dangerous associations. At a number of bars for the initiated, as well as at Ruden's, Yūichi had become a familiar figure. One of them was 90% foreign in patronage. Among the guests was a counterintelligence man who liked to wear women's clothing. He wore a stole on his shoulders and sidled about flirting with the customers, he did not care who. At the LSE bar, a number of male prostitutes greeted Yūichi. He returned their greetings and laughed to himself. Are these dangerous associations? Associations with such weak, effeminate fellows as these? The rains had been falling again since the day after Keiko's birth. Yūichi was in a bar at the end of a muddy lane. Most of the guests were already pretty drunk. They came and went, showing splashes on their trousers they did not bother to brush off. At times water flowed in a corner of the dirt floor. On the rough plaster wall a number of umbrellas dripped, deepening the flow. Yūichi sat silently, facing some nondescript hors d'oeuvre, a pitcher filled with sake that was not of the best, and a sake cup. The sake was barely contained by the thin lip of the cup. It trembled at the brim, a transparent, pale yellow. Yūichi looked at the cup. It was a cup into which no kind of vision could enter. It was simply a cup. Ergo, it was nothing else. 4 or 5 persons were present. Even now, Yūichi never returned to one of the bars of the clan without getting involved in 1 or 2 adventures. Older men approached him, spinning sweet phrases. Younger boys flirted with him. Even this evening, there was at Yūichi's side a pleasant youth of about his own age, constantly pouring him sake. One could tell from the look in his eyes, as he studied Yūichi's profile from time to time, that he was in love with him. The youth was good to look at. His smile was clean. What did that mean? It meant that he wished to be loved. It was not a wish, based on any particular ignorance of himself. In order to make his worth known, he went on and on with stories about how he had been pursued by any number of men. It was more or less a bother, but such self-introductions are typical of the gay people. He wasn't carrying it to any point worth complaining about. He dressed well. He was not badly formed. His nails were nicely manicured. The line of the white undershirt visible at his belt was tidy. But what did that mean? Yūichi raised his dark glance to the pictures of boxers pasted on the wall of the bar. Vice that had lost its glitter was 100 times more boring than virtue that had lost its glitter. Perhaps the reason vice is called crime lies in this boredom brought about by repetition, which does not permit one to steal a second of self-satisfaction. Devils must be bored by nothing else but the glut of eternally seeking out original evil deeds. Yūichi knew all the developments. If he smiled in assent to the youth, they would go on until late at night, calmly drinking together. When the bar closed up, they would go out. Feigning drunkenness, they would stand in front of a hotel entrance. In Japan, as a rule, there is nothing strange about men friends spending the night in the same hotel room. They would turn the key of a room on the second floor within earshot of the whistle of the midnight freight train close by. A kiss instead of a salutation. Disrobing. The neon signs nullifying the effect of the extinguished lamp. The double bed with its superannuated spring squealing piteously. Impatient hugs and kisses. The first cold contact of the skin of their naked bodies after the sweat had dried. The smell of flesh and pomade. Endless groping for satisfaction, filled with impatience for the same bodies. Little screams belying masculine vanity. Hands wet with hair oil. Then the pitiable facsimile of physical satisfaction, the evaporation of all that perspiration, the groping under pillows for cigarettes and matches, the faintly shining whites of eyes. Then the endless conversation, surging as over a broken dam. And the descent to the childish play of nothing more than two men friends, with their desire for a time satisfied. Tests of strength in the dark night, stabs at wrestling, various other inanities. Suppose I go out with this youth, Yūichi thought, looking at his sake cup. It will be nothing new. I know that the demands of originality will be no more satisfied than before. Why is the love of men so irresolute as this? And yet, is not the very stuff of homosexuality, that simple state of pure friendship that comes after the act, that lonely state of returning, lust appeased, mutually to the state of being simply members of the same sex, had not their lust been granted for the very purpose of building to such a state? Those of this ilk love each other because they are men, they like to think. But is it not the cruel truth that by loving they recognize for the first time that they are men? Before loving, something extremely subtle in you habits the consciousness of these people. Their desire is closer to metaphysics than to sexuality. And what is that? Nevertheless, everywhere he looked, he found only the wish to get away. Saikaku's homosexual lovers had found no way out, save the priesthood or love-suicide. "Are you leaving already?" said the youth to Yūichi, who had asked for his check. "Yes." "From Kanda Station?" "Kanda, right?" "Good. I'll walk you to the station." They made their way out of the muddy hole and walked slowly through the jumbled alley of drinking places under the elevated tracks toward the station. It was 10 p.m. Activity was at its height in the alley. The rain started again. It was extremely muggy. Yūichi wore a white polo shirt. The youth wore a blue one and carried a briefcase by the handle. The street was narrow. They got under a single umbrella. The youth suggested they get something cold to drink. Yūichi assented, and they went into a little tea shop in front of the station. The youth talked happily, of his parents, of his cute little sister, of his family business in a fairly big shoe store in Higashinakano, of his father's hopes for him, of his own small bank account. Yūichi watched the youth's rather beautiful peasant's face and listened. This was a man indeed born for conventional happiness. His circumstances were just about perfect for the maintenance of such happiness. There was just one secret, guiltless defect known to nobody. That flaw brought everything down. Ironically, it gave to the face of this conventional youth a kind of metaphysical shading he was not aware of. It made him look as if worn out by the exertions of higher metaphysical speculation. He was the kind of man who seemed certainly to have been brought up, were that defect not present, to become attached at the age of 20 to his first woman, and thereafter to be filled with satisfaction like that of a man of 40, over which he would ruminate until the day he died. Over their heads the fan whirled sluggishly. The ice in their iced coffee melted quickly. Yūichi ran out of cigarettes and was given one by the youth. He found it amusing to imagine what would happen if the two became lovers and lived together. Men friends refusing to clean up, the dull me. House untidied, a life spent doing nothing all day but loving and smoking. The ashtrays would certainly get full in a hurry. The youth yawned. A great dark glossy spreading of his oral cavity, bordered by nicely even teeth. Excuse me. It's not that I'm tired. Just the same. I never stop thinking I'd like to get the dust of this company off my feet. This did not mean he wanted to break away from gay things. Yūichi understood it to mean that he wished to enter into a settled life quickly with a chosen companion. I have a charm here. Let me show it to you. Indani. Forgetting that he was not wearing a jacket, he moved his hand toward his breast pocket and had to explain that he had put his treasure in a briefcase when he decided not to put on a jacket. Beside his thigh, his bulky briefcase lay, the leather peeling off its sides. Its flustered owner opened the clasp too quickly. The bag turned upside down, its contents spilling to the floor with a clatter. The youth bent over excitedly and picked them up. Yūichi did not help him, but scrutinized the objects the youth picked up as they shone under the fluorescent light. There was cream. Rear was lotion. There was pomade. There was a comb. Rear was eau de cologne. There was another bottle of ream of some kind. Looking forward to sleeping out, he had brought these things along for his morning toilet. Yūichi could not help feeling repelled by these cosmetics carried about by a man who was not an actor. Unconscious of Yūichi's revulsion, the youth held the bottle of eau de cologne up to the light to see whether it was broken. When Yūichi saw that only about a third of the eau de cologne was left, his revulsion doubled. The youth finished putting the fallen articles back into the bag. Then he looked at Yūichi, puzzled that he had not moved to help him. He remembered why he had picked up the bag and bent down again, his face red to the poundars from stooping. From the compartment meant for small articles he took something tiny and yellow and waved it at the end of a red silk thread before Yūichi's eyes. Yūichi took it in his hand and looked at it. It was a tiny straw sandal, plaited of yellow stuff with a red strap. "Is this your charm?" "Yes, a fellow gave it to me." Yūichi looked at his watch, not hiding the fact. He said he had to go. They left the shop. At the Kanda station, the youth bought a ticket to Higashinakano. Yūichi, one to S station. Their trains were on the same line. When the train approached S and Yūichi was ready to get off, the youth, who supposed Yūichi had purchased the ticket to S station because of reticence about going to the same destination, was overcome with confusion. His hand gripped Yūichi's hand. Yūichi thought of the hand of his suffering wife and shook it off brusquely. The youth's pride was wounded. Wishing to take Yūichi's impolite behavior as a joke, he forced a laugh. "Are you really getting off here?" "Yes." All right, I'll go with you. They got off together at the quiet, night-enshrouded station. I'm going with you, the youth insisted, exaggerating his drunkenness. Yūichi became angry. He suddenly remembered a visit he must make. Where are you going to go when you leave me? You don't know, do you? Said Yūichi coldly. I have a wife. The youth went white. He was unable to move. Then you've been stringing me along. He burst into tears as he stood there. Then he went over to a bench, sat down, clutched his briefcase to his chest, and cried. Yūichi witnessed this comical end to matters and swiftly ran up the stairs to escape. He was not being followed, evidently. He left the station and almost flung himself into the rain. Before his eyes stretched the hospital buildings, reposing in silence. I wanted to come here, he thought soberly. When I saw the contents of that man's bag fall on the floor, I suddenly wanted to come here. By all rights, it was time he went to his home, where his mother was waiting alone. He couldn't stay over in the hospital. He felt, however, that if he didn't go to the hospital, he wouldn't be able to sleep. At the gate, the watchmen were still awake, playing Japanese chess. Their dim yellow lamp was visible from afar. From the admitting window, a dark face looked out. Fortunately, the guard remembered Yūichi, who had made a reputation for himself as the man who had stayed by his wife while she delivered her baby. Yūichi knew his excuse. Didn't make much sense, but he explained that he had left something valuable in his wife's room. She's probably asleep, said the guard. The expression in this uxorious young man's face, however, touched his ire. Yūichi ascended the dim stairway to the third floor. The sound of his shoes reverberated harshly on the stair. Yasuko wasn't sleeping, but she heard the sound of the palm-wrapped knob being turned as if it were a sound in her dream. She suddenly became frightened, sat up, and witched on the light on the stand. The human form stand QG out of range of the light was her husband. Before she would breathe a sigh of relief, a paroxysm of incredulous awe struck her breast. The manly white front of Yūichi's yellow shirt moved before her. The couple exchanged 2 or 3 casual words. Out UIF her native sagacity, Yasuko refrained from asking why La had come to see her so late at night. The young husband turned the lamp so that it shone toward Keiko's casenet. Small, pure, half-transparent nostrils solemnly drew a wreath in sleep. Yūichi was enraptured by the conventionality of his emotion. These emotions, which had until low lain dormant within him, at his moment found a safe sure path before them, and were capable of intoxicating. Yūichi bade a gentle goodbye to his wife. He had every good reason to sleep well tonight. On the morning after Yasuko returned home from the hospital, Yūichi got up and heard an apology from Kyo. The mirror he had always used while tying his necktie had dropped and broken during housework. This small accident made him smile. It was perhaps a sign that the beautiful youth had been released from the legendary power HEF mirror. He was reminded of the small jet black, or lamented mirror stand at the inn at K last summer. When his ears were first assaulted by Shunsuke's praise of Yuri, and he entered so closely into that association with the all-seeing mirror. Before that, Yūichi, following his usual male predilection, had resolutely refrained from thinking of himself as beautiful. Now that the mirror was broken, would he not once more be governed by that taboo? One evening they were having a going-away party for a foreigner at Jackie's house. Yūichi was invited through an intermediary. His presence would be important during the evening's festivities. Jackie would rise in the estimation of the many guests if Yūichi came. On hearing this, Yūichi vacillated, but he finally decided to accept. Everything was the same as the gay party last Christmas. All the young men who had been invited were waiting at Ruden's. All wore aloha shirts, which were really very becoming to them. Icon, the Oasis Kimakan, and others were among them just as the year before. The foreign contingent was different. making the gathering fine and fresh of feature. There were also new faces in the group. A young man named Kenshin was one, Kachin was another. The former was the son of the owner of a large eel shop in Asakusa. The father of the other was the manager of a branch bank, noted for reliability. Everyone grumbled about the rainy mugginess as they sat waiting for the foreigner's car. They told silly stories over their cold drinks. Kimi-chan had an interesting story to tell. The former proprietor of a fruit store in Shinjuku had moved a barracks building after the war, and when he was preparing to have it made into a 2-story permanent building, he took part, as the head of the firm, in a groundbreaking ceremony. With a smug face, he offered the sacred tree to God. Then it became the special duty of a beautiful young employee to offer the sacred tree. The other people didn't know it, but this altogether ordinary ceremony was a secret wedding performed before the eyes of the populace. The two men, lovers for a long time, would set up housekeeping together the evening after the ground-breaking ceremony. The boss had secured a divorce from his wife a month before. The young men in their colorful aloha shirts, arms bare, sat variously posed in the chairs of this habitual hangout. Their necks were all cleanly shaven, their hair gave off a strong perfume, their shoes all shone like new. One leaned his elbows far forward on the bar, crooned a popular hit, and kept throwing dice from a frayed leather dice cup. Affecting grown-up weariness, he toyed with the black dice, which had red and green spots. How worthy of attention their futures! A limited number of the boys who entered this world, hounded by lonely impulses or seized by guiltless temptations, would make the lucky toss that would bring them a prize of study abroad, attainable in the ordinary course of events. The overwhelming majority, after a time, for the excesses of youth, would probably be cast with shocking suddenness into the tea of ugly age. Already in their youthful faces, attention to curiosity and ceaseless craving for stimulation had left its traces. The gin drunk at 17. The taste of offered foreign cigarettes. Those dissipations that wore a mask of fearless innocence. Dissipations of a kind that sver left even the fruits of remorse. All the tips forced on them by adults and the secret expenditures of them. Effortlessly instilled desire for indulgence. The awakened of the instinct for bodily adornment. Theirs was a tunted degradation, without concealment, no matter what arm it took. Their youth was self-sufficient, and nowhere would they flee the innocence of their flesh. If one asked why, it was because their youth, which felt no sense of completeness, could gain no sense of having lost anything all, though it is customary to feel a kind of calmness in the loss of innocence. "Screwy Kimi-chan," said Kachin. "That's Kachin," said Kimi-chan. "Usurer Icon," said Kenshin. "Moron," said Icon. This primitive repartee was like the frolicking of puppies, the glass-walled kennels of a pet shop. It was very warm. The fan wafted a breeze like tepid ether. All were already finding this evening's journey yes. But the foreigners' 2 cars that came to pick them up just then, convertible sedans with the tops rolled key, revived their spirits considerably. Thanks to this, GI were able to enjoy their conversation, sitting in the end heavy with suspended rain during the 2-hour trip Oizo. "Yu-chan! Glad you could come." Jackie embraced Yūichi with wholehearted friendly affection. The host, clad in an aloha shirt with a sea, sail, shark, palm tree pattern, had instinct sharper than a woman's, and when he conducted Yūichi into the hall in which sea breeze swirled, he immediately whispered in the youth's ear, "Yu-chan, has something happened? My wife had a baby." "Yours?" "Mine." "Wonderful." Jackie laughed heartily. They clinked their glasses together and drank to Yūichi's daughter. There was, however, something in this action that brought home to them the distance between the 2 worlds they inhabited. As always, Jackie was a tenant of the mirror room, the domain of the men being looked at. He would perhaps dwell there until the day he died. If a child were born to him, it would probably have to live on the other side of the mirror, separated from its father. All human concerns, as he saw it, were devoid of urgency. The orchestra struck up a popular song. The men danced, perspiring. Yūichi looked down out of the window and gaped. Here and there in the grassy garden were clumps of bushes and shrubbery. In each of the shadows thrown by them, there was a shadow locked in embrace. In the shadows, points of fire were spotted about. Now and then, a match was struck, revealing clearly part of the prominent nose of some foreigner. Yūichi saw in the shadow of an azalea on the garden's edge a t-shirt with horizontal stripes, of the kind worn by seamen, detach itself from another's body. The companion wore a plain yellow shirt. Two men, supple as cats, gave each other a light kiss and departed in different directions. After a time, Yūichi noticed the one in the striped t-shirt, leaning by one of the windows, as if he had been there for quite a while. He had a small, fierce face, impassive eyes, a mouth like a pouting child's, and the complexion of Cape jasmine. Jackie got up, went to his side, and asked him casually, "Where did you go, Jack?" "Ridgeman had a headache, so I went off to the drugstore to get him some pills." This young man, with his cruel white teeth, his lips so suited to the lie he was telling, deliberately and obviously a lie just to torture the other person, Yūichi recognized as Jackie's current love. He had heard rumors about the youth, and only needed to hear the alias to know him. Jackie heard his excuse and came back to Yūichi, holding in both hands a whiskey glass filled with crushed ice. He said in Yūichi's ear, "Did you see what that liar was up to in the garden? 310? Yūichi said nothing. "You saw it, didn't you? Anywhere, even in my own backyard, he does things like that." Yūichi saw the pain on Jackie's brow. "You're awfully big about it," said Yūichi. "Those who love are always magnanimous. Those who are loved are the cruel ones. I, Yu-chan, have been cruder han he to men who loved me." With that, he told boastful stories of how he, even at his age, was made much of by elder foreigners. What makes a man cruel is the consciousness that he's loved. The cruelty of men who are not loved is not worth talking about. For instance, Yu-chan, those men known as humanists just had to be ugly men. Yūichi had wished to treat the distress of Jackie with due respect. Jackie, however, had anticipated him and was himself administering to his pain the white talcum powder, chief vanity. He ended by making a kind of incomplete obscure grotesquerie of it. The two stood there for a time and talked of the recent affairs of Count Kabaraji in Lyoto-de. Even now, it seemed, the Count showed his face occasionally at one of the inn bars in the Shichijo Uehama neighborhood. Jackie's portrait, as ever, was attended by a pair of candles. Above the mantel it projected its delicately olive-colored nakedness. At the corners of the mouth of this young Bacchus, with a necktie sloppily tied on his naked neck, there was an expression that seemed to speak of the imperishability of joy, or the immutability of pleasure. The champagne glass he held in his right hand was never empty. That evening Yūichi forgot Jackie's disappointment, and mooring the enticing hands held out to him by the many Orin guests, went to bed with a boy who pleased him. Tai Boy's eyes were round, his round cheeks, with beard not yet developed, were white as peeled fruit. After the CT was over, Yūichi yearned to return home. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. One of the foreigners, who also glad to be back in Tokyo that night, offered to drive Yūichi back in his car. Yūichi was very grateful for the offer. Out of natural courtesy, he sat in the seat next to the foreigner who was driving. The middle-aged, ruddy-complectioned foreigner was an American of German ancestry. He treated Yūichi politely and spoke of his home in Philadelphia. He explained the origin of the name, from a town of Asia Minor of the time of ancient Greece. The Phil was the Greek word phileo, meaning love. Adelphia was from Adelphos, meaning brother. In short, my hometown is the country of brotherly love, he said. Then, still speeding along on the deserted highway, He took one hand off the wheel and gripped Yūichi's hand. He put his hand back on the wheel and suddenly swung it hard to the left. The car veered into a small little used road, then turned right and stopped under a grove of trees rustling in the night wind. The foreigner grasped Yūichi's hands. The two looked at each other for a time and struggled. It was the foreigner's heavy arms covered with golden hair against the youth's arms, tight and smooth. The giant's strength was amazing. Yūichi was no match for him. In the lampless interior of the car, the two fell in a heap. Yūichi was the first to right himself. He reached out his hand to cover himself with the pale blue aloha shirt and the white undershirt that had just been torn away from his body. Then the youth's bare shoulder was held in the power of the lips of the other, again overcome by passion. Avidly, giant canine teeth, accustomed to meat, sank voraciously into the glowing flesh of the shoulder. Yūichi yelled. Blood ran across the young man's breast. He twisted his body and rose to his feet. The roof of the car, however, was low. Besides, the front glass at his back sloped downward. He could not stand upright. He pressed one hand against his wound. White with humiliation and his own helplessness, he stood in a half-slouch, simply glaring at the man. The foreigner's eyes recovered from their passion. He suddenly turned obsequious. Seeing the evidence of his behavior, he was struck with horror. His whole body shook, and finally he cried. Even more stupidly, he kissed a little silver cross that hung from a chain on his chest. Then, still half-dressed, he leaned against the steering wheel and prayed. After that, he begged Yūichi again and again to forgive him, explaining tearfully that his virtues and his upbringing were powerless against obsessions of this kind. There was a ridiculous self-righteousness in his entreaties. When he attacked Yūichi with overwhelming force, Yūichi's momentary physical weakness had brought a salutary change in the spiritual weakness of his adversary, or so he wished to say. Yūichi hastened to adjust his shirt. The foreigner soon became conscious of his own nakedness and covered himself. It had taken him time to recognize his nakedness, just as it had taken him time to recognize his weakness. Owing to this mad incident, it was morning before Yūichi got home. The wound in his shoulder did not take long to heal. When Kawada saw the scar, he was filled with jealousy and schemed for a way that he too might be privileged to inflict such a wound without incurring Yūichi's wrath. Yūichi was frightened by the difficulties of associating with Kawada, who made a sharp distinction between his social dignities and the joy he felt in the humiliations of love. His treatment threw the young man, not yet schooled in the realities of society, into confusion. Even though Kawada did not mind kissing the soles of the feet of the one he loved, he would not permit that Persoa to touch his social position with so much as one finger. In this regard, he was the exact opposite of Shunsuke. The bitterness of understanding. Yūichi had a happy, natural gift for bearing the bewilderment with which understanding attacks youth. With Shunsuke's guidance he had come to all the ready-made understandings. The emptiness of wealth and fame and position, the hopeless ignorance and stupidity of mankind, particularly the worthless existence of women, and the way life's tedium gives substance to all its passions. The sensual urges that even in his boyhood years had discovered for him human life, and all its ugliness had accustomed him to bearing any ugliness of vanity whatever as self-evident. Thanks to his calm innocence, therefore, his understanding was spared from bitterness. The horrors of the life that he had seen, the eye-popping sensations that some dark, deep pit of life was opening beneath his feet, were so many healthy preparatory exercises for his role as a spectator at Yasuko's delivery. Nothing more than clean physical training for a track man under a clear blue sky. Now Yūichi's social ambitions were good-tempered and childish, what one would expect in a youth. His financial capacities were acknowledged. At the urging of Kawada, he was thinking of going into industry. As Yūichi saw it, economics was an extremely human subject. To the extent that it was connected directly and deeply with human desires, the activity of its organization was strengthened. At one time, in the developing years of free enterprise economics, it exhibited autonomous faculties, thanks to a close connection with the desires, the self-interest of the rapidly rising bourgeoisie. Today, however, it was in a period of decline, owing to the fact that its organization had been separated from desire and mechanized, thus bringing about the attenuation of desire. A new system of economics had to find new desire. The greatest evil certainly lies only in reasonless desire, objectless desire. Why? Love with the object of propagating children, selfishness with the object of distributing profits, passion for a revolution of the working class with the object of attaining communism are virtues in the various ruling societies. Yūichi did not love a woman, and the woman bore Yūichi a child. At that time he saw the ugliness, not of Yasuko's will, but of objectless desire in life. The proletariat also, without realizing it, are probably born from desire of this kind. Yūichi's economic studies had thus brought him to a new concept of desire. He conceived the ambition to make himself over into that desire. Yūichi's outlook on life was not, as one would expect in a young man, marked by impatience to resolve matters. When he looked at the contradictions and the uglinesses of society, he had the strange urge to take their place. Confusing his instincts with the objectless desire of life, he wished for the various gifts of the industrialists. If Shunsuke had heard his wishes, he would have averted his eyes at the thought that Yūichi had become captive to common ambition. Ages ago, the beautiful Alcibiades, also accustomed to being loved, had become in the same way a hero of vanity. Yūichi began to think he would take advantage of Kawada's good offices. It was summer. Between sleeping and crying and feeding at the breast, the child of not yet 1 month was not much to speak of. Her father, however, never tired of watching her monotonous routine. Carried away by curiosity, he tried to open forcibly her tiny, tight-closed fist in order to see the ball of lint she had accumulated there since her birth, for which he was reproved by her mother. Yūichi's mother, too, out of the joy of seeing the thing she had hoped and dreamed of, quickly improved in health. Yasuko's various symptoms which had occasioned anxiety before her delivery left her without a mark. The happiness of the household grouped around Yūichi was almost perfect. As early as the day before Yasuko left the hospital, on the day of the 7th night observance of Keiko's naming, a ceremonial robe came from Yasuko's family. Of scarlet gauze crepe, it was embroidered in gold with the wood sorrel of the Minami crest. A yellowish-pink obi and a red brocade purse embroidered with the crest accompanied it. This was the harbinger of gifts. From friends and relatives everywhere came red silks and white silks. Baby sets came. Silver spoons engraved with the crest came. Thanks to these, Keiko would literally be brought up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Kyoto dolls came, in glass cases, along with baby clothes, imperial palace dolls, baby blankets. One day, a big deep red baby carriage was delivered from the department store. Its truly luxurious construction astounded Yūichi's mother. Who, now, could have sent this? Why, it's someone I don't even know, she said. Yūichi looked at the name of the sender. It was Yaichiro Kawada. When Yūichi was called to the back door by his mother and saw it, he was suddenly struck by an unhappy memory. It was very much like the baby carriage in front of which Yasuko had stopped for so long on the 4th floor of her father's department store. This was the day they went there soon after she had been diagnosed as pregnant. Because of this gift, he had to sketch for his wife and his mother the background of his association with Yeiichiro Kawada, short of matters that would offend them. His mother only had to understand that Kawada was a student of Shunsuke's. She was satisfied again that her son was the kind of person to be loved by those in high places. And so, at the end of the first week of summer, when an invitation came from Kawada asking Yūichi to his cottage on the Hayama Ishiki shore, his mother insisted on his going. "Give him the best wishes of your wife and family, won't you?" she said, and out of her firm sense of duty entrusted her son with cakes as a gift to his host. The cottage wasn't as big as its lawn, which was almost a quarter of an acre. When Yūichi got there at about 3 o'clock, he was surprised to see that the old man who faced Kawada on the glassed-in veranda was Shunsuke. Yūichi wiped away his perspiration as he smilingly approached the two men on the sea-breeze-laden veranda. In public, Kawada restrained any emotion that might appear excessive. He spoke deliberately and avoided looking at Yūichi's face. When Shunsuke joked about the box of cakes and the message Yūichi's mother had sent, the three men felt easier. Things were as they always had been. Yūichi noticed a chessboard with kings, queens, minor pieces, and pawns. Kawada asked if he wanted to play chess. Shunsuke had been learning the game from Kawada. Yūichi declined. With that, Kawada suggested going outdoors while the wind was still good. Shunsuke had consented to go along to the Toshi Abuzuru yacht basin when Yūichi arrived, after which they were to sail in Kawada's yacht. Kawada looked youthful in a stylish plain yellow shirt. Even the aged Shunsuke wore a bow tie. Yūichi had taken off his sweat-soaked shirt and changed to a yellow aloha. They went to the yacht basin. Kawada's Seahorse No. 5 boat was named the Hippolyte. Kawada had not mentioned it earlier. The name was, of course, something he wanted to surprise his guests with. Shunsuke and Yūichi were charmed. There was also a boat named the Gomen Nasai, owned by an American, and also the Nomo, meaning drink. There were many clouds, but the afternoon sun was quite strong. On the Zushi coast across the water, crowds of weekend visitors were visible. Everywhere there were the signs of summer. The bright concrete slope of the yacht basin continued undeviatingly down into the water. The parts of it that were always in the sea were patchy with slippery moss, filled with countless half-petrified shells and tiny air bubbles. Other than a few waves that swayed the masts of numerous anchored boats, ever so delicately spreading the shiny reflections of ripples against the hulls, the sea rolled from afar toward the breakwater, rippling the surface of the tiny harbor. Yūichi threw everything he was wearing into the yacht and stripped down to his swimming suit. He walked into the water up to his thighs and pushed the Hippolyte out. The mild breeze, which he had not felt while he was on land, struck him squarely and affectionately in the face as it came across the water. The yacht went out of the harbor. Kawada, with Yūichi's help, lowered the heavy zinc-plated, iron center board, the view of Kamakura shining in the distance, as Kawada was a good yachtsman. When he was sailing, however, his facial neuralgia tugged at him more than usual, and caused his guests the uneasy feeling that his tight-clenched pipe would fall from his mouth into the sea. The pipe didn't fall. The boat swung west and headed for Enoshima. At that time, in the western sky, there was a majestic cloudscape. A few rays pierced the clouds, as in an ancient painting. In the eyes of the highly imaginative Shunsuke, alienated from nature, the surface of the deep blue distance was filled with a vision of dead men lying in heaps. "Yūichi has changed," Shunsuke said. Kawada answered, "Not really. I wish it were true. He's one that I can't relax with unless I'm with him out here on the sea, or some such place. A while ago, during the rainy season, I went to dinner with him at the Imperial Hotel. Afterward, we were drinking at the bar when a beautiful boy came in with a foreigner. He and Yu-chan were dressed like identical twins. Their neckties, their suits. After a while, I looked carefully. Even their socks were the same. Yu-chan and that lovely boy exchanged quick glances, but it was clear they were deeply embarrassed. Oh, Yu-chan, the wind has changed. Spread that sheet over there, won't you? That's right. But there's been even more embarrassing between me and that unknown foreigner. After we had taken one glance at each other, we could no longer remain indifferent to each other. Yūichi's clothes that day were not to my liking. He had wanted them, though, so I agreed to having them made, suit and necky, in American taste. It seemed sure that Yūichi had gotten together with that beautiful boy, and they had arranged to go out together in similar clothes. It was a strange accident, an unfortunate one, that they should have bumped into each other accompanied by their patrons. It was a confession that they were intimate with each other. The beautiful boy was of light complexion, a marvelously turned-out youngster. The purity of his eyes and the charm of his smile gave a strikingly vivacious power to his beauty. I'm a terribly jealous person, as you know, and that whole evening afterward I was in a rotten mood. After all, that foreigner and I had been two-timed right before our eyes. Yu-chan, it seemed, knew that whatever he said would make him seem more guilty, so he sat there quiet as a stone. At first I was mad and heaped accusations on him, but in the end I had to admit defeat. It's always I who end up trying to cheer him. Always the same developments, always the same results. It sometimes bothers me at work, and when judgments that should be clear come out cloudy, I worry about how I must seem to others. Do you understand, sir? An industrialist like me, with a large organization, 3 factories, 6,000 stockholders, 5,000 employees, capable of producing 6,000 trucks alone. If a man like me, able to influence all that activity, were in my private life under the influence of a woman, the world would find it easier to understand. But if they knew that I, such as I am, were influenced by a student of 22 or 3, the absurdity of that secret would give people the greatest laugh. We aren't embarrassed about immorality. We are afraid of being laughed at. That the president of an automobile company might be a homosexual is something earlier times might have tolerated, but nowadays it would be as funny as if a millionaire were addicted to shoplifting, or if a great beauty farted. When a man is funny up to a certain point, he may use the ridicule to make people love him. When he is ridiculous beyond that point, however, it is unforgivable for people to laugh at him. Do you know, sir, why the 3rd president of the Krupp Steel Works committed suicide before the First World War? A love that turned all values upside down took over his sense of dignity and destroyed the balance by which he had supported himself in society. Now, this lengthy complaint coming from the mouth of Kawada had the air of a lecture or instructional discourse, and Shunsuke found it difficult even to chime in with words of assent. But then, whatever breaks there were in this story of ruin were filled by Kawada's seamanship as the yacht glided through the water. Yūichi was spending most of his time stretched out on the prow, fixedly scanning the area toward which the boat headed. Though he was clearly aware that the words being spoken were meant for him, he kept his back turned to the middle-aged narrator and his aged listener. The sun's rays seemed to glisten off the shining skin of his back. Still untanned, that marble young skin gave off the odor of summer greenery. They approached Enoshima and turned their backs to the view of Kamakura, shining in the distance as Kawada swung the Hippolyte south. Although the conversation between the two men was entirely about Yūichi, he took no part in it. At any rate, Yūichi has changed, said Shunsuke. I wouldn't say so. Why do you say that? I don't know why, but he's changed. Frighteningly, as I see it. He's a father now, but he's still a child. Basically, he hasn't changed a bit. Let's not argue. You know Yūichi much better than I do, said Shunsuke, carefully moving the camel hair blanket he had brought along, so that it shielded his neuralgic knee from the sea breeze. He adroitly changed the subject. As to what you were saying about the relationship between people's evil deeds, and whether they're thought ridiculous, I'm very much interested in the subject. At present, we have taken out of education the minute concern with immorality we used to feel had such tremendous importance. The metaphysics of immorality is dead. Only the humor of it is left. It has become something funny. Isn't that right? The disease of ridicule throws the balance of life into confusion. But if only immorality would maintain its dignity, it would not destroy life's balance. There's something strange about this logic, isn't there? Is it not a reflection of the shallowness of modernity, that something lofty now is without power, and something ridiculous has savage strength? I don't particularly care to have immorality looked at as something dignified. You think there are just common, ordinary vices, eh? A golden mean of them. Shunsuke had slipped into his lecture platform tone of many decades earlier. In ancient Sparta, the boys were not punished for the thefts they carried out so deftly as a way of developing the agility demanded on the battlefield. One boy stole a fox, but he bungled and was caught. He hid the fox under his clothing and denied the offense. The fox chewed right into the boy's middle. Nevertheless, he kept right on protesting, and without a cry of pain, died. You may think that what is great in this story is its demonstration that self-discipline is a greater virtue than theft. It shows that all is redeemed. But that is not so. He died because he was humiliated that through his exposure extraordinary vice was brought down to the level of ordinary crime. The morality of the Spartans had a sense of beauty in it that cannot be excluded from the models of ancient Greece. Subtle evil is more beautiful than coarse goodness, and is therefore moral. Ancient morality was simple and strong, and thus magnificence was always on the side of subtlety, and humor always on the side of coarseness. Nowadays, however, morality has been separated from aesthetics. Thanks to cheap bourgeois principles, morality has taken sides with mediocrity and with the golden mean. Beauty has taken on an exaggerated form, become old-fashioned, and it is either magnificent or a joke. These days it doesn't matter which. The two have the same meaning. However, as I said before, false modernism and false humanism have propagated the heresy of adorning human defects. Modern art has tended, since Don Quixote, toward the glorification of the ridiculous. Maybe you wouldn't mind having the homosexual proclivities of an automobile company president like you worshipped as ludicrous. In short, since it is funny, it is beautiful. Therefore, if even you with your upbringing aren't able to resist it, society is even happier. You should be smashed. Then you would be a real modern manifestation of one deserving respect. Humanity. Humanity? Kawada muttered. That is the only place we can hide, the only basis we have for vindication. Isn't that perversity itself? This need to drag in all humanity in order to prove that you yourself are human? If humanity is humanity, isn't it vastly more human to do as people usually do, to seek the help of something outside humanity, God, or physical or scientific truth? Perhaps all the humor lies in the fact that we go about setting ourselves up as human beings and defend our instincts as human. But the men of society who should listen to us are not at all interested in us as human beings. Ah. Shunsuke remarked with a little smile. I'm very much interested in them. You're a very special case, sir. Yes, I am after all, the monkey known as an artist. There was a great splash near the bow. When they looked, they saw that Yūichi, perhaps feeling left out, perhaps sick of the boring dialogue, had dived into the water and swum off. From the glassy troughs between the waves, the sinews of a smooth back and shapely arms appeared, glittering and coruscating. The swimmer had not plunged in without a purpose. 100 yards to the right of the yacht appeared Najima, whose strange shape had been visible even in the offing back at Abuzuru. Najima was a low, oblong island formed by a succession of bald rocks that barely protruded from the sea. There were no trees except a single, undergrown, twisted pine. Thus, what made the sight of the uninhabited island even more mysterious was a gigantic Taurian, towering above the waterline at the center of the highest rock and supported, since it was not yet complete, by great ropes stretched from the surrounding terrain. Under the light filtering dazzlingly through the clouds, the torii and the ropes leading to it soared in a silhouette full of meaning. No workmen were visible. The shrine that should have been grouped with the torii under construction probably was not visible. One could not determine, therefore, which way the torii faced. It stood aloof upon the sea, the figure of objectless adoration. Its form was black, but all around the sea glittered in the western sun. Yūichi caught hold of a rock and climbed onto the island. He seemed to be impelled by childish curiosity to advance closer to the torii. He disappeared between two rocks and then climbed another. When he got to the torii, the naked youth, the western sky ablaze at his back, presented the lines of a sculpture in marvelous silhouette. He rested one hand on the torii and, lifting the other hand high, waved to the pair on the yacht. Kawada brought the Hippolyte as close to Najima as he could, without striking some sunken reef, and waited for Yūichi to swim back. Shunsuke pointed to the form of the young man at the side of the torii and said, "Is that funny?" "No. You." "What is it?" "That's beautiful. It's frightening, but that can't be helped." "If so, Mr. Kawada, where is the humor?" Kawada slightly bowed his eternally unbending head and said, "I must rescue myself from the ridiculous." When he heard this, Shunsuke laughed. It seemed as if his uncontrollable laughter had crossed the water and reached Yūichi's ears. The young man ran along the rocks and appeared to be setting out for a point on the shore close to the Hippolyte. The party sailed as far as the Morito coast, then followed the shoreline back to Abuzuru. Then they proceeded by car to the Kaihin Hotel in Zushi for supper. The hotel there was a small summer resort. Recently it had been released from government requisition. During that period, many of the vessels belonging to the yacht club members had been commandeered for excursions by the Americans at the hotel. This summer the beach in front of it had been thrown open to public use, clearing the air, some hoped, of long-standing grievances. It was evening when they arrived at the hotel. In the grass-covered garden, 5 or 6 tables, with chairs, were set out. The colorful beach umbrellas attached to the tables were folded like cypress trees. The turnout was still poor. A loudspeaker on an chewing gum billboard was blaring a popular song. At intervals it would repeat an announcement about a lost child and cleverly work in a commercial pitch. "We have a lost child. We have a lost child. He is about 3 years old and has the name Kinjiki in his sailor cap. Will those looking for this boy please report below the chewing gum sign?" When the 3 men finished eating, twilight had enshrouded the lawn tables. The patrons were suddenly gone. The loudspeaker was silent. All that remained was the sound of waves. Kawada left his seat. Between the old man and Yūichi there fell a silence that had become habitual now. After a time, Shunsuke spoke. "You've changed." "Is that so?" "You certainly have. It frightens me. I had a hunch it would happen. I had a hunch that sometime the day must come that the person you were would disappear. Because you are radium. You are a radioactive substance. Now that I think about it, I have feared it for a long time. Still, to a certain extent, you are the person you were before. So now I think we should part company." "Now in the word part made the youth laugh. "Tart, you say? You make it seem as if there was something between us up to now, sir. Surely there's been something. Do you doubt it? I only understand you in the vulgar sense." "There! That expression wouldn't have been used by the old you." "Oh, no. In that case, I'd better keep quiet." Yūichi was not aware of the long-standing perplexity and the deep deliberation that these casual words of the author expressed. Shunsuke exhaled deeply in the darkness. There was indeed in Shunsuke Hinoki a profound perplexity about his own creation. This perplexity had its abysses, and it had its vistas. If he were a young man, he would soon have recovered from his perplexity. To him at his age, however, the value of that awakening was doubtful. Is not awakening an even deeper delusion? Where are we going? Why do we wish to wake up? Since humanity is an illusion, is not the supremely wise awakening the erection of well-disciplined, logical, artificial illusions in the midst of this greater, highly complicated, uncontrollable illusion? The will not to awaken, the will not to recover, now maintained Shunsuke's help. His love for Yūichi was part of that perplexity. He worried, he suffered. The well-known irony of the formal beauty of his work. The spiritual pain and confusion expended in disciplining his emotions. And yet the irony that only through that disciplining would a final, real confession of the pain and the confusion be attained. All these struggled in him now. By holding fast to the course he had planned at the beginning, he maintained the right and the initiative of confession. If love went so far as to take away his right of confession as the artist saw it, the love he had not confessed would not exist. Yūichi's transformation, in Shunsuke's sharp eyes, had sketched out this dangerous possibility. It hurts, but at any rate. Shunsuke's voice, hoarse with age, came from the darkness. Even though it hurts me more than I can express, Yu-chan, I think for the time being we better not see each other. Up till now, you were the one to cavil about whether you would see me. You were the one who would not meet me. Now it is I saying we should not meet. If ever the necessity arises, however, if for some reason it becomes necessary to see me, then I will meet with you gladly. Now, I suppose you don't think that necessity will arise. No, that's what you think, but... Shunsuke's hand touched Yūichi's as it lay on the armrest. Though it was midsummer, Shunsuke's hand was extremely cold. At any rate, we won't meet again until then. All right, if that's what you wish, sir. Fishing torches flickered in the offing. Conscious that they would probably not have the opportunity again for a time, they fell into their familiar, uncomfortable silence. The yellow of Kawada's shirt appeared in the darkness, preceded by a boy in white with beer and glasses on a silver tray. Shunsuke tried to seem unconcerned. When Kawada revived the argument that had been going on earlier, Shunsuke responded with the air of a cynic. It seemed as if no one knew where this argument, with all its moot points, would end. But after a time, the increasing cold drove the three into the hotel lobby. That night, Kawada and Yūichi planned to stay at the hotel. Kawada urged Shunsuke, too, to stay over in the separate room reserved for him, but he firmly declined. There was no alternative but to have the chauffeur drive Shunsuke back to Tokyo. In the car, the old author's knee throbbed painfully under the camel hair blanket. The driver heard him cry out once and stopped the car in surprise. Shunsuke told him not to worry and to drive on. From an inner pocket he withdrew his favorite medicine, the morphine preparation Pavanol, and took some. The drug made him drowsy, but it relieved his spiritual pain. His mind, dwelling on nothing at all, engrossed itself in the meaningless process of counting the road lights. His anti-heroic heart recalled the strange story that Napoleon on the march never could keep himself from counting the windows along the road. Chapter 27. Intermezzo. Minoru Watanabe was 17. His eyes were gentle in his regular, fair, round face. His smile, complete with dimples, was beautiful. He was a sophomore in a certain new system high school. One of the great bombings late in the war, on March 10th, had reduced to ashes the downtown grocery store that was his family home. His parents and his younger sister were burned to death. Only Minoru survived. He was brought to the home of relatives in Setagaya. The head of that family was a clerk in the welfare ministry, for whom it was not easy to assume the added expense of even the single small mouth of Minoru. When Minoru was 16, he secured, in answer to an advertisement, a job in a coffee shop. After school, he would go there and cheerfully work the 5 or 6 hours until 10 o'clock. Before examinations, he was permitted to go home at 7. His pay was good. One had to admit that Minoru had found a good job. Not only that, Minoru's boss became extremely interested in him. His name was Fukujiro Honda. He was a 40-ish, woefully thin, quiet, upright man. His wife had left him 5 or 6 years earlier, and he still lived alone on the second floor above the shop. One day he called on Minoru's uncle in Setagaya and asked if he might adopt Minoru. The uncle did not have to think twice. The adoption proceedings were quickly completed. Minoru's surname became Honda. Minoru still helped out in the shop once in a while, but that was only because he found it interesting. He lived his student life as he pleased. Once in a while he would go with his foster father to dine, or to the theater, or to the movies. Fukujiro liked the traditional theater, but when he went out with Minoru he patiently watched the noisy comedies, or the westerns Minoru loved. He bought Minoru boys' clothes for winter and summer. He bought him skates. For Minoru, this life is something he had never known. His uncle's children, when they happened to visit him, envied him. Meanwhile, a change had come about in Minoru's character. His smiling face did not change, but a love for solitude developed in him. For instance, when he went to a pachinko pinball parlor, he preferred to go alone. Occasions when he should have been studying, he would go and stand in front of a pachinko machine for hours on end. He didn't associate particularly with his school friends. His still tender sensibilities were pervaded by unbearable fears and revulsions. Somewhat different from the average boys who faced degradation, he shivered at the visions of his future depravity. He burned with the fixed idea that no matter what, he would come to no good. At night, when he saw the physiognomies sitting under their dim lights in the shadow of a bank or the like, he was filled with fright. Surely a future of bad luck, crime, and evil was visible on his forehead, he thought as he hurried by. Minoru loved, however, his own clear, smiling face. His future seemed reflected in the pure white line of his teeth when he laughed. His eyes belied his depravity, and were even beautiful in their purity. The form that sprang from mirrors at unexpected angles on street corners also showed a fine, boyish neck, neatly barbered. He felt then that he could be at ease so long as his external appearance did not alter, but that respite did not continue for long. He tried sake. He immersed himself in detective stories. He also learned to smoke. The fragrant smoke coursing luxuriously through his lungs made him feel as if a still unformed, not yet known sense was reaching for expression out of the depths of him. On days when he was distraught by self-revulsion, he prayed that war would start again. He dreamed of the great city wrapped in conflagration. In the midst of that holocaust, he felt he might meet his dead parents and sister again. He loved the momentary excitements, and at the same time, the hopeless starry nights. He practically wore out a pair of shoes in 3 months, wandering from neighborhood to neighborhood at night. He would return from school, eat supper, and change to flashy boyish sport clothes. He would not show his face in the coffee shop until the middle of the evening. His foster father was worried and secretly followed him, but his certainty that the boy went everywhere alone appeased any jealousy he might feel. Out of that relief, and the sad knowledge that, separated by years as they were, he was not the person the boy would have fun with, he withheld his complaints and let him do as he pleased. One day during the summer vacation, when the sky was filled with clouds and it was too cool to go to the beach, Minoru put on a red aloha shirt with a white palm tree design and set out with the pretext of a trip to the house in Setagaya. The red shirt went well with the boy's fair skin. He thought he might enjoy the zoo. He got off the subway at Ueno Station and came out under the statue of Saigo-san Dada. At that moment the sun broke from behind clouds. The high granite staircase gleamed. He lit a cigarette on the way up the stairs. The flame of the match was hardly visible in the bright sunlight. Brimming with the joy of being alone, he almost flew up the rest of the stairs. Few people were in Ueno Park. He bought a ticket with a colored picture of a sleeping lion and walked through the gate. Minoru paid no heed to the arrows marking the circuit. He let his feet take him wherever they would. In the heat of the odor of the animals seemed as deeply intimate as the smell of his own bedding. The giraffe cage appeared before him. From the giraffe's contemplative face, along his neck and toward his back, the shadow of a cloud descended. The sun was hidden. The giraffe brushed away flies with his tail as he moved. He took each step as if it had staggered the imagination of the artisan who put his great skeleton together. Then Minoru saw the polar bear sweltering in the heat, madly plunging into the water and flopping back on his concrete perch, over and over. He came to a certain path and found a place where he could look out across Shinobazu Pond. Automobiles glittered by on the road around the edge of the pond. From the clock tower of Tokyo University in the west to the Ginza crossroads toward the south, here and there the uneven horizon reflected the summer sun. A building white as a matchbox shone like quartz. An advertising balloon for an Ueno department store hung languidly in the air, its roundness distorted by gas leakage. It hovered just above the dismal building of the department store itself. Here was Tokyo. Here was a sentimental view of the metropolis. The myriad streets the youth had so diligently traversed all lay concealed within this panorama. Many nights of wandering were wiped away without a trace in this clear scene. Yet there was not a vestige of freedom from the inexplicable fears that haunted his dreams. A streetcar that wound around the edge of the pond from the direction of Shichikancho rumbled beneath his feet. Minoru went back again to look at the zoo. The smell of the animals arose from the distance. The most smelly place was the hippopotamus house. The male hippo Deka and the female Zabu wallowed in the dirty water with only their snouts showing. To either side of them was the wet floor of the cage. 2 rats went in and out of the cage, heading for the grain box when the keeper was away. The elephant pulled hay a bunch at a time and stuffed it into his mouth. Before he had finished chewing one, he would gather the next. Once in a while he would take too much, and then he would lift his pillar of a front leg and crush the rest of the floor. The penguins looked like so many people at a cocktail party. Each of them looked in whatever direction he pleased, and now and then stuck a wing out away from his body and shook his backside. The civet cats, too deep on their perch about a foot above a floor littered with the red chicken heads they fed on, gazed languidly in Minoru's direction. Minoru found pleasure in seeing the pair of lions. Now he thought he might go home. The popsicle he had been sucking was almost gone. Then he realized that there was a small building near him that he had not yet seen. He went nearer and saw it was the small bird pavilion. The window panes, shaped like stylized chameleons, were broken in a few places. 328. There was no one in the bird pavilion but a man in a snow-white polo shirt who had his back to Minoru. Minoru chewed a slice of gum and looked at a bird whose white bill was bigger than its head. The interior of the building, less than 40 yards square, resounded with strange, raucous cries, like the jungle birds in a Tarzan movie, Minoru thought. He looked about to see what bird owned it and saw it was a parrot. Parrots and parakeets outnumbered the other birds in the small pavilion. The coloring of the wings of the red diamond parakeets was particularly beautiful. The white parrots had all turned their heads, and with one wing around the feeding box, were hammering away with their hard bills as if they were indeed hammers. Minoru walked in front of the Mina bird cage. This bird, black of wing, only his face yellow, held his perch with dirty yellow legs. He opened his red bill, and as Minoru wondered what sound he would utter, said, "Hello." Minoru answered with a smile. The youth in the white polo shirt near him smiled too, and turned in Minoru's direction. Since Minoru's head came to about the youth's eyebrows, the youth had to look downward slightly. Their eyes met and held. Each was surprised by the beauty of the other. The movement of Minoru's gum chewing ceased. "Hello," the Mina bird said again. "Hello," the youth said, mimicking. Minoru laughed. The stranger withdrew his gaze from the cage and lit a cigarette. Not to be outdone, Minoru took a crumpled package of foreign cigarettes from his pocket, hurriedly spat out his chewing gum, and stuck a cigarette in his mouth. The youth lit a match and offered a light. "Do you smoke too?" the youth asked, surprised. "Yeah, we're not allowed to at school, though." "What school?" "An academy." "And I—" The youth named a famous private university. "May I ask your name?" "Minoru." "My first name will be enough too, Yūichi." The two left the bird pavilion and started walking. Your red aloha looks nice, Yūichi said. Minoru flushed. They talked of many things. Minoru was charmed by Yūichi's youth, his artless conversation, and his beauty. He conducted Yūichi to the animal cages that he had seen, and Yūichi had not. In about 10 minutes, they had become like brothers. This man is one of them, thought Minoru. But just the same, how nice it is that so pretty a man should be one of them. I like this man's voice, his laughter, the movement of his body, his whole body, his smell, everything. I hope we can sleep together soon. With this man I would do anything. Let him do anything. I think he'd like what I have for him. He put his hand in his pocket and deftly changed the position of something that was suddenly causing him pain. He felt better. He found a stick of chewing gum in his pocket, took it out, and popped it in his mouth. Have you seen the Martins? Haven't you seen them yet? Minoru took Yūichi by the hand and led him toward the foul-smelling cages. They kept their hands linked together. In front of the cage of the Tsushima Martin hung a placard explaining, among other things, the habits of the animal. Early in the morning or at night, he is active in the camellia groves, sucking the nectar of the blossoms. There were 3 of the little yellow animals. One of them stuck the comb of one of the red chicken heads in his mouth and looked warily at the visitors. The eyes of those watching met the eyes of the animal. The eyes outside were certainly looking at a marten, but it was not necessarily true that the marten was looking at human beings. Yūichi and Minoru, however, felt that they loved the eyes of a marten more than they loved human eyes. The backs of their necks became very warm. The sun was already descending, but its rays were still fierce. Minoru looked behind him. There was nobody around. 30 minutes after they had met, they kissed lightly and naturally. Now I am very happy, Minoru thought. This boy had been taught nothing but sexual happiness. The world was splendid. There was no one there, only dead silence. The roar of the lion shook the air. Yūichi lifted his eyes and said, "Oh, we're in for a shower." They noticed the gathering clouds. The sun was soon obscured. When they got to the subway station, the first drops were striking the pavement. They got into the train. "Where are you going?" said Minoru uneasily, as if he were being left behind. They got off at the station by the shrine. From there they went by streetcar along a different road, which incidentally showed no trace of rain, to the inn in Takajicho, where Yūichi had been taken some time ago by the student from his college. Possessed by the sensual memories of that occasion, Minoru manufactured excuses that kept his foster father at a distance. Fukujiro had no way that he could fill this boy with visions. He took good care of his relationships within the neighborhood, and when there was a misfortune there, the devout Fukujiro would wrap up a votive offering and set out for the temple. Then he would sit for a long time silently before the Buddha, paying no attention to the other mourners. There was in his wasted frame, so devoid of charm, something that gave the impression of bad luck. Somehow he could not surrender his place at the counter of the coffee shop to someone else. But it was not a wise policy in this student neighborhood to have such an unsociable old codger at the cash register all day. Even his regular customers would have left him if they had seen him assiduously going over the day's receipts for a full hour every night after closing. Meticulousness and niggardliness were the substance of Fukujiro's religious zeal. If the sliding doors were left slightly open, or even if the door pulls supposed to be on the left and the right somehow turned up in the middle, he had to get up right away and fix them. Fukujiro's uncle came from the country and ordered rice and eels for supper. Minoru was aghast to see Fukujiro exact the price of the meal from his uncle. One could not compare young Yūichi's body with that of Fukujiro, who was nearly 40. Not only that, Yūichi was to Minoru a vision of the hero out of so many action movies and the daring youth of adventure stories. Everything that Minoru wished to be, he saw it embodied in Yūichi. Shunsuke had used Yūichi as the material of a work he dreamed of, but Minoru used countless old tales as the material of a dream of Yūichi. Yūichi would turn his head sharply. In the boy's eyes, he had turned his head in order to defend himself against the terrible onslaughts of young villains. Minoru fancied himself to be the boy companion sure to be accompanying such a hero. He was confident in the very depths of him in the courage of his master. He was a pure servant who felt that when he died, it would be with his master. As a result, it was not love he manifested so much as sexual loyalty, the joy of imaginary renunciation and self-sacrifice. What he exhibited was a perfectly natural boyish propensity to dream. In his dreams one night, Minoru saw Yūichi and himself on the battlefield. Yūichi was the beautiful young officer. Minoru was his beautiful boy orderly. The two were simultaneously struck in the chest by rifle bullets and died embracing, their lips locked in a kiss. Another time Yūichi was a young seaman. Minoru was a boy sailor. The two landed on an island in the torrid zone, and while they were there the ship, at the order of the crafty captain, set sail. There on the island, the two castaways were attacked by savages. They warded off countless poison arrows fired from the bushes, using a great scallop shell for a shield. Thus a night the two spent together was a fabulous night. Around them swirled the night of a gigantic, hostile world. Villains and bitter enemies and savages and assassins prayed for their misfortune. The eyes of adversaries who would shout for joy if they died were outside, peering through the dark window panes. Minoru was sad that he could not sleep with a pistol under his pillow. What would he do if some scoundrel had hidden himself in the wardrobe and was opening the door a crack and taking dead aim at the sleeping forms of the two with a revolver? He could not help feeling that Yūichi, sleeping undisturbed by these fancies, had courage beyond that of other men. The unreasoning fear from which Minoru had longed to escape suddenly was transformed into a sweet, fabulous fear that made him feel only the joy of living under its influence. When he came upon articles in newspapers about opium smuggling and secret societies, he would read them avidly, thinking that each was an incident involving themselves. Yūichi had been slightly infected by these proclivities in the boy. The stubborn bias against society that Yūichi once held and still held was in this dreamer something to encourage fantasies, romantic enmities, Romanesque perils, plebeian defenses against justice and nobility, the unyielding, reasonless prejudice of the rabble. When he saw this, Yūichi felt better. When he realized, moreover, the source of these inspirations, that it was he, Yūichi, nothing else, he was amazed at his own intangible power. Those guys, the only term by which the boy referred to society, are after us, aren't they? We've got to watch out, Minoru liked to say. Those guys would like to see us dead. What do you mean? Those guys don't give a damn? They hold their noses and pass us by, that's all, said his realistic protector 6 years his senior. His opinion, however, did not convince Minoru. Cripes! Women now, Minoru spat toward a group of girl students going by. Then he threw out words of sexual vituperation that he had learned only recently, so that the girls could hear. Women now, what are they? All they have tucked away between their legs is a smelly, dirty pocket, ain't that right? And all they've got stuffed in that pocket is rubbish. Yūichi, who of course was keeping his wife a secret, smiled at this remark. The walks that he had formerly taken alone, Minoru now took with Yūichi. Everywhere about the dark street corners imaginary assassins lurked. Without a sound, the assassins were treading close behind the two of them. Giving them the slip, or teasing them, or playing practical jokes on these non-existent adversaries was Minoru's favorite pastime. Look, Yu-chan! Minoru proposed a prank that would certainly result in their being followed. He took the wad of gum from his mouth and stuck it to the door handle of a foreigner's shiny car at the curb. This accomplished, he acted as if he didn't know a thing about it and hurried Yūichi away. One evening, Yūichi went with Minoru to the roof of the Ginza Hot Springs for beer. Having downed one, The boy proffered his glass for a second. The evening breeze on the roof was quite cool. Their shirts, which had stuck to their backs with sweat, started billowing in the breeze like hoods. Red, yellow, and water-green lanterns swung above the dark dance floor as 2 or 3 couples took turns too. The guitar music. Yūichi and Minoru, although they wished to dance, did not join them. It was difficult for men friends to dance together here. They looked on fixedly at the fun the others were having, and caught up in the activity, left their seats to lean against the railing. The gleam of the street enveloped the summer evening. In the south, there was a dark shadow among the populated areas. They decided it must be the forest of the Hama detached palace park. As they looked idly in the direction of that forest, Yūichi put his arm about Minoru's shoulders. From the midst of the forest, a glow began to rise. Fireworks spread out from a great green ball, then with a noise like thunder turned yellow, then collapsed into pink parasol shapes, then shattered and went out, and all was silent. "Pretty, isn't it like that?" said Minoru. He paraphrased a passage he had read in a detective story. "If you took everybody in the world and sent them up in fireworks and killed them, all the guys that caused trouble, one at a time, and made fireworks of them and killed them, there'd be only Yūichi and me left in the whole world. Then who would have the children? Who needs children? If we got married and had kids, the kids would grow up and make fools of us. Or if not that, they'd become just like us, that's all." These words sent a shiver through Yūichi. He felt that divine intervention had made Yasuko's child a female. The youth grasped Minoru's shoulder gently. In this rebellious spirit that lay within Minoru's soft boyish cheek and his pure smile, Yūichi somehow usually found balm for his basically uneasy nature. As a result, their sympathies strengthened the sensual tie between them, and in turn cultivated the most essential elements, as well as the most decent elements, of their friendship. The boy's imaginativeness pulled at the youth's doubts and pertinaciously set them in motion. Thus, even Yūichi was plunged into infantile dreams. One night, for instance, he kept himself awake earnestly imagining that he had set out on an exploring expedition into the upper reaches of the Amazon. When it was quite late, they went to the boathouse on the shore across from the Tokyo Theater, intending to take a boat ride. The boats were all moored at the dock. The light in the boathouse shack was extinguished, its Nanking lock tightly fastened. There was nothing to do but sit down on the boards of the dock and let their legs, 334, dangle over the water and smoke. The Tokyo Theater across the way was closed. The Shimbashi Playhouse, on the other side of the bridge at the right, was closed too. The water reflected hardly any light. No more remnants of the heat, it seemed, would rise from that dark, still surface. Minoru thrust out his forehead. "Look, I have prickly heat." He showed Yūichi the faint red signs. This boy showed everything to his lover. His notebooks, his shirts, his books, his socks, whatever new thing he was wearing. Suddenly Minoru burst out laughing. Yūichi looked at the dark path along the river near the Tokyo Theater to see what was making him laugh. An old man in a bath garment had fallen off his bicycle and lay on the path beside it. He had landed on his hip, perhaps, and could not get up. A fine thing, riding a bike at his age. I wish he'd fallen in the river. His happy laughter, and his cruel teeth, white and luminous in the darkness, were beautiful. Yūichi could not help thinking of the ways beyond imagination that Minoru was like himself. "You must be living with a steady boyfriend. How do you manage to stay out so late and get away with it? I suppose his weak point is that he's in love with me, and he's become my foster father to boot. It's legal." There was something laughable in the word legal coming from this boy's mouth. Minoru went on, "You have a steady boyfriend too, I guess?" "Yes, but only an old man." "I'll go kill that old man." "No use. He's one you can kill, and he won't die." "Why now, do young pretty gay fellows all have to be somebody's prisoner? It's more convenient so. They buy you clothes and give you all kinds of money, and you get attached to them, even though you hate them. As he said this, the boy spat a great white wad of saliva into the river. Yūichi put his arm around Minoru's waist. Then he brought his lips close to the boy's cheek and kissed him. "Well, that's awful," said Minoru, kissing him back unreal. Strainedly, "You kiss me, and I get an erection. Then I don't want to go home." After a time, Minoru said, "Ah, a cicada." Through the stillness that followed after a trolley car had thundered over the bridge, the mincing, tangled voice of the night cicada threaded its way. There was not much foliage in the area. The cicada must have blundered out of a park somewhere. It flew low over the surface of the river, then headed for the lights of the bridge on the right, where tiger moths were flitting about. Thus the night sky came irresistibly into their eyes. It was a splendid starry sky, returning its brilliance to the street glare unflinchingly. Yet Yūichi's nostrils were full of the stench of the river, close to whose surface their shoes dangled. He really liked this boy, but he could not help thinking that people talk of love as if they were ditch rats. Fukujiro Honda had begun to entertain definite suspicions about Minoru. The heat was terrible. One night when sleep was difficult, he was reading a samurai adventure magazine under the mosquito netting, unhappily waiting for the tardy Minoru to come home. His head was filled with mad thoughts. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he heard the back door opening, then the sound of shoes being removed. Fukujiro turned off the light by his pillow. The light went on in the adjoining room. Minoru seemed to be undressing. Then an interminable period of time passed by while Minoru, it seemed, sat naked at the window, smoking. Thin smoke, glinting with lamplight, was visible rising above the room partition. Minoru had slipped naked into the mosquito netting in his room and was about to get into bed. His body was suddenly pinned by Fukujiro's body. He had a rope coiled in his hand, with which he bound Minoru's hands. Then he passed the rest of the long rope several times around Minoru's chest. All the while Minoru struggled silently, his cries muffled by a pillow pressed against his face and held there by Fukujiro's forehead as he worked to tie the boy. The tying was finally done, and Minoru pleaded half-audibly from under the pillow. "Ouch! You're killing me! I won't yell! Just take away the pillow." So that the boy could not flee, Fukujiro straddled his body. He took away the pillow, but kept his right hand near Minoru's face in case he cried out. With his left hand he grasped the boy's hair and, giving it small tug, said, "All right, let's have it. Who's the dark horse you're stepping out with? Come on, out with it." Minoru was suffering. His hair was being pulled. His bare chest and arms were chafed by the rope. Yet, even with Fukujiro's old-fashioned accusation ringing in his ears, this fanciful youth never once imagined that the ever-dependable Yūichi would arrive here to rescue him. He thought of practical ruses that he had been taught by worldly experience. "Stop pulling my hair and I'll tell you," Minoru groaned. When Fukujiro let go his grip, the boy slumped as if dead. Fukujiro was seized with panic and shook the boy's shoulders. "This rope is killing me," Minoru gasped. "Untie the rope, and I'll tell you." Fukujiro turned on the light at the head of the bed. He untied the rope. Minoru applied his lips to the sore places on his wrists. He kept his head down and said nothing. The momentum of Fukujiro's faint-hearted outburst was by this time half spent. He saw Minoru's firmness, and thinking now to bring him around by tears, he bowed his head to the floor before the naked boy who sat cross-legged and begged forgiveness for his violent behavior. On the boy's white chest, the pink rope marks were still visible. Naturally, this theatrical display of pain, too, had an indeterminate ending. Fukujiro feared having his own conduct discovered, so he decided against calling in a private detective agency. Beginning the next evening, however, he neglected the shop and again went on the trail of the one he loved. He found no trace of Minoru. He gave some money to a trusted waiter and set him to the task. This clever, faithful fellow reported triumphantly that he had seen the face of Minoru's companion and had been able to ascertain that he was named Yūichi. Fukujiro went about to the various hangouts, which he had not visited for a long time. One of his old acquaintances who had not yet freed himself of his bad habits came by, and taking him along, Fukujiro was able to inquire about Yūichi's identity at many quiet coffee houses and bars. Yūichi was under the impression that his own affairs were not known beyond a very small circle, but in this inquisitive little society, which had nothing to talk about but itself, intimate information concerning him had spread far and wide. The middle-aged men of that street were jealous of Yūichi's beauty. They were willing to admit that they would be happy to make love to him, but this youth's cold way of turning people away plunged them into jealousy. The same was true of young men not so beautiful as Yūichi. Fukujiro easily garnered a number of details about him. In the prattle of these persons, the malice of women abounded. When it came to information they did not have, they would display a paranoid kindness and introduce Fukujiro to some other individual in possession of new gossip. Fukujiro would meet with that person, who would then introduce him to another, who would also put himself out gossiping. In a short time, Fukujiro met 10 men he had never seen before. If he had known about it, Yūichi would have been amazed. Not only was his relationship with Count Kaburagi discussed, but even his affair with Kawada, who was so careful about appearances, was bandied about in detail. Fukujiro relentlessly searched out everything from the identity of Yūichi's in-laws to his home address and telephone number. When he returned to his shop, he pondered various low stratagems that cowardice leads men into. Chapter R28. Hailstones from a Clear Sky. Even when Yūichi's father was alive, the Minami family did not have a cut. His father did not like to be tied down to the same place, whether avoiding the heat or avoiding the cold. So, while he, always busy, remained in Tokyo, his wife and child spent summers in hotels, in Karuizawa, Hakone, and the like, and he visited them on weekends. At Karuizawa, they had many friends, and summers passed there were busy. About that time, however, Yūichi's mother noticed his predilection for being by himself. Her beautiful son, his age, his robust health, and his physique notwithstanding, preferred to spend summers in Kamikochi, or places where he would meet as few acquaintances as possible, rather than Karuizawa, where he had company all the time. Even when the war became intense, the Minami family was not in a hurry to evacuate. The head of the family was not concerned about anything like that. A few months before the air raid started, in the summer of 1944, Yūichi's father died at his Tokyo home of a cerebral hemorrhage. His resolute widow refused to give in to the urging of those around her and stood her ground in her Tokyo residence, guarding her husband's ashes. Perhaps her spiritual power threw the fear of God into the incendiary bombs. The house was still standing when the war ended. If they had had a cottage, they could have sold it at a high price and tided themselves over the post-war inflation. Yūichi's father's estate, besides the present house, amounted in 1944 to 2 million yen in savings, negotiable securities, and personal effects. The widow was only upset that she would have to sell her valuable jewels to a broker for a song in order to get through the emergency. She managed, however, to get the help of a former subordinate of her husband, a man who knew his way around in matters of this kind, who took care of minimizing the estate tax, then skillfully went through the negotiations over the securities and the savings accounts and overcame the hazards of the emergency currency regulations without a hitch. When the economy was stabilized, they still had a savings account of 700,000 yen, and the economic acumen of Yūichi, brought up in this confused period. Then the kind advisor left this world with the same illness as Yūichi's father. His mother blithely turned over the household accounts to her old maidservant, whose old-fashioned incompetence and Yūichi's amazement when he found the crisis she had precipitated has already been told. For these reasons, the Minamami family had no opportunity to take summer vacations after the war. An invitation from Yasuko's family, who had a cottage at Karuizawa, to spend the summer there made Yūichi's mother happy, but fear of leaving Tokyo and her attending physician even for a day stifled her joy. She told the young couple, "Why don't you take the baby and go?" This suggestion was made, however, so glumly that Yasuko considerately announced that it would not do for her to leave her sick mother-in-law alone. That reply was just what the mother-in-law wished. It made the old lady very happy. When guests came, Yasuko greeted them with fans, cold towels, and cold drinks. Her mother-in-law praised highly the filial devotion of her daughter-in-law, which made Yasuko blush. It was enough to make Yasuko fear that guests would think these goings-on a mere manifestation of her mother-in-law's egoism. She fabricated irrational explanations, such as that she was really trying to get the newborn baby acclimated to the hot Tokyo summer. Keiko perspired and developed prickly heat, so she was always sprinkled with talcum powder, which made her look like candy dusted with confectioner's sugar. Yūichi's free and independent spirit hated favors from his in-laws and opposed accepting the offer of a summer vacation. Yasuko was schooled in the gentle art of politics and concealed her sympathy with her husband's feelings behind the facade of filial piety toward her mother-in-law. The family passed the summer days peacefully. Keiko's presence made them forget the heat. She still did not know how to smile, though, and never once broke her earnest, animal expression. She had begun to show an interest in the turning movements and the rattling noise of her windmill at about the time she was first taken to the shrine. Among her presents, there was also a music box, which came in handy. The music box came from Holland, a model of an old-time farmhouse with a front yard filled with flowering tulips. When you opened the front door, a woman in Dutch dress, wearing a white apron and holding a watering can, came out and stood in the doorway. While the door was open thus, the music box played. The tune seemed to be a strange, countrified Dutch folk song. Yasuko liked to play the music box for Keiko on the pleasantly breezy second floor. On summer afternoons, her husband, weary with homework that dragged on and on, would join in playing with his wife and child. At such times, the breeze coming through the garden trees and blowing through the room toward the northeast seemed even cooler. "She understands, doesn't she? Look, she's listening," Yasuko said. Yūichi studied the infant's expression. "This baby has only insides," he thought. To her, the outside world hardly exists. To her, the outside world is her mother's nipple in her mouth when her stomach is empty. The vague alternations of light between night and day, the beautiful movements of the windmill, or the soft monotone of her rattle and the music box. Nothing else. When it comes to her insides, though, well now. The instincts, the history, and the heredity of the first woman are combined in her, and later she will only have to spread them like a water flower in its wet environment. Only the task of making a flower bloom will remain. I shall bring her up as a woman among women, a beauty among beauties. The scientific method of raising children, with its fixed feeding times, was going out now, so when Keiko became peevish and cried, Yasuko soon gave her the breast. Her breasts, naked and exposed in the bodice of her thin summer dress, were very beautiful. The blue line of the veins ran clear in a circle about the delicate white skin. When bare, however, her breasts were always perspiring, like fruit ripening in a hothouse. Before she cleaned the nipples with a piece of gauze soaked in boric acid solution, Yasuko always had to wipe away the perspiration with a towel. Before the child's lips could reach out for them, her breasts were already dripping. They were always hurting from being overfull. Yūichi looked at those breasts. He looked at the summer clouds floating by the window. The cicadas buzzed incessantly, so that at times the listening ear forgot the racket. When Keiko had finished nursing, she slept under her mosquito netting. Yūichi and Yasuko looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, Yūichi was struck by a jarring sensation. Was not this what we call happiness? Or was it nothing more than the helpless relief of seeing what you have feared come to pass, before your eyes, fulfilled? He felt the shock, and sat as if stunned. He was amazed at the certainty to all outward appearances, that all the end results were before his eyes, at the innocence of it. A few days later, his mother suffered a sudden setback. To make matters worse, she, who usually would have sent at once for the doctor, now stubbornly refused treatment. That this talkative old widow should go all day without opening her mouth was strange, one had to admit. That evening, Yūichi ate dinner at home. When he saw the color of his mother's skin, her twitching expression when she tried to smile, and her almost complete lack of appetite, he postponed his departure. "Why aren't you going out this evening?" she said with studied pleasantness to her son, who seemed to be lingering around the house forever. "Don't worry about me. I'm not sick. If you need proof of it, I'm the one who knows best about my own condition. If I don't feel right, I'll call the doctor. I'm not afraid to bother anybody." Wow. Yūichi, however, made no move to go, so the next morning the sagacious woman changed her tactics. From morning on, she was in high spirits. "What about yesterday?" she said to Kyo in a loud voice. "Yesterday, for all I know, was proof that I haven't graduated from the menopause yet." The night before she had slept almost not at all, but the state of excitement brought about by lack of sleep and the fact that her mind had churned all night long snowed this great act of hers to good advantage. After supper, Yūichi went out free of worry. "Call me a taxi, please," she said to Kyo. "I'll tell him where I want to go when I get in the car. 342. Kyo started to get ready to go with her, but the old Addie restrained her, saying, "I don't need anyone with me. I'm going alone." "But, ma'am," Kyo was thunderstruck. Since Yūichi's mother had become ill, she had almost never gone out one. "Is my going out alone so strange? Don't take me for ye Empress Dowager now, please. Didn't I go to the hospital alone the other day when Yasuko had the baby? It didn't matter then." "Yes, but then there was nobody but me to mind the coos. And don't you remember that you promised me yourself that you would never go out alone again?" Yasuko listened to this argument between mistress and servant, and went to her mother-in-law's room with an anxious look on her face. "Mother, I'll go with you if you think it isn't convenient or Kyo to go along." "It's all right, Yasuko. Don't worry." Her voice was euental, yet tinged with feeling. It was almost as if she were talking to her own daughter. "It's a matter of my husband's estate, and there's someone I must see a little while. I don't like to talk to Yūichi about things like this. He comes home before I do. Please tell him that an old Sheen came by to meet me in his car. If, on the other hand, he comes home after I do, I won't say anything. And Fu and Kyo, please be sure not to say anything either. Degree reminds me that I've worked out my own way of dealing with this." Moo. After she had enjoined them to silence, she hurriedly went out to her taxi and departed. After 2 hours, she returned in the same cab. She went to bed, seemingly exhausted. Yūichi came home very late. "How is mother?" he asked. "Very well." She went to bed much earlier than usual. About 9 o'clock, Yasuko, faithful to her mother-in-law, answered. The next evening when Yūichi went out, his mother Threncemoor hired a car and prepared to go out. On this second night, she stubbornly and silently went through it ill again. Kyo brought in her Kanzei's sashpin and flinched as her mistress seized it from her hand. The old lady's eyes, however, aglow with a threatening fever, did not so much as notice Kyo's existence. For 2 successive nights she went to Rudon's in Yurakucho, on the watch for Yūichi as her one and only piece of evidence. The frightful anonymous letter she had received the day before yesterday had encouraged her to go herself to the mysterious restaurant indicated on the enclosed map. She must see with her own eyes the person in question, as evidence that its information was not false. She decided to go alone. No matter how deep the root of the unfortunate thing that was undermining this family, it was a matter for the mother and her child to resolve. Yasuko must not be brought into it. Rudans was amazed at having this peculiar guest for 2 consecutive nights. In the Edo period, the male prostitutes, while they usually served homosexuals, were commonly patronized by widows. Nowadays, however, that custom was forgotten. The letter told about the strange customs and the argot of this place. The widow Minami exerted herself to the utmost, and succeeded miraculously from the first in acting like a person who knew her way around. Without in the slightest betraying her amazement, she mixed sociably. The master, who came over to greet her, was charmed by the presence of this refined old woman and her uninhibited discourse. He could not help trusting her. Then, too, above all, this woman did not seem reluctant about parting with her money. "That's a curious customer," said Rudy to his boys. "Look how old she is. She knows everything. She doesn't seem to be a person you need to be wary about. The other guests can enjoy themselves without worrying about her." The second floor of Rudan's was at first a bar, employing women, but Rudy changed his policy and fired the women. Now, beginning early in the evening, men danced together on the second floor and watched dances by half-clad boys in women's clothing. On the first night, Yūichi did not appear. His mother was determined to wait there on the second evening until he showed up. She did not like sake, but she offered it unstintingly to the 2 or 3 boys waiting on her table, besides whatever else they liked. After 30 or 40 minutes, there was still no sign of Yūichi. Then something one of the boys was saying made her prick up her ears. The boy said to his friend, "What's up? Yu-chan hasn't been around for 2 or 3 days." "What are you so worried about?" asked the boy he had spoken to. "I'm not worried. There's nothing between me and Yu-chan." "That's what you say," the widow asked casually. "Yu-chan must be famous around here. He's a very handsome fellow, isn't he?" "I've got his picture. I'll show it to you," said the boy who had spoken first. It took considerable time for him to produce the picture. From the inside pocket of his waiter's coat, he took a dusty, dirty packet. It was a jumbled bundle of calling cards, ragged folded slips of paper, several 1-yen notes, and even a movie program. The boy approached a floor lamp and carefully inspected the articles one by one. The unlucky mother, who did not have the courage to go over them minutely, closed her eyes. "Let it be a man who is not at all like Yūichi," she prayed in her heart. "Then there will still be some room for doubt. I will have a happy moment of stalling for time. Then I can end up believing that every line of that awful letter, there being no evidence, was an outright lie. Let that picture be of a man I have never seen." "Here it is! Here it is!" the boy shouted. The widow Minami held her presbyopic eyes at a distance and looked at the calling card-size photograph in the light of the standing lamp. The surface of the picture shone in the light and was hard to see. Finally, at an angle, the face of a smiling young man in a white polo shirt was clearly visible. It was Yūichi. That was truly a moment to take her breath away, and Mrs. Minami completely lost all heart to confront her son. The indomitable willpower she had maintained until then was broken. Distracted, she handed the photograph back. Her ability to laugh, to speak, had vanished. On the stairs there was a sound of footsteps. A new guest was coming up. 2 boyfriends who were necking in one of the booths sprang apart when they saw that the guest was a young woman. The woman noticed Yūichi's mother and went in her direction, approaching with serious countenance. "Mother," she said. Mrs. Minami's face went white. She looked up. It was Yasuko. The rapid conversation that passed between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was pitiful to hear. "What are you doing in a place like this?" the mother asked. Yasuko did not reply. She only tugged at her to go home. "But who would think of meeting you in a place like this?" "Mother, let's go home. I came to get you." "How did you know where I went?" "I'll tell you later, but now let's go home." The two quickly paid the check, left the place, and got into the mother's waiting car. The widow leaned back on the seat and closed her eyes. The car started off. Yasuko sat on the edge of the seat and solicitously watched her. "You're drenched in perspiration," said Yasuko, wiping her mother-in-law's forehead with a handkerchief. After a time, the widow opened her eyes and said, "I know, you've read my mail. I wouldn't do anything of the sort. I got a thick letter, too, this morning. Then I knew where you went last night, Mother. I knew you wouldn't take me with you tonight either, so I started after you left." "You got the same letter." The widow whimpered like a person in torture. "Yasuko, I beg your pardon," she said, weeping. Her reasonless apologies and sobs moved Yasuko and made her cry too. Until the car reached their home, the two sympathized with each other in tears. Yet they exchanged not a word about the real issue. When they got home, Yūichi had not yet returned. The widow's motive for striving to settle the matter alone had not been based so much on a heroic resolution to spare Yasuko anguish as on a sense of humiliation that made her unable to face her daughter-in-law. Once, therefore, this humiliation had dissolved in tears. Her only confidante, Yasuko, became at the same time her indispensable aid. The two quickly started comparing the letters in a room far away from Kyo. Not enough time had gone by to allow the women to begin to harbor hatred toward the mean-spirited, unnamed person who had written them. Both letters were in the same hand. The contents were identical. There were many miswritten characters. The sentences were clumsy. Here and there were evidences that the writer deliberately distorted his handwriting. The letters were written as if a sense of duty had made this report on Yūichi's conduct necessary. Yūichi was an absolute phony of a husband. He was absolutely incapable of loving women. Yūichi was bilking his family, pulling the wool over the world's eyes. Not only that, he paid no heed to the happy arrangements entered into by other people. Although a man, he had become the plaything of men. He had once been the favorite of former Count Kaburaji, and now he was the pet of the president of Kawada Motors. Moreover, this beautiful spoiled child had been continually betraying the patronage of these older lovers. He had loved and left an unbelievable number of young lovers, more than 100 of them, no less. It should be pointed out that the younger lovers were all of the same sex. In the meantime, Yūichi had come to take delight in stealing what belonged to others. Because of him, an old man whose boy lover he had taken away committed suicide. The writer of this letter was a person who had suffered from the same offense. He pleaded that it be understood that the feeling with which he had sent this letter was one that could not be sidestepped. If this letter calls up any doubts, if there should be any qualms over the definiteness of the evidence, I wish you to visit the following restaurant after supper and see with your own eyes the truth of what I say. Yūichi will be in this place at one time or another. If you meet him there, you will find the above report verified. This was the essence of the letter. The drafting of the detailed map showing the location of Rudens with exact information about the persons who visited there was the same in both letters. "Did you meet him, Mother?" asked Yasuko. The widow had earlier intended to say nothing about the picture, but without realizing it, she blurted out everything. "I didn't meet him, but I saw a picture. It was a picture of Yūichi that a very lowbrow waiter there was guarding with his life." Saying this, she was stricken with remorse and added, "But regardless, that's not the same as having met him. We still haven't proved that the letter is in a hoax." Niwami. As she said these words, her haggard eyes contradicted her words. They seemed to say that, in her heart, she did not believe that the letter was in the slightest degree a hoax. The widow Minami suddenly realized that Yasuko's face so close to her bore no trace of agitation. "Why, you seem to be perfectly calm. That's strange. You, who are Yūichi's wife?" Yasuko was apologetic. She was afraid that her outward composure might be causing her mother-in-law pain. The widow went on. I see no reason to believe that this letter is not entirely false. What if it were true? Could you still be calm? To this contradictory question, she offered an extraordinary answer. Yes. Somehow, that's the way I would react. The widow was silent for a time. After a while she said, with eyes lowered, "That's because you don't love Yūichi, I guess. The saddest part of it is that no one would have any cause to blame you for it. It is rather a fortunate thing in the midst of misfortune. I cannot help but feel." "Rake." "No," said Yasuko in a tone almost joyous in its determination. "That is not so, mother. It's quite the opposite. That's the very reason why." The widow trembled before her young daughter-in-law. Kaiko was crying. Her voice came from the bedroom through the reed screens. Yasuko got up to nurse her. Yūichi's mother was left alone in the 8-mat annex. The smell of mosquito incense deepened her uneasiness. If Yūichi came home, his mother felt she would have no place to go. This same mother who had gone to Ruden's, intent on meeting her son, now feared nothing more than meeting him. "If he stays away tonight, however filthy the accommodations, how happy I will be," she prayed. The widow Minami's pain was probably not based on moral considerations. She merely felt a confusion of spirit, from the reversal of all her ordinary thought processes and ideas about the world, through which her natural gentleness could not penetrate. Only revulsion and fear now filled her heart. She closed her eyes and saw again the scenes of hell she had encountered in the past 2 days. In them were phenomena she was unprepared for, except for one clumsy letter. In them were phenomena of indescribably bad taste. Horror, disgust, ugliness, blood-curdling unpleasantness, an anguish to make one writhe, all that excited revulsion. And what made for a truly unpleasant contrast was the fact that the employees and patrons of the place never altered their ordinary human expressions, the sang-froid with which they met their daily round. "Those men act as if they consider themselves proper," she reflected irritably. "How ugly is an upside-down world! Whatever those perverts think or do, my way is the proper way. My eyes have not gone mad." If she had never been so shaken as she was then, she had also never had her self-confidence so bolstered in all her life. That conclusion is not strange. In the fearful and yet uproariously funny phrase, sexual perversion, everything was explained. That this hairy caterpillar of a phrase, which no well-bred young woman would utter, pertained to her own son, the wretched mother pretended to forget. When she had seen the male lovers kissing, the widow had become violently ill and turned her eyes away. If they had any upbringing, they wouldn't do such things. As the word upbringing, not less funny than sexual perversion, floated through the widow's mind, a pride that had long been dormant awoke in her. Her upbringing had been in the very best of families. Her father, affiliated with the rising classes of the Meiji era, loved refinement almost as much as he did medals. In her house all was refined, even the dogs. When her family sat down in their own dining room, even with no guests present, they would say, "Would you be so kind as to," when they wanted the gravy passed. The time in which the widow had been brought up was not necessarily a tranquil time, but it was a great time. Soon after she was born, it saw victory in the Sino-Japanese War. When she was 11, it met victory in the Russo-Japanese War. Until she became a member of the Minami family at 19, her parents required nothing for the protection of this rather sensitive girl, but the highly stable moral dignity of the time and culture in which they lived. When 15 years after she had become a bride, she had had no child, she could not appear before her mother-in-law, still living, without humiliation. When Yūichi was born, she breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, changes had occurred within the center of the dignified atmosphere she venerated. Yūichi's father, who had been a great woman chaser since his high school days, for these 15 years since his marriage still lived a wild life. The tremendous relief of the time of Yūichi's birth came from the confirmation that the Minami family register would not show that her husband's seed had been sown in questionable soil. The first thing she had run into was humanity of this kind, but her heart, with its inexhaustible love and esteem for her husband, and her natural pride easily came to terms. Forgiveness replaced resignation, and tolerance replaced humiliation, and taught her a new way to love. This was indeed a love with dignity. She felt that there was not a thing in this world she could not forgive, at least all but indignity. When hypocrisy becomes a matter of taste, great matters are easily dispatched, and small matters are fraught with fine moral shadings. The widow Minami was not inconsistent at all in considering the atmosphere of Rudens as simply bad taste. Since it was vulgar, she could not pardon it. It was reasonable that, given this background, her usually gentle heart should not be inclined in the slightest towards sympathy with her son. The widow Minami also could not help wondering how an ill-bred thing like this, simply deserving of revulsion, could be related to this pain and these tears that shook her to the depths. When the feeding was done, Yasuko put the baby to bed and returned to her mother-in-law. "I don't want to see Yūichi this evening anyway," her mother-in-law said. "Tomorrow I have to talk to him. Let me do the talking. Why don't you go to sleep too? It doesn't pay to keep ruminating about it, does it?" She called Kyo and hurriedly told her to prepare for bed. She acted as if something were chasing her. She felt confident that once she got into bed this evening, in the extremity of her fatigue, she could sleep the sodden sleep the drunkard craves from his sake. During the summer, the Minami family used whatever room was coolest for their meals. The next day was sweltering even in the morning, so Yūichi, his wife, and his mother had a meal of cold juice, eggs and toast on the veranda. During breakfast, Yūichi was always immersed in the newspaper. This morning, as usual, the crumbs from his toast fell audibly on the paper. The meal was over. Kyo brought in tea, cleared the table, and left. The widow Minami extended the 2 letters to Yūichi with almost rude abruptness. Yasuko's heart churned as she watched her, and she looked away. The letters were hidden by the newspaper. Yūichi did not see them. The mother poked the paper with the letters. "Won't you put that useless paper down? Here are some letters that came in the mail." "Yeah." Yūichi dumped the newspaper untidily on the chair beside him, and looked at the trembling hand with which his mother held out the letters. He saw the faint smile of tension in her face. He looked at the addresses on the envelopes, then turned them over and saw the blank spaces where the senders' names should have been. He took out a bulky letter and opened it. Then he took out the other. "They're both the same, the one that came to me and the one that came to Yasuko," his mother said. When he began to read the letter, Yūichi's hand also trembled. The color drained from his face, and he kept wiping the perspiration from his brow with a handkerchief. He was barely reading. He knew the contents of the anonymous missive. He was more concerned with the painful process of getting out of his predicament. He induced a pained smile at the corners of his mouth and summoned all his powers. Then he looked squarely at his mother. "What's this rubbish? This headless, tailless, vulgar letter? Somebody's jealous of me and is trying to cause me trouble." "No, I myself went to the low-class dive named in that letter, and I saw your picture there with my own eyes." Yūichi had lost his powers of speech. His heart was in turmoil. He could not realize that in spite of the fury of his mother's tone and her distraught look, she was far removed from her son's tragedy, and that her anger was hardly more severe than if she were scolding him for wearing a tasteless necktie. In the first pitch of his excitement, he saw what was in his mother's eyes: society. Yasuko began to weep quietly. Inured to submissiveness, she usually hated to be seen crying, but now she was not sad at all, and therefore suspected her flow of tears. "You, ally," she restrained her tears from fear of incurring her husband's displeasure. Now her tears were meant to rescue him from his plight. Her body had been trained by love and served well in love's behalf. "Mother, don't go too far," she whispered brokenly, then rose from her seat. She walked, half ran, through the house into the corridor, to the room where Keiko slept. Yūichi sat wordless, motionless. However oppressed he might be, he had to do something soon to extricate himself. He took the sheets of paper, piled helter-skelter on the table, and ripped them to shreds. Then he crushed the torn fragments into a ball and dropped it in the sleeve of his white splash-pattern robe. He waited for his mother's response. She, however, sat with her elbows on the table, not moving, supporting her downcast head with her fingers. It was the son who finally broke the silence. "You don't understand, Mother, if you want to believe all of this letter, all right, but..." The widow Minami almost shouted, "What's going to happen to Yasuko?" "Yasuko? I love Yasuko. But aren't you one who hates women? All you can love are ill-bred boys and rich old and middle-aged men." The son was amazed at the complete lack of tenderness in his mother. Truthfully, his mother's fury was directed at her son's blood ties, of which indeed half were her own. Thus she could control her tears. Yūichi thought, "Wasn't it my mother who rushed me into marriage with Yasuko? It's pretty rotten that she has to blame it all on me." Sympathy with his mother, so weakened by illness, kept him from giving voice to that retort. He said in a clear, clipped tone, "Indeed, I love Yasuko. Can't that be taken as evidence that I like women?" His mother, who was not even listening to his plea, answered in a way that seemed almost a threat. "At any rate, I must see Kawada and—" "Please, don't act so gauche. He would think you're trying to blackmail him." The son's words had their effect. The poor woman muttered something incomprehensible and left Yūichi sitting alone. Yūichi sat alone at the breakfast table. In front of him was a clean tablecloth, somewhat dotted with breadcrumbs. There was the garden, filled with the light of the sun coming through the trees and the voices of cicadas. Only the crumpled ball of paper weighing down his sleeve made it other than a clear, uneventful day. Yūichi lit a cigarette. He pushed back the sleeves of his heavily starched bathrobe and folded his bare arms. Whenever he looked at his own young bare arms, he felt an exaggerated pride in his well-being. He felt pain in each breath, as if a solid board were pressing against his chest. His heartbeat was faster than usual. He couldn't tell, however, whether this chest pain was not one of anticipated joy. There was a certain cheer in his discomfort. He smoked sparingly at what remained of his cigarette. He thought, "At least now I'm certainly not bored." Yūichi searched for his wife. Yasuko was on the second floor. He could hear the mellow sound of the music box. In a room, Keiko lay in her mosquito netting. Her eyes were happily open and directed toward the music box. Yasuko looked up at Yūichi and smiled, but it was an unnatural smile and did nothing to mollify her husband. Yūichi's heart had been open as he mounted the stairs, but when he saw this smile, it closed again. After a long silence, Yasuko said, "About that letter, I don't think anything of it." Then she added clumsily, "I only feel sorry for you." These words of sympathy were spoken in the gentlest tone, so much the more deeply did they wound the young man. What he had expected from his wife was not sympathy so much as frank disdain. His wounded pride could not help scheming a reasonless revenge against her. Yūichi needed help. He thought of Shunsuke. But when he realized that Shunsuke was one of those to blame for this turn of events, his hatred rejected the name. He saw on the table the letter from Kyoto that he had read 2 or 3 days earlier. "She's the only one who can save me," Yūichi thought. He decided to send her a telegram. Outside, the street shone with a fiendish glare. Yūichi had come out by way of the back door. At the front gate, he saw someone who seemed hesitant about entering. At first, the visitor walked past the gate. Then he went back. It was as if he were waiting for someone in the house to emerge. When the stranger turned toward him, Yūichi was shocked to recognize the face of Minoru. They ran to each other and shook hands. "A letter came, didn't it? An awful letter. I found out that my old man sent it. I was so sorry about it, I cleared out of the house. The old man put a detective on our trail. He found out all about us." Yūichi was not surprised. "I thought as much," he said. "There's something I want to talk over with you, Yu-chan." "Not here. There's a little park nearby. Let's go there." Affecting the calmness of an older person, Yūichi took the boy's arm and guided him. Talking rapidly of the difficulties into which they had just been plunged, they hastened their steps. The neighboring N Park had been a part of the grounds of the estate of Prince N. 20 years before. The prince's family had broken up and sold his vast land holdings, donating a portion of the slopes surrounding the pond to the borough for use as a park. The view of the pond, covered with water lilies at the peak of bloom, was lovely. But for 2 or 3 children chasing cicadas, the park at summer noon was empty. The 2 men sat down on the slope facing the pond, in the shade of a pine tree. The grassy incline, which had not had any care for a long time, was littered with scraps of paper and orange peel. Scraps of newspaper clung to the shrubbery at the water's edge. After the sun went down, the little park would be crowded with people seeking the cool air. "What did you want to talk about?" asked Yūichi. "When this business happened, I decided I couldn't stay in my old man's house anymore. I'm going to leave home. Yu-chan, will you come with me?" "With you?" Yūichi hesitated. "Are you concerned about money? Don't worry about that. Look how much I have." His face serious, his mouth slightly open, the boy unbuttoned the back pocket of his trousers. He withdrew a carefully folded roll of bills. "Keep it for me," he said, handing it to Yūichi. "Heavy, isn't it? It's 100,000 yen, 354. Where'd you get this money?" "I broke open the old man's safe and cleaned it of cash." Yūichi looked at the pitiful, the niggardly result of 1 month of dreaming with this boy of adventure. They had turned away from society and dreamed of a youth of daring deeds, exploration, heroic evil, of the brotherly love of comrades in arms who faced death on the morrow, of sentimental exploits they knew would end in disaster, and of all manner of youthful tragedy. They knew that they had been cut out for nothing but tragedy, that a cruel lynching by a secret society lay in store for them, or the death of Adonis slain by a wild boar, or a dungeon into which evil men had trapped them, and where the water rose moment by moment to drown them, or ritualistic ordeals in cave kingdoms, in which there was no chance of survival, or the end of the world, or fabulous opportunities to rescue hundreds of their fellows by sacrificing their lives, or glory filled with horrendous perils. Indeed, these were the only catastrophes meant for youth. If such opportunities for catastrophe are allowed to pass, youth must die. What is the death of the body, after all, compared with the unbearable death of youth? Like many other youths, why? Because living the life of youth is a never-ending terrible death. They spent their youths dreaming of ever-new annihilations. The outcome of these reveries, however, was now before Yūichi's eyes. It was nothing more than an urban incident. It had no hint of glory, nor of the smell of death. This drab incident, appropriate to a ditch rat, might perhaps come out in the newspapers. An item about the size of a sugar cube. "This boy's dreams have the tranquility of a woman's," was Yūichi's disheartening thought. "We're supposed to elope with stolen money and live somewhere, just the 2 of us. Ah, if only he had had the courage to kill his old man, then I would fall down on my knees before the boy." Yūichi called forth his other self, the young head of a family. He quickly decided the attitude he should assume. Compared with the other, pitiful outcome, the alternative of hypocrisy seemed far preferable. "Suppose I hold on to this," said Yūichi, putting the roll of bills in his inside pocket. Innocent trust shone in the boy's eyes, so like a rabbit's, and he answered, "All right. I've got a little business at the post office. Would you like to come along? Wherever you go, I've entrusted my body to you too. You sure have, Yūichi said, as if to reassure himself. At the post office, he sent a telegram to Mrs. Kaburaji that read, as if it had been sent by a fretful child, "Need you. Come right away." Then he called a cab and told Minoru to get in. "Where are we going?" asked Minoru. Yūichi told the driver the destination in a low voice. Minoru, who hadn't heard, assumed they were going to some fine hotel. Then, seeing the cab approaching Kanda, the boy thrashed about like a sheep brought back to the fold. "Leave things to me," said Yūichi. "I won't do anything wrong." The boy quickly seized upon something in Yūichi's resolute tone and smiled. This hero was now going to show his strength and revenge himself, the boy thought. When the boy imagined the face of his foster father, ugly in death, his body trembled with joy. Minoru dreamed that Yūichi dreamed about him just as he dreamed about Yūichi. Yūichi had a knife. He would impassively cut the old man's jugular vein. As Minoru thought about the beauty of the killer in that moment, Yūichi's profile became in the boy's eyes something that possessed all the perfection of a god. The cab stopped in front of the coffee shop. Yūichi got out. Minoru followed. On this school street at noon in midsummer, there were few passers-by. As the two crossed the street, the sun at the zenith barely made a shadow. Minoru triumphantly lifted his eyes toward the surrounding second and third-floor windows and scanned them. The people who were looking unconcernedly down on the street were certainly not dreaming that these youths were on their way to kill a man. Great deeds always are carried out at just such obvious times as this. The shop was quiet inside. To eyes accustomed to the light outside, it was terribly dark. When he saw the two entering, Fukujiro, who had been sitting by the cash register, suddenly stood up. "Where did you go off to?" he demanded of Minoru, as if about to grab him. Minoru calmly introduced Yūichi to Fukujiro. Fukujiro's face went white. "I'd like to speak to you for a moment. Won't you come in the back? This way, please." Fukujiro left the register in the care of a waiter. "Stay here," said Yūichi to Minoru, stationing him in the doorway. When Yūichi took the roll from his inside pocket and handed it over to him, Fukujiro was dumbfounded. "Minoru tells me he took this from your household safe. He gave it to me, and I am giving it back to you untouched. Minoru was not himself, I believe, so please don't be harsh with him." Silently and suspiciously, Fukujiro stared at the young man's face. This man before him, whom he had attacked and injured by such a low trick, he had loved at first sight. He quickly thought of a stupid plan that he would confess all and submit to the other's rebuke. It would be a shortcut to winning his sympathy. First, he would apologize. He could take his cue ready-made from heroic tales and the songs of minstrels. "Well, sir, you win," he would say. "When I stand before you in your grandeur, my smallest concern disgusts me. Go ahead, punch me, kick me, do what you want with me until you're satisfied," and so on. Yo! Before he went into his act, Fukujiro had a matter to settle. Now that he had his money back, he must count it. The amount of money that was in the safe he always kept in his head, but it still had to check with the balance in his books. And 100,000 yen was not something one could count in a second. He pulled up a chair to the table, bowed lightly to Yūichi, spread out the money, and began carefully counting the bills. Yūichi observed the dexterity with which the small businessman counted his money. In the movements of his fidgety fingers, there was a dead earnestness that was aloof from love, anonymous letters, and theft. When he had finished counting, Fukujiro put his hands on the table and nodded to Yūichi again. "You're sure it's all there?" "Yes, it's all there." Fukujiro had missed his chance. Yūichi was already on his feet. Without another look at Fukujiro, he strode to the door. Minoru had seen all of this unforgivable betrayal by his hero. He stood with his back to the wall, his face pale, and watched Yūichi go. As he went out, Yūichi bowed. Minoru looked away. Yūichi walked rapidly down the midsummer street. There was no one behind him. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He was filled with an indescribably joyous pride. Now he understood the pride of those who do charitable deeds. When it comes to bemusing the heart, no evil is better than hypocrisy. He knew that, and he was very happy. Thanks to the scene just enacted, the young man's shoulders were now unburdened. This morning's heavy oppression seemed to have lifted. To make the joy complete, he decided on a foolish, meaningless purchase. He went to a little stationery store and bought the cheapest possible celluloid pencil sharpener and a pen point. Chapter 2. Deus ex machina. Yūichi's inactivity was complete. There was no matching his composure during this period of crisis. His calmness, born only from the depths of loneliness, silenced the family. It was almost as if they had decided the anonymous letter was a hoax. That is how calm Yūichi was. He passed those days serenely, not saying much. The youth planted his feet on his own ruins, and with the self-possession of a tightrope walker, perused the morning paper at leisure, and took a nap when the sun was high. Before a day had passed, the family had lost the urge to resolve the issue, and seemed bent only on how to get around the topic. Above all, it was not a refined thing to talk about. Mrs. Kabaragi's reply wire came. It said she was arriving in Tokyo on the Special Express Hato, arriving at 8:30. Yūichi went to Tokyo Station to meet her. Mrs. Kabaragi, carrying a single small suitcase, got off the train and picked out the figure of Yūichi wearing a student cap and white shirt with sleeves rolled up. She saw his face with its non-committal smile and, much sooner than his mother would have, observed his distress. Possibly she had never imagined seeing anything like this expression, concealing its burden of despair. She hurried toward him in her high-heeled shoes. Yūichi, too, made his way swiftly toward her. His eyes still averted, he seized Mrs. Kabaragi's bag. Her breathing quickened. The youth was conscious as ever of her steadfast gaze. It's been ages. What's wrong? Let's talk about it later. All right, don't worry now, I'm here. In truth, there was in the lady's eyes as she said this an unblinking, indomitable strength. Yūichi needed this woman whom he had once so easily forced to her knees. Now, in his helpless smile, she read the hardship he had undergone. And as she realized that it was not of her making, a feeling of extraordinary courage was born in her. Where are you staying? Yūichi asked. I wired the inn that was once our family mansion. The two went to that inn, and were greeted by startling circumstances. The well-intentioned manager had made up the second-floor western room of the annex for Mrs. Kabaragi, the very room in which he had discovered Yūichi and Kabaragi. The manager came to greet them. This old-fashioned, perspicacious gentleman did not forget to treat Mrs. Kabaragi as if she was still a countess. Aware of the awkwardness of the relationship between him as host and her as his guest, and embarrassed that in a sense he had usurped her residence while she was away, he praised his establishment as if it were her home and he the visitor. He slithered around the walls like a lizard. The furnishings were so marvelous that we took the liberty of keeping them just as they were. All our guests say that they have never seen such genuine, refined furniture. I apologize about the wallpaper. We had it changed. The gloss of this mahogany pillar now is inexpressibly beautiful in a subdued way. But remember that this was once the steward's house. Of course, I'm fully aware of that. Mrs. Kabaragi offered no objection to being assigned this room. When the manager had gone, she got up from her chair and walked attentively around the old-fashioned room, which looked so narrow because of the bed covered with white mosquito netting. Now, once again, after 6 months, she was in this room into which she had peeped and then fled from home. It was not her nature to see this turn of events as an inauspicious coincidence. Besides, the wallpaper in the room had been rehung. It's hot. If you'd like to take a shower. At this suggestion, Yūichi opened the door to the narrow book closet, about 3 mats in size, and turned on the 60 light. Die. All the books had been removed. A sheet of pure white tiles glared at him. The book closet had been turned into a moderate-sized bathroom. As a traveler returning to a land visited long ago discovers first only his old memories, Mrs. Kaburagi was attracted only by Yūichi's unspoken anguish, the counterpart of her own pain. She did not see his transformation. He looked for all the world like a child in torment, incapable of doing anything about it. She did not know that he himself saw his distress. Yūichi went into the bathroom. There was a sound of water running. She reached her hand to her back, undid the row of small buttons, and loosened her bodice. Her shoulders, smooth as ever, were half exposed. She didn't like electric fans, so didn't turn on the one in the room, but from her bag she took a silver-leaf Kyoto fan. His unhappiness, and the happiness I am returning to. What a heartless comparison, she thought. His emotions and my emotions are like the blossoms and the leaves of the cherry tree, made to come out without meeting one another. Moths were colliding with the window screens. She understood the stifling impatience of the great moths of the night, scattering the dust from their wings. Anyway, this is the only way I can feel. At least now I can encourage him with my sense of being happy. Mrs. Kaburagi looked at the rococo sofa on which she had sat so often with her husband. Sat, nothing more. Not even the edges of their clothing had touched. There had been always a fixed distance between them. Suddenly she recalled the memory of their grotesque shapes, her husband and Yūichi, embracing each other. Her bare shoulders felt cold. What she had seen was accidental. In fact, it had been an innocent intrusion. She had wanted to see the kind of happiness that existed eternally and surely at times when she was not present. Such audacious wishes always invite the most unfortunate results, perhaps. And now, Mrs. Kaburagi was with Yūichi in this same room. She was occupying the very place that happiness might have occupied. Instead, here she was. Her truly sagacious spirit soon awakened to the evident truth that for her there was no possibility for happiness, and that Yūichi would never love a woman. Suddenly, as if she were cold, she reached back her hand and refastened her bodice. She had come to realize that all her charms would be futile. In the old days, if so much as one button were undone, it was because she was conscious of the presence of a man who would be glad to button it. If one of the men she was accustomed to associate with in that period had observed her modesty here, he would certainly have doubted his eyes. Yūichi came out of the bathroom combing his hair. His damp and glistening youthful face reminded Mrs. Kaburagi of the coffee shop where she had seen Kyoko, when Yūichi's face was wet from the sudden rain. In order to set herself free from memories, she called out to him, "All right, tell me quickly. Here you've brought me all the way to Tokyo and you haven't yet told me why." Yūichi gave her the gist of what had happened and asked for help. However, what she caught running through it all was the urgent hope that the authenticity of that letter somehow be disproved. Mrs. Kaburagi therefore quickly made a daring resolution. She promised to visit the Minami home the next day. Then she sent Yūichi on his way. She was somewhat intrigued by it all. Her character owed its uniqueness to the fact that in it an inherently aristocratic heart and a whorish heart were naturally combined. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the Minami family greeted an unexpected visitor. She was conducted to the second-floor drawing room. Yūichi's mother appeared. Mrs. Kaburagi said she would like to see Yasuko too. As if acceding to the visitor's request to be spared an encounter, Yūichi remained in his study. Her somewhat fuller body in a light purple dress, Mrs. Kaburagi had a style that swept all before. She smiled constantly, so polite and composed that even before she began her story, she had filled Mrs. Minami with terror, making her fear she was to hear about yet another scandal. "I hate to mention it, but electric fans and I—" "Oh, thank you," said the guest, and a hand fan was brought. She held the handle of the fan and languidly waved it and let her gaze flutter about Yasuko's face. This was the first time the two women had sat face to face since the dance the previous year. Normally, Mr. and Kabaraji thought, I would be jealous of this woman. Her heart, however, had become fierce, and perhaps out of cruelty, she felt nothing more than contempt for the beautiful young wife. Yu-chan wired me and asked me to come. Last night, I found out all about that strange letter. That's why I've come here today. I understand the letter also had something to say about Mr. Kabaraji. The widow Minami hung her head in silence. Yasuko lifted her hitherto downcast eyes and looked straight at Mrs. Kabaraji. Then she said, in a soft but firm voice to her mother-in-law, I think I'd better not stay. Her mother-in-law, not wishing to be left alone, stopped her, but Mrs. Kabaraji has gone out of her way to come here to talk to both of us. Yes, but I don't want to be part of any more discussions on the subject of that letter. That's just the way I feel. But when you don't discuss the things you should, you regret it later on. The way in which these two women went on, exchanging very proper words, and at the same time walked circumspectly around one ugly word, was ironical in the extreme. Mrs. Kabaraji interrupted for the first time. Why, Yasuko? Yasuko felt as if she and Mrs. Kabaraji were engaged in a clash of wills. Well, I just don't have any thoughts now about the subject of this letter. Mrs. Kabaraji bit her lip at this curt reply. She thought, she takes me for an enemy and is challenging me to a fight. Her patience was at an end. She cut short her efforts to help Yasuko's narrow, young, virtuous mind to see that she also was on Yūichi's side. She forgot the limitations of her role and dropped all inhibitions about making high-handed statements. I really want you to hear what I have to say. What I have come to report is an auspicious thing of a sort. Some who hear it, however, may look at it as an evil thing, perhaps. Please, hurry and tell us, said Yūichi's mother. I'm in an agony of suspense. Yasuko did not leave her place. Yu-chan felt that, besides me, there was no witness who could say that that letter was absolutely without Dayanda. So he wired me to come. What I have to confess is a bitter pill to swallow. I think, however, that what I have to say will do much to put your kids at ease about that disgraceful lie of a letter. Mrs. Kabaragi's voice broke as she went on. Yu-chan and I have been having an affair for a long time. Mrs. Minami exchanged a long look with her daughter-in-law. This new blow took everything out of her. After a time, she regained her composure and asked, But does that mean recently, too? You've been in Kyoto since spring. When my husband lost his job, he was already suspicious of what was going on between me and Yūichi. So he made me go to Kyoto with him. Just the same, I've been coming to Tokyo all the time. And Yūichi. The mother fumbled for words but finally fastened on the vague word friendly, and somehow managed to say it. And Yūichi was friendly with only you. Well, Mrs. Kabaraji looked over at Yasuko as she replied, There might have been other women. He's young after all. That can't be helped. Yūichi's mother's face went beet red. Then she nervously asked, Those other people, weren't any of them men? My! Laughed Mrs. Kabaraji. She took pleasure in letting the vulgar words fall from her lips. But I know of 2 women who have had abortions to get rid of Yūichi's children. Mrs. Kabaragi's confession, candid and bare of superfluous flourishes, had a tremendous effect. This brazen confession delivered before the wife and mother of her lover was far more appropriate and credible in the situation than a maudlin confession meant to elicit tears. The widow Minami's confusion was more than she could bear. For the first time in her life, her feminine modesty had been attacked there in that vulgar restaurant. As a result, her will was paralyzed, so that she could see in this most recent extraordinary event, which had been provoked by Mrs. Kabaragi, only its naturalness. The widow tried to calm herself. It was a respite to allow stubborn, fixed ideas to run through her head. Nobody can prove that this confession is a lie. The best proof of its truth is that, regardless of how men might act, It is impossible for a woman to confess that she has been involved in an affair that never took place. Besides, when it comes to a woman rescuing a man, there is no telling how far she might go. So it is possible that a woman like the former countess would march in on a man's mother and wife and make such an ill-bred admission. There was in this judgment a marvelous logical contradiction. In short, by her use of the word man and the word woman, she was already taking a mutual affair for granted. If she had been an old-fashioned woman, she would have closed her eyes to an affair like this, involving a married woman and a married man, and covered her ears too. But now she found herself approving of Mrs. Kaburagi's confession. She was thrown into terrible confusion because her moral outlook seemed to have become cloudy. She was frightened by the part of herself that leaned toward believing Mrs. Kaburagi's entire story and rejecting the letter as a piece of rubbish, and felt a strong urge to cling to the evidence she had gathered verifying the letter. Yes, but I saw his picture. I still feel sick when I recall that filthy place and that ill-bred waiter with Yūichi's photograph. Yu-chan told me about that. Truthfully, he told me that some of his school friends went in for that sort of thing, and they pestered him so to give them pictures of him that he let them have 2 or 3, and I suppose they got passed around. Yu-chan went to some of those places with his friends, half out of curiosity, and when he gave the cold shoulder to a man who kept making passes at him, that man wrote the letter to get back at him. Well, why didn't Yūichi tell me, his own mother, that story? I suppose he was afraid to. I'm not a very good mother, that's certain. Granting what you say, however, may I ask you an impolite question? Is there no basis for believing there was anything between Yūichi and Mr. Kaburagi? She had been anticipating this question. Nevertheless, she had to struggle to maintain her composure. She had seen it. And what she had seen was not a photograph. Mrs. Kaburagi was wounded in spite of herself. She was not embarrassed about bearing false witness, but she found it painful to betray that fervent pretense she had built over her life, since she beheld that sight, the very fervor from which this effort to bear false witness sprang. She was acting heroically now, but she refused to see herself as a heroine. Oh, that's a story beyond imagination. Yasuko had been silent the whole time. The fact that she had not said a word made Mrs. Kaburagi uncomfortable. In truth, the one to respond most honestly in the affair was Yasuko. Mrs. Kaburagi's veracity did not seem open to question. But what was the watertight connection between her husband and this other woman? Yasuko bided her time until the conversation between her mother-in-law and Mrs. Kaburagi was finished. In the meantime, she was groping for a question that might perplex Mrs. Kaburagi. There's something I find strange. Yu-chan's wardrobe has been steadily growing. Oh, that, Mrs. Kaburagi answered. That's nothing. I had them made for him. If you like, I'll bring the tailors over. I'm working, and I like to do things like that for someone I like. Really, you're working? The widow Minami's eyes rounded. It was unthinkable that this woman, the soul of extravagance, should actually be working. Mrs. Kaburagi informed her straightforwardly. After I got to Kyoto, I became a broker of imported automobiles. Recently, I struck out for myself as an independent broker. This was her only true statement. Lately, she was showing great skill in a commercial arrangement under which she bought cars at 1,300,000 yen and sold them at 1,500,000 yen. Yasuko was concerned about the baby and left her seat. Yūichi's mother, who until this time had been putting up a brave front for her daughter-in-law's benefit, broke down. She could not determine whether this woman before her was friend or foe. Regardless, she felt compelled to say, I don't know what to do. I'm more concerned about Yasuko than about myself. Mrs. Kaburagi launched forth coldly and bluntly. I came here today, determined about one thing. It seemed to me better to have you and Yasuko know the truth than to 366. Be menaced by that letter. Yūichi and I are going on a trip for 2 or 3 days. There is nothing serious between me and Yūichi, so Yasuko doesn't have a thing to worry about. Goody. Mrs. Minami dropped her head at the explicitness of this audacious distinction. At any rate, Mrs. Kabaragi's dignity was hard to impugn. The widow abandoned her motherly prerogatives. The intuition by which she divined in Mrs. B. Kabaragi more motherliness than in herself was a correct one. She did not realize that her comment was ridiculous. Please take good care of Yūichi. Yasuko bent over the sleeping Kaiko. In the past several days, her peace had been shattered, but like a mother who in an earthquake instinctively protects her child's body with her own, she had constantly schemed how to prevent the catastrophe from affecting her child. Yasuko had lost her bearings. She was like a lone island buffeted by rough seas, no longer fit for human habitation. She was being propelled towards something enormous, more complicated than disgrace. She felt almost no humiliation. The pain that almost took her breath away had come well after the incident of the letter, when the equilibrium she had attained by determining not to believe the contents of the letter was destroyed. While she was listening to Mrs. Kabaragi's frank testimony, a transformation in her innermost feelings indubitably came about. Of that transformation, she herself was not yet aware. Yasuko heard the voices of her mother-in-law and their guest as they came down the stairs. Thinking that Mrs. Kabaragi was leaving, Yasuko got up to say goodbye. But she wasn't leaving. Yasuko heard her mother-in-law's voice and had a glimpse of Mrs. Kabaragi's back through the blind as she was conducted into Yūichi's study. She walks around my house as if it were her own, thought Yasuko. Mrs. Minami soon came out of Yūichi's study, alone. She sat down at Yasuko's side. Her face was not pale. On the contrary, excitement had brought a flush to her cheeks. After a time the mother-in-law said, "What moved her to come here and tell us a thing like that? She didn't do it for the fun of it, that's certain. She must like Yūichi a great deal, to say the least." Now in the old lady's heart, apart from her sympathy for her daughter-in-law, a kind of relief and pride was being born. If it came to the stage of deciding whether she should believe the letter or Mrs. Kabaragi's story, she would unhesitatingly choose the latter. That her beautiful son should be sought after by the opposite sex was in her moral outlook a virtue. In short, it made her happy. Yasuko realized that she and her kind mother-in-law lived in different worlds. She had to take care of herself. There was no other way. From her experience, however, she knew already that, other than letting matters take their course, she had no way of rescuing herself from pain. Placed in such a pitiful position, she crouched unmoving, fixed, like a helpless little animal. "Well, that's the end," said the old lady in despair. "It's not really the end, mother," said Yasuko. Her words were stern, but her mother-in-law understood them as being meant to give her courage. In tears, she thanked her with whatever phrases she could utter. "I'm such a lucky person to have a daughter-in-law like you. Thank you, Yasuko." When Mrs. Kabaragi was at last alone with Yūichi in his study, she breathed the air of the room deeply through her nostrils, like one entering a forest. This air seemed to her more delicious and refreshing than the air of any forest. "This is a nice study. It was my father's. When I'm in the house I can only breathe easy when I'm here." "I too." Yūichi understood why her echoing phrase came so naturally. She had barged into somebody else's house like a strong wind, thrown propriety, honor, sympathy, and modesty in all directions, indulged herself to her heart's content in cruelty to herself and others, and fervently, for Yūichi's sake, dared superhuman feats. And now she took a breath. The window was open. On the table was an old-fashioned desk lamp, some ink bottles, a heap of dictionaries, and a Munich beer stein decorated with summer flowers. Across the near foreground, so like a copper plate etching, the scene of the fierce late summer street unfurled itself, somewhere how imparting a desolate feeling by the raw wood of the many buildings raised on the ashes of the fires. The capital streetcars descended the hill on the trolley street. After a passing cloud slipped away, the rails in both directions, the foundation stones of the burnt ruins still not rebuilt, and the shards of glass in rubbish piles shone out with a terrific glare. All is well. Your mother and Yasuko, too, aren't going to that restaurant again just to check up on you. All is well, I agree, said the youth, convinced. There won't be a second letter, I suppose. Mama doesn't have the courage to go there a second time, and Yasuko, even though she has the courage, would never do so. You're tired. I think you should take a little vacation somewhere. Without consulting you, I announced to your mother that you and I are going on a 2 or 3 day trip together. Yūichi turned to her as if shocked. Let's go tonight, she urged. I can get railroad tickets through a friend. 111, call you later. We can meet at the station. I'd like to stop off at Shima on the way back to Kyoto. We'll take a room in the hotel. She studied Yūichi's expression carefully. Don't worry. I know too much to cause you any trouble. Nothing will happen between us, so relax. What? Mrs. Kabaraji again had gauged Yūichi's inclinations. Yūichi agreed to go. In fact, he had wanted for 2 or 3 days to extricate himself from this stifling situation. No companion could be as gentle and as safe as Mrs. Kabaraji. The youth's eyes displayed his appreciation, and Mrs. Kabaraji, who feared as much, hurriedly waved her hand. It isn't like you to be grateful to me for a small thing like that. All right? During the trip, if you think of me as anything else but air, I shall be very upset. Yunzane, Denvas. Mrs. Kabaraji departed. Yūichi's mother saw her to the door, and afterward followed Yūichi back to his study. While she had been with Yasuko, her eyes had been open to her role. The old lady closed the door dramatically behind her. Are you going on a trip with that married woman? Yes. I wish you wouldn't. It will be pretty hard on Yasuko. If so, why doesn't she come and stop me herself? You're a child. If you then simply faced Yasuko and told her outright you're going on a trip, you'd cut the ground from under her feet. I'd like to get away from Tokyo for a little bit. If so, go with Yasuko. If I went with Yasuko, I would get no rest. The woman's voice rose in her excitement. Think of your child a little too, please. Yūichi dropped his eyes and said nothing. In the end, his mother spoke. Think of me a little too. No. This egoism reminded Yūichi of his mother's complete lack of gentleness during the episode of the letter. A dutiful son was silent for a time. Then he said, Anyway, I'm going. I've caused that person enough trouble, what with their weird business of the letter. Don't you think it would be mean not to accept her invitation? You're talking like a kept lover. Right? As she says, I'm her kept lover. Yūichi pronounced his words triumphantly to his mother, now more distantly removed from him than he could measure. Chapter %0. Heroic Passion. Mrs. Kabaraji and Yūichi departed that evening on the 11 o'clock night train. Whoa. By this time the heat had abated. Setting out on a journey engenders a strange emotion. One is seized by the feeling that he is free, not only from the land that he has just left behind him, but also from the time that he is vacated. Yūichi had had no regrets. Strange to say, it was because he loved Yasuko. As he saw things from the position of his twisted love, his going away on this journey under the many compulsions that forced him to do so was a parting gift to Yasuko. At this time his keen sensitivities had no fear even of hypocrisy. He thought of the words of the pronouncement he had made to his mother. At any rate, I love Yasuko. Can't that be taken as evidence that I like women? With those words in mind, he seemed to have sufficient reason to believe that it was Yasuko, and not himself, whom he had put Mrs. Kabaraji to the trouble of rescuing. Mrs. Kaburagi did not understand these new workings of Yūichi's heart. He was only very beautiful, overflowing with youth and charm. Furthermore, he could never love a woman. She, and no one else, had saved him. Tokyo Station receded in the distance. Mrs. Kaburagi emitted a low sigh. If she exhibited even the slightest sign of love, Yūichi's long-awaited rest would certainly be lost. As the train lurched along, their bare arms touched once in a while, but when that happened, it was she who quietly withdrew her arm. If Yūichi became aware of her love through even the faintest quiver on her part, he would end up being bored, she feared. How is Mr. F. Kaburagi doing? His letters seem fine. He's living off his wife. I guess one would have to say that's what he's always done. Is he still that way? Nowadays, since I have found out all about him, he's much more relaxed. When we walk in town and he teases me by saying, "Isn't that kid pretty? It's sure to be a boy." Yūichi said nothing, and after a time Mrs. Kaburagi asked, "Don't you like me to say things like that?" "No," said the youth without looking at her. "I don't like to hear subjects like that coming from your mouth." The sensitive woman saw through the childish fancies this self-centered youth was hiding from the world. It was an extremely important discovery. It meant that Yūichi was still searching for some kind of illusion about her. I must act more as if I don't know. I must never appear to be anything but harmless as a lover, she decided, with some satisfaction. The exhausted pair slept after a time. In the morning, at Kamiyama, they changed to the Toba line. From Toba, they took the Shima line, and over an hour later arrived at the Yūichi stop, Kashikojima, an island connected with the mainland by a single short bridge. The air was remarkably clear. The two travelers stepped down into an unfamiliar station and sniffed the sea breeze coming across the numerous isles of Agobe-do. When they got to the hotel on the top of the hill on Kashikojima, Mrs. Kaburagi asked for only one room. Not that she anticipated anything at all. Mrs. Kaburagi did not know what to make of this difficult love of hers. If one could call it love, it was a love incognita. In no play, in no novel, had its like been drawn. Everything had to be worked out by her, tested by her. If she could sleep one night in the same room with a man she loved so much, not looking forward to anything happening. When day dawned, thanks to this arduous ordeal, a still soft, feverish love would be given form and be forged into steel. She thought, on being shown into the room and seeing the two beds side by side, Yūichi was taken aback, but then soon was embarrassed that he had doubted her. The day was fine, refreshing, not too warm. Guests who came to the hotel during the week usually stayed over. After lunch, they went to the beach on Shima Peninsula, near Goza Point. They got there in the big motor launch that went from the back of the hotel along the inlet from Ago Bay. Mrs. Kaburagi and Yūichi wore light shirts over their bathing suits. The tranquility of nature was all about. The surrounding seascape was not so much that of island upon island floating on the water, but of numerous islands crowded together. The shoreline was jagged in the extreme, and the water seemed to be stealing far in upon the land, eating away at it. Thus, the singular calm of the view was like that of the very center of a flood, above which only the broad hills majestically stood forth. To the east, to the west, as far as the eye could see, all the way to the unexpected mountain passes, the coruscating sea extended. Since during the morning a number of guests had had their swim and returned, there were only 5 people in the boat with Yūichi and Mrs. Kaburagi when it went out in the afternoon. 3 were a young couple and their child. The other 2 were a middle-aged American couple. The boat, threaded among the pearl rafts that floated everywhere on the calm surface of the deep-cut bay. The rafts were used to hold the baskets which, immersed deep in the sea, held the pearl-bearing oysters. Since it was already late summer, the women pearl divers were nowhere to be seen. They had folding chairs placed on the deck in the boat's stern, and sat down. Yūichi was struck with admiration at his first view of Mrs. Kabaragi's bare body. Her flesh combined elegance with ripeness. All was sheathed in fine curves. The beauty of her legs was that of a woman who had sat on chairs since childhood. Particularly beautiful was the line from her shoulder to her forearm. As if she meant to reflect the sun's rays, Mrs. Kabaragi did nothing to protect her slightly tanned skin, which showed not the least sign of aging. The roundness from her shoulder to her wrist, in the shifting shadow of her hair flying in the sea breeze, was like the bare arms of noble ladies of ancient Rome revealed by their gown. Having been set free of the fixed idea that one must desire this body, from the sense of duty that one must entrap oneself in it, Yūichi understood its beauty well. Mrs. Kabaragi had taken off her shirt, and her white bathing suit concealed only her trunk. She watched the islands shining in the sun, so numerous that gave one no time to respond. The islands flowed up to her, then receded. Yūichi imagined the multitudes of pear beginning to ripen in the baskets, suspended into the DC from the countless pearl rafts under this late sun. The inlet of a Go Bay branched off into many Othi inlets, and from one of these the boat emerged and slipped along the surface of the sea, seemingly closed in as before by land. In the green of the surrounding islands, one could see the roofs of the houses of the pearl industry worker. They combined to form the walls of a labyrinth. "There's Hamayu!" shouted one of the guests. On one island, clumps of white flowers were visible high and there. Mrs. Kabaragi looked across the shoulder of the youth, at the fabled flowers of Hamayu, now past Thea Prime. Until now, she had not loved nature. Only body hay pulse, flesh and blood, and the smell of human beings had charmed her. But the panorama before her eyes now cured her fierce heart. Why? Because nature seemed to reject her advances. After they had returned from their swim before suppy, the two went to the hotel bar for cocktails. Yūichi ordered a martini. The countess told the bartender to mix and shake absinthe, French vermouth, and Italian vermouth, and provide her with a Duchess cocktail. The two were surprised at the uncanny colors burning everywhere in inlet after inlet in the evening glow. Theai drinks glowed orange and light brown, shot through with these rays, then turned crimson. Although the windows were open everywhere, there was not a sigh of wind. It was the famous evening calm sea, the Aishima coast. The burning atmosphere, suspended like heavy wool fabric, did not disturb the healthy repose of the youth, exhilarated in mind and body. The joy his body after the swim and bath. The consciousness sea renewal. The beautiful woman beside him knowing everything and forgiving everything. Just the right degree sea inebriation. These divine favors were flawless. They made it easy for the one beside him to feel unlucky. All in all, this man must have had something of an experience. Mrs. Kabaragi could not help thinking, She gazed at the youth's now serene eyes, storing up not one atom of ugliness that might have existed in his memory. This man continually lives in this moment, in this spot, with his innocence intact. Mrs. Kabaragi now understood well the grace that constantly and happily surrounded Yūichi. The way he was snared by grace was like the way a man is snared in a trap. You have to be cheerful, she thought. If not, it would be as before. Nothing more than repetitions of unhappy encounters, heavy as stone. In this trip to Tokyo, and the succeeding excursion to Shima, her firm self-sacrifice was valiant. It was not simply restraint. It was not self-control. It was living in the consciousness in which Yūichi lived, believing only in the world that Yūichi beheld, guarding against allowing her own wishes to twist anything in the slightest. Thus a long hard apprenticeship was necessary before she could impart about the same meaning to the vilification of hope and to the vilification of hopelessness. Nevertheless, these two people who had not seen each other for a long time had 1,001 things to talk about. She told a story about the recent Gion festival. Yūichi told the story of Shunsuke's uneasy trip in Kawada's yacht. Does Mr. Hinoki know about this recent letter? No? Why should he? Well, you seem to consult Mr. Hinoki about everything. I wouldn't tell him about something like that. Yūichi thought regretfully of his few remaining secrets and went on. Mr. Hinoki doesn't know anything about that. I wouldn't think so. In the old days, that old man was an incorrigible woman chaser. But the strange thing was the women did nothing but run away from him. Sunset was over. The wind began to spring up faintly. Even though the sun was down, there was still a clear glow off the water. The sheen of the water still reached all the way to the mountains, betraying the presence of the sea. The shadows were deep on the surface of the sea close to the shores of the islands. The olive-green shadows on the water contrasted with the sea that still gorgeously reflected the light. The two got up and went to supper. The hotel was far from a settlement, and when the evening meal was over there was nothing to do. They played some records and leafed through some bound volumes of picture magazines. They carefully read the travel folders of the airlines and hotels. Thus, Mrs. Kaburagi lowered herself, becoming like a nurse to a child who wants to stay awake, doing nothing forever. Mrs. Kaburagi perceived that what she had once imagined to be pride of conquest had turned out to be nothing more than childish caprice. If this discovery was not distasteful to her, neither was it disappointing, for she recognized that the joy Yūichi alone seemed to be taking in this deepening night, his placid contentment, the peculiar pleasure he took in not doing anything, was based entirely on the awareness that she was there beside him. In all her solicitude. After a time, Yūichi yawned. Then he said reluctantly, "Shall we go to bed soon? I'm sleepy. I can hardly keep my eyes open." But Mrs. Kaburagi, who should have been sleepy, started babbling when they got to the room. It was a babbling that was beyond her control. Even when they had rested their heads on the pillows of their separate beds, and turned off the lamp that was on the little table between them, she kept up her cheerful, feverish monologue. Her topics were innocent, innocuous, enervating. Yūichi's answers came from the darkness at long intervals. Finally, he was silent. Wholesome sleep took the place of words. Mrs. Kaburagi, too, ceased talking. For more than 30 minutes she listened to the youth's regular breathing. Her eyes were wide awake. She couldn't sleep. She lit the lamp. She picked up the book on the night table. She was startled then by the rustle of bedclothes as of someone turning in sleep, and glanced toward the neighboring bed. In truth, until this time, Mrs. Kaburagi had been waiting. She was tired of waiting, disillusioned with waiting, and then, even though she had seen clearly, since that strange peeping, that waiting was impossible, she still waited. Yūichi, however, who had discovered the one person in the world he could relax with, the one woman who was willing to talk to him, with supreme trust stretched out his happily tired body and slept. He turned. Though he was sleeping naked, he was too warm, and pushed the foul blanket from his chest. The circle of light at his head made his face, cut with deep shadows under the eyes, and his loosely covered, rising and falling chest shine like a bust carved on an ancient coin. Mrs. Kaburagi altered her dream. To be more exact, she shifted from the subject of the dream to the object of the dream. This subtle shift of vision, this shift from one chair to another in her dream, this small unconscious change in attitude, led her to give up waiting. She moved across to the other bed, like a snake writhing across a stream. Her hands and arms trembled as they supported her bending body. Her lips were directly opposite the face of the sleeping youth. She closed her eyes. Her lips could see well enough. Endymion's sleep was profound. The young man did not know who was cutting off the light across his sleeping face, or what a feverish, sleepless night was pressing close. He did not feel the stray hairs brushing his cheek. He only opened his lips slightly, exposing the glistening rows of teeth. Mrs. Kaburagi opened her eyes. Their lips had not yet touched. It was now that she opened her eyes to her resolution of valiant self-abnegation. If our lips so much as touched, in that moment something would leave with a flutter of wings, never to return. If I wish to maintain between this youth and me something like music that never ends, I must not move a finger. Night and day I must hold my breath, careful never to disturb so much as a particle of dust between us. She regained her control and returned to her bed. She pressed her cheek against her warm pillow and looked fixedly at that form like a bas-relief in its circle of golden light. She turned off the lamp. The vision persisted. She turned her face toward the wall. It was near dawn when she finally slept. This heroic ordeal was crowned with success. The next day, Mrs. Kaburagi awoke with a clear head. In the eyes with which she looked at Yūichi's face deep in the sleep of morning, there was a new, resolute power. Her emotions had been refined. She picked up her pure white, wrinkled pillow and playfully threw it at Yūichi's face. "Wake up, it's a lovely day. You can't sleep all day." This late summer day was much pleasanter than the day before, filled with promise of being a day to remember always. After breakfast, they packed lunches and drinks, hired a car, and set out to do some sightseeing around the farthest reaches of the Shima Peninsula. They would return to the hotel by boat from the beach where they had bathed the day before. From the village of Ugata near the hotel, they went through wilds of burnished earth, from which scrubby pines, hemp palms, and tiger lilies sprang here and there, and finally reached the port of Akiri. The view from Cape Dio, over which a giant pine towered, held them breathless. As they stood buffeted by the wind, they saw the white clothing of the pearl divers at their task, looking like whitecaps breaking upon the sea. They saw on a cape to the north the Inori lighthouse standing like a tall stick of chalk, and the smoke from the pearl divers' fires rising on the beaches of Cape Waiwai. The old lady who was their guide was smoking a handmade cigarette of chopped tobacco rolled in a camellia leaf. Her fingers, yellow with age and nicotine, trembled as she pointed to the end of misty Cape Kuni in the distance. There long, long ago, the Empress Jito had gone with many court ladies on a boating excursion, and held court for 7 days. Hearing this ancient, useless lore of travel was wearisome. They returned to the hotel no more than an hour before the time Yūichi was to depart. Mrs. Kaburagi, who did not have good connections to Kyoto this evening, stayed behind, planning to leave the next morning. About the time the evening calm began, Yūichi left. Mrs. Kaburagi saw him off at the trolley stop just below the hotel. The trolley came. The two shook hands, after which Mrs. Kaburagi drew back abruptly, made her way to the railing outside the station, and waved goodbye. She waved for a long time, cheerfully, showing no emotion whatever, while the scarlet evening sun shone on her cheek. Yūichi was alone among an earful of peddlers and fishermen. His heart was filled with gratitude toward this mistress of noble, disinterested friendship. Gratitude welled up in him. It made him feel envious of Kaburagi, who had taken this perfect woman as his wife. Chapter 1. Problems spiritual and financial. When he got back to Tokyo, Yūichi ran directly into trouble. During the short time he had been away, his mother's kidney trouble had taken a turn for the worse. Unaware what to strive for, what means to use in resisting, the widow Minami, half blaming herself, had no recourse save to become gravely ill. With marvelous facility, she became dizzy and often, for a very short time, lost consciousness. Thin urine welled from her constantly. The symptoms were certainly those of kidney atrophy. When he arrived home at 7 in the morning and opened the front door, Yūichi knew from the expression on Kiyo's face that his mother was critically ill. The moment he entered, the heavy odor of illness struck his nostrils. The joyful memories of the trip were suddenly frozen in his heart. Yasuko, exhausted from nursing her mother-in-law late into the night, was not yet awake. Kiyo went to prepare his bath. Yūichi made his way upstairs to the bedroom he shared with Yasuko. The high windows had been opened throughout the night to let in the cool air, and the rays of the rising sun now streamed in and lit the skirt of the mosquito netting. Yūichi's bed was laid out. The linen pads had been carefully arranged. On the pallet next to his Yasuko was sleeping with Keiko. Yūichi lifted the netting and slipped in. Softly he lay down on the padding of his own bed. The baby opened her eyes. On her mother's outstretched arm she lay, soberly, and with wide eyes observing her father. The scent of milk came to him faintly. The infant suddenly smiled. It was as if drops of smile dripped from the corners of her mouth. Yūichi poked her cheek lightly with his finger. Keiko, her eyes unwavering, continued smiling. Yasuko started to turn over, rather painfully, then stopped and opened her eyes. She saw the face of her husband, unexpectedly close to her own. Yasuko did not smile at all. During those few moments while Yasuko was awakening, Yūichi's memory moved swiftly. He remembered the sleeping face that he had so often gazed upon so intently, the sleeping face that he had dreamed of, immaculate possession that he would not harm for the world. He remembered her face filled with surprise, joy, and trust, that time in the hospital room during the night. Yūichi could expect nothing from his wife when she opened her eyes. He had merely returned from his trip, during which he had remained behind in despair. But his heart, accustomed to being forgiven, yearned, and his innocence, accustomed to being trusted, dreamed. In this instant his emotions were like those of a beggar who asks for nothing, yet who has no other skill save that of begging. Heavy with sleep, Yasuko's eyelids opened. Yūichi saw a Yasuko he had never seen before. She was a different woman. She spoke in a sleepy, unvarying, yet not at all ambiguous tone. When did you get back? Have you had breakfast? Mother is very sick. Did Kyo tell you? She asked, as if reading off a checklist. Then she said, I'll fix your breakfast quickly. Won't you wait on the veranda? Yasuko arranged her hair and dressed hurriedly. She came downstairs with the baby in her arms. She did not entrust the child to her husband while she prepared breakfast, but laid her down in the room next to the veranda where he was reading the newspaper. The morning had not yet warmed up. Yūichi blamed his uneasiness on the night journey, so hot that he had slept almost not at all. He clicked his tongue as he thought, I now understand clearly what they call the unimpeded pace of misfortune. It has a fixed speed like that of a clock, but one always feels like this when he hasn't had enough sleep. It's all the doing of Mrs. Kaburagi. The change in Yasuko, as she opened her eyes in the extremity of fatigue, and discovered the face of her husband before her was a surprise, mostly to Yasuko herself. She had formed the habit of closing her eyes and sketching in her mind down to the last detail the picture of her suffering, and then opening her eyes and seeing it before her. That picture was beautiful, magnificent. This morning, however, this was not what she saw. There was only the face of a youth, outlined by the rays of the morning sun, shining through a corner of the mosquito netting, giving the impression of an inanimate figure of clay. Yasuko opened a can of coffee and poured hot water into the white china coffee pot. In her hands, there was an unfeeling quickness. Her fingers did not tremble in the slightest. After a while, Yasuko placed Yūichi's breakfast before him on a wide silver-plated tray. It was a delicious breakfast to Yūichi. The morning shadows were still abundant in the garden. The whitewashed railing of the veranda shone with dazzling, late summer dew. The young couple silently ate breakfast together. Keiko quietly slept. The sick mother had not yet awakened. Doctor said mother should be taken to the hospital sometime today. We've been waiting for you to come home to make arrangements to have her admitted. Oh, all right. Good day. Yūichi looked attentively at the garden. He blinked as he observed the morning sun lighting the treetops of the Pausanias. The mother's grave illness drew the young couple together. Yūichi had the illusion that now Yasuko's heart was once again firmly his, and he took advantage of the moment to employ the charms any husband would use. It's good to have breakfast, just the two of us, isn't it? Yes. Yasuko smiled. There was an impenetrable indifference in her smile. Yūichi was dismayed. His face turned red with embarrassment. Then he poured out these words, a transparent, insincere, over-dramatized outpouring, perhaps, but at the same time, perhaps also a heartfelt, sincere confession couched in words that he had never before uttered to a woman. While I was away, he said, all I thought of was you. It's become clear to me with all our troubles of the last few days, that you mean more to me than anyone. Ah, me. Yasuko remained calm. She smiled a light, non-committal smile. It was as if Yūichi's words were those of an unknown country. She looked at his lips as if they were being moved by someone talking on the other side of a thick pane of glass. His words did not come through. However, Yasuko had already resolved that she would settle down, bring up Keiko, and never leave Yūichi's house until she was ugly and stricken in years. This virtue, born from hopelessness, had a power no sin could influence. Yasuko had forsaken the world of absolutes. She had left it completely. When she had been in that world, her love yielded to no evidence. Yūichi's coldness, his abrupt rejections, his late homecomings, his overnight absences, his secrets, the fact that he never loved a woman. In the face of such evidence, the affair of the anonymous letter was a trivial matter. Yet Yasuko had remained unmoved, because she lived in another world. Yasuko did not step off her world on her own initiative. She was dragged off it. Yūichi, who as a husband was perhaps too kind, had deliberately enlisted the aid of Mrs. Kaburagi and wrenched his wife out of the quiet of love's realm, out of the unrestricted, limpid realm in which she lived, where impossibilities could not exist, and dragged her into the disorderly world of reciprocal love. Yasuko was now hemmed in by the evidence of that world. There were with her there things she had known all along, things familiar to her, with which she was hemmed in by the dull, dumb wall of impossibility. She had only one method of dealing with it all. That lay in not feeling anything, in not seeing, in not hearing anything. While Yūichi was away on that trip, Yasuko had donned the arts and artifices of this new world in which she was forced to live. She had to go so far as to treat herself resolutely as a woman without love, even of herself. She had turned into a deaf-mute, outwardly adjusted. She served her husband his breakfast wearing a stylish apron in a yellow-checked pattern. "Would you like some more coffee?" she said. She said it without effort. A bell rang. I was the handbell beside the pillow in Mrs. Minami's sick room. "She must be awake," Yasuko said. The two went to the sick room. "Ow!" Yasuko opened the shutters. "Have you come home at last?" the widow said, not lifting her head from the pillow. Yūichi saw death in her face. It was swollen with dropsy. That year there were no typhoons of consequence between the 210th day and the 220th day. Of course, there were several typhoons, but they all just missed Tokyo, causing no severe wind or water damage. Yaichiro Kawada was extremely busy. Mornings he was at the bank. Afternoons he held conferences. His executives huddled with him in conferences over the question of how to invade the sales network of a competing firm. At the same time, he was negotiating with an electrical supply company and other subcontractors. He was involved in negotiations with directors of a French auto company now visiting Japan, working toward agreements on technical cooperation, patent rights, and commissions. At night, as a rule, he entertained his banking associates at geisha houses. Also, based on intelligence reports his labor relations chief brought him periodically, he had come to understand that strike-breaking preparations on the part of the company had been quite unsuccessful, and that the union was developing momentum toward a strike. The tick in Kawada's right cheek was getting worse. It was the only emotional weakness in his otherwise imperturbable exterior, and it threatened him. Hidden behind his proud German, never downturned face, Behind his fine nose, behind the clear line of the cleft of his upper lip, behind his rimless glasses, Kawada's sensitive heart moaned and bled. At night, before he went to sleep, he would read a page from a collection of H.B. Alderlin's early poetry. He would peer at it stealthily as if reading an erotic passage, intoning, "Ewig musty liebe Darben." It was the last verse of the poem to nature. "Lie, was wir lieben, ist ein Schatten nur." "He is free," groaned the wealthy bachelor in his bed. "Just because he's young and beautiful, he thinks he has the right to spit on me." The twofold jealousy that makes the love of the aged, homosexual unbearable, came between Kawada and his bachelor's sleep. Take the jealousy of a man whose woman is unfaithful, and combine with it the jealousy that a woman past her prime feels toward a young, beautiful woman. And combine with that doubly intricate product the peculiar consciousness that the person one loves is of the same sex, and you have an exaggerated, absolutely unforgivable humiliation in love. If a prominent man experienced something as enormous as this at the hands of a woman, he would be able to endure it. But nothing could do more harm to the self-respect of someone like Kawada than to have the humiliations of love for a man thrown into his face. Kawada recalled how one day, when he was young, he was seduced by a rich merchant in New York's Hotel Waldorf Astoria. Then he remembered the night of a party in Berlin, when he and a gentleman he knew got into the man's Hispano Suiza and headed for his villa in the suburbs. The two men in swallowtail coats embraced in the car, oblivious to the headlights of the other cars. Their perfumed, hard-boiled shirt fronts rubbed against each other. It was the last flourish of Europe before world panic. It was the time when an aristocratic lady and a Negro, an ambassador and a villain, a king and an actor in American action films slept together. Kawada recalled the boy sailors of Marseille and their shiny white prominent chests, like waterfowl. Then he thought of the beautiful boy he had picked up in a cafe on the Via Veneto in Rome, and of the Arab boy in Algiers, Alfredo Jamir Musa Zarzal. And Yūichi surpassed all these. Once Kawada found time to meet Yūichi. "Do you want to see a movie?" he said. "No, I don't want to see a movie," Yūichi said. They passed a billiard parlor, and Yūichi, who didn't play much, suddenly went in, for no good reason. Kawada didn't play. For all of 3 hours, Yūichi idled around the pool table, while the busy captain of industry sat in a chair, under a faded pink curtain, waiting disgustedly for the one he loved to end his fit of bad temper. The blue veins in Kawada's head pounded, his cheeks quivered, his heart shouted out loud, "Here he keeps me waiting in a pool room in a chair with the straw coming out of it a lot. I, who am never kept waiting by anybody. I who don't mind keeping callers waiting for a week. The wrecks of this world are of various kinds." A bystander might have looked at the destruction Kawada predicted for himself as a quite luxurious one after all. It alone, however, was to Kawada at this moment the most frightening destruction possible, and with good reason he concentrated on avoiding. Kawada was 50 years old, and the good fortune he hoped for was to look with contempt at life. This was at first glance a very cheap good fortune, one that society's men of 50 come to entirely unconsciously. The resistance to life of the homosexual who refuses to be subordinate in his work, however, audaciously floods the world with this sensitivity wherever there is space, awaiting the chance to permeate the world of men's work. He knew that Wilde's famous pronouncement was nothing more than sour grapes. "I have put all my genius into my life. I have put only my talent into my works." Wilde was forced to say that, of course. The homosexual of promise, whoever he is one who recognizes that certain manliness within himself, and love it, and holds fast to it. And the masculine virtue that Kawada recognized in himself was his ever-ready 19th century predilection for diligence. A strange trap for one to be in. As in that long-ago warlike time, loving a woman was an effeminate act, To Kawada, any emotion that ran counter to his own masculine virtue seemed effeminate. To samurai and homosexual, the ugliest vice is femininity. Even though their reasons for it differ, the samurai and the homosexual do not see manliness as instinctive, but rather as something gained only from moral effort. The ruin Kawada feared was moral ruin. The reason that he was an adherent of the Conservative Party lay in its policy of protecting the things that should have been his enemies: the established order and the family system based on heterosexual love. Yūichi's shadow flickered over every part of his social life. Like a man who makes the mistake of looking at the sun, and wherever he looks thereafter sees an afterimage of the sun, Kawada saw Yūichi's image in the sound of the door of the president's office, where Yūichi had no right to be, in the sound of the phone, even in the profiles of young people in the street outside the car window. That afterimage was no more than a ghost. Since the idea that he should part with Yūichi first entered his mind, that empty wraith had gradually become monstrous. In truth, Kawada had half confused the emptiness of his fatalism with the emptiness of his heart. In the decision to part company, he showed he preferred the alternative of quickly and cruelly killing his passion to living with the fear that he would someday find the passion withered inside him. Thus, at parties with nobles and famous geisha, the pressure of the rule of the majority that young Yūichi too had felt crushed the haughty heart of Kawada, which should have been abundantly equipped to resist it. His many uninhibited dirty stories had been the toast of the banquet hall, but now this not necessarily time-honored art filled Kawada with self-repugnance. Of late his taciturnity froze the very heart of the company's social director. Even though it seemed that under the circumstances parties would go much better if the president did not appear, Kawada's sense of duty always urged his presence. This was the state of Kawada's mind. One night when, after a long absence, Yūichi suddenly appeared at Kawada's home and Kawada happened to be there, the delight of the unexpected meeting upset his resolve to call it quits. His eyes could not get enough of looking at Yūichi's face. Even though mad imaginatives usually left his eyes clear, now the same thing made him drunk. Strangely beautiful youth! Kawada was drunk with the mystery before him. With Yūichi, it seemed, this evening's visit was purely a whim, but even so, there was no one like him at underestimating his own miraculous powers. The night was still young, and so Kawada went out for a drink with the youth. They went to a not-too-noisy high-class bar. Under these circumstances, of course, not an inn, a bar where there were women. It happened that 4 or 5 of Kawada's close friends were there drinking. There were the president of a well-known drug company and some of his directors. This man, Matsumura by name, winked slightly, and with a smile, waved to them. Matsumura, second of his family to become president of the firm, was not much over 30. He was a notorious dandy, self-important, and he was one of the fellowship. He paraded his vices, proud of them. Matsumura's pet, Tion, was to convert all the people under his control to his heresy, or if he couldn't do that, to win their approval. Matsumura's diligent and industrious old secretary was a loyal man who strove to believe that nothing was as refined as homosexual love. He berated himself that he was so plebeian as not to possess so refined a nature. It was Kawada who was placed in an ironic position. When he, so circumspect in these matters, appeared with this beautiful youth, his friend and his colleagues stared at them openly over their drinks. After a time, when Kawada went to the men's room, Matsumura nonchalantly left his place and sat down in Kawada's chair. Before the waitress at Yūichi's side, he pretended to be talking about business and said magnanimously, "Oh, Mr. Minami, there's something I want very badly to talk with you about. Can you have dinner with me tomorrow night?" Just that much was said, with eyes never wavering from Yūichi's face. Each word, every syllable, was pronounced with deliberation, like placing a stone in the game of Go. Yūichi said yes before he realized it. "Will you come?" "Good. 111 meet you tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock in the bar of the Imperial Hotel." Above the din, the feat was completed in a stroke, with all the naturalness in the world. When Kawada returned to his seat, Matsumura was already back at his own table, chatting away. Kawada's acute sense of smell, however, quickly picked up a lingering odor like that of a cigarette that had been stamped out. It was quite painful for him to act as if he hadn't noticed it. If the pain continued long, he would be in a bad temper indeed. He feared that he would create suspicion in Yūichi, and then, finding it all too much to bear, would have to confess the reasons for his moodiness. So he suggested they leave, and after an amiable farewell to Matsumura, they went out, much earlier than expected. Kawada stepped to the car and told the driver to wait there while they walked to another bar. Then Yūichi told him what had happened. The youth walked along the rutted pavement, and hands in the pockets of his gray flannel trousers and head down, said as if it mattered little. "A while ago, Mr. Matsumura asked me to meet him at the Imperial Hotel bar tomorrow. Wants to have dinner with me. I couldn't say anything but, what a pain." He clucked his tongue. "I wanted to tell you right away, but it was hard to do so in that bar." And Jerry say, Kawada's joy on hearing this was unbounded. This haughty man of affairs, given to modest joys, said thank you, with heartfelt appreciation. "I'm afraid I made a real problem out of wondering just how long after Matsumura asked you, you would tell me about it. And since you couldn't talk about it in the bar, I'd say you got it out in the shortest time," he said. It was a compliment heavy with logic, a sincere confession. At the next bar, Kawada and Yūichi laid their plan for the following day, for all the world as if they were making a business deal. Matsumura and Yūichi had no business connections whatever. Matsumura, moreover, had desired Yūichi before this. The implications of the invitation were obvious. "Now we're accomplices," Kawada said to himself, with joy he could hardly contain. "Yūichi and I are accomplices. How closely our hearts will beat together." Kawada's tone was matter-of-fact, no different from that he used when in the president's office. He was careful when the waitress was near, and instructed Yūichi as follows. "Now we know how you feel. You want to go to the trouble of calling Matsumura to call things off. Here's what let's do." Kawada always said do this in the corporation. He was not a man ever to say, "let's do." Matsumura is master of his domain, so it's no good to treat him unceremoniously. Granted, circumstances were what they were, and you gave your consent. Why don't you go to the place agreed on? Accept his invitation to dinner. Afterward say, "That was a fine meal, now I'd like to buy you a drink." Matsumura will come along without a care in the world. Then let's work it out, so I happen to be at the same bar you go to. I'll be waiting, beginning at 7 o'clock. Now what bar is good? Matsumura will be on his guard for places I go to, and won't come, so it will not seem right for me suddenly to appear accidentally at a bar I've never been to. It must all be carried out very naturally. Oh yes, there's the Bar Javame F where I've gone with you 4 or 5 times, in this neighborhood. That's fine. If Matsumura balks, lie to him. Tell him something such as it's a bar I never go to. How's that? That looks like a great plan that has us protected on 3 sides. Yūichi said, "Let's do it." Kawada realized he would have to arrange to cancel his business engagements for the next evening, the first thing in the morning. The two did no more drinking for the time being. Their pleasure that night was boundless. Kawada wondered how he had ever thought, even for a moment, of breaking off with this young man. The next day at 5, Matsumura was at the bar in the grill of the Imperial Hotel, waiting for Yūichi. His heart was filled with all manner of sensual anticipation, glutted with conceit and confidence. Matsumura, though a company head, dreamed of nothing more than being an interloper, and slightly shook the glass of cognac he was warming in both hands. 5 minutes after the appointed time, he tasted keenly the pleasure of being kept waiting. The guests at the bar were almost all foreigners. They talked endlessly in English that sounded like a dog barking deep in its throat. When it occurred to Matsumura, after another 5 minutes, that Yūichi might not appear, he tried to feel in the next 5 minutes what he had felt 5 minutes before, but the next 5 minutes were already altered. This 5-minute period was a time for vigilance. Yūichi had indeed come, and was in the doorway. He was hesitating, it seemed, about whether to come in. The feeling that he was there filled the place. When that 5 minutes was past, the feeling evaporated, and a new feeling that he was not there replaced it. At about 5:15, determined once more that he must try to wait, Matsumura's heart repeatedly prompted him to change his mood. When 20 minutes had gone by, however, even these measures no longer helped. He was battered by uneasiness and disappointment, busily trying to reconstruct at least the intolerable feeling of anticipation that caused his present anguish. 111. Wait a minute more, Matsumura thought. His hopes were hitched to the circuit of the second hand as it approached and went past the 60 mark. Thus Matsumura, in a way unusual to him, waited and wasted 45 minutes. About an hour after Matsumura resignedly left the place, Kawada interrupted his work early and headed for the Javame. There Kawada tasted, though at slower pace, the same agony of waiting that Matsumura had undergone. The punishment of his long wait, however, was many times that of Matsumura. The cruelty of it was beyond comparison with what Matsumura had suffered. Kawada waited in the Javame until it closed. His pain, aggravated by his imagination, expanded and deepened with each moment. He refused to resign himself to it. His pain could do no more than mount. In the first hour, the breadth of Kawada's dreams was beyond limit. They're taking a long time over the meal. He was probably asked to some Japanese-style restaurant somewhere, Kawada thought. Perhaps it was a restaurant attended by geisha. This idea seemed plausible, for a man like Matsumura would be punctilious about having geisha present. A little more time went by. His heart, laboring to minimize his fears that it was becoming far too late, suddenly exploded into a series of new doubts. Yūichi was lying, wasn't he? No, that can't be. His youth couldn't stand up against Matsumura's cunning. He's naive, he's innocent. He loves me. There's no doubt about it. It's only that he couldn't get Matsumura to come here by his own power. Or perhaps Matsumura saw through my plans, and of course, wouldn't fall for the trick. Yūichi and Matsumura must be at another bar now. Yūichi must be waiting for the chance to slip over where I am. I must be patient a little while longer. Thinking thus, Kawada was assailed by regret. Oh my, just out of damned vanity, I've gone and made Yūichi fall into Matsumura's clutches. Why didn't I just have him turn down the invitation? If Yūichi didn't like phoning and calling it off, I could have called Matsumura and done it myself, whether it was proper or not. Suddenly, a wild fancy ripped a thim. Right now, in a bed somewhere, Matsumura is hugging Yūichi, for all I know. The logic of each surmise gradually broke down into fragments. The logic that held Yūichi, pure of heart, and the logic that revealed him as impossibly low contradicted each other painfully. Kawada sought relief from the phone at the counter. He phoned Matsumura. Though it was 390. After 11, Matsumura wasn't home yet. He did what was forbidden and called Yūichi's home, but he wasn't there. He asked the number of Yūichi's mother's hospital and, throwing common sense and tact to the winds, implored the hospital operator to check the hospital room. Yūichi was not there either. Kawada was beside himself. After he got home, he couldn't sleep. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he called Yūichi's home again. Yūichi had not yet returned. Kawada could not sleep at all. The next morning was a clear, refreshing, early fall day, and at 9, he phoned Yūichi once more. And now, Yūichi answered. Kawada had few hard words to say to the youth when he came to the phone, but he asked him to come to his office at 10:30. This was the first time Kawada had asked Yūichi to the company. On his way to work in the car, Kawada's heart mulled over the very masculine decision he had arrived at during the night. Once you decide a thing, never deviate from it. Whatever it is, hold to your decision. Kawada entered his office at 10. His secretary greeted him. He called the director who had attended last night's banquet in Kawada's stead, but the man had not yet arrived. Instead, another director dropped in to pass the time of day. Yaichiro Kawada closed his eyes in vexation. Although he had slept not one wink, he had no headache. His racing mind was clear. The director leaned at the window and toyed with the tassel of the window shade. He said in his usual loud voice, "I've got a hangover. My head is splitting. Last night I was out with some fellow, and we drank until 3 o'clock this morning. At 2 o'clock we left Shimbashi, and then woke up all the bars in Kagurazaka. Who do you think it was? It was Matsumura, of Matsumura Pharmaceuticals." Listening, Kawada's jaw dropped. "Your body just can't take running around with fellows as young as that," the director went on. Concealing his interest, Kawada asked, "Who was Matsumura running around with?" "Matsumura was alone. I'm an old friend of his father. He goes out with me as if he were dragging his old man around. Yesterday I deliberately got home early, thinking I'd take a quick bath when he called and asked me out." Kawada was ready to let out a bleat of joy, but a stubborn second thought held him back. This lucky intelligence did not make up for last evening's torture. Also, Matsumura could have asked this trusted director to make a false report that Yūichi was not along. One could not say that was not the case. When once you decide a thing, never deviate from it. The director then brought up various topics connected with their work. Kawada gave astute answers that surprised himself. The secretary came in and announced a caller. "It's a relative of mine, a student," said Kawada. "He's looking for a job, but his grades are pretty bad." He frowned. The director decided to leave, and then Yūichi came in. In the fresh light of the early autumn morning, youth alone shone from the young face. Without a single cloud, without a hint of shadow, that face ever reborn from morning to morning clutched at the heart of Kawada. This youth's face belied his exertions of the night before, as well as his betrayal, and showed no hint that it might have made another person suffer. It knew no recompense. Even if it had participated in a killing the night before, surely it would not have changed. He wore a blue blazer, from which the creases in his gray flannel trousers fell straight as an arrow. He approached Kawada with perfect composure. Kawada himself opened the argument, with a clumsiness of which even he was aware. "What happened last night?" The beautiful youth showed his manly white teeth and smiled. He sat down in the chair indicated to him and said, "That business of Matsumura's was a pain in the neck, so I didn't go to meet him, so I didn't have to meet you either, I figured." Kawada was accustomed to explanations like this, full of contradictions. "Why didn't you have to come to meet me?" Yūichi smiled again. Then, squirming so that the chair squealed like a rude schoolboy, he said, "Day before yesterday and yesterday too? I called your home, I don't know how many times. That's what the old girl says." Kawada showed the reckless valor of one who had been beaten and cornered. Suddenly he changed the subject to Yūichi's mother's illness. Are you having trouble meeting her hospital expenses?" "Not particularly," the youth answered. "I won't ask where you stayed last night. I'll just give you a gift for your mother in the hospital. All right? I'll give you what you think you need. If you're satisfied, just nod." Kawada's tone became all business. "And from now on, I want you to stay away from me altogether. You won't hear any more from me. I beg of you from now on not to put me in any ridiculous predicament or interfere with my work." He snatched a checkbook from his pocket and, wondering whether he should give Yūichi a few minutes' time to think, sat irresolute, looking up stealthily at the youth's face. Until this time it was, in fact, Kawada who had been looking down. The youth's eyes were lifted. In this instant, Kawada waited for the youth's explanation, or apology, or appeal, and at the same time feared all of them. The youth, however, sat silent and proud, his back straight. The sound of a check being ripped from the book broke the silence. Yūichi looked at it. It was for 200,000 yen. He silently slid it back with his fingertips. Kawada tore up the check. He wrote a larger sum on another. He slid that toward Yūichi. Yūichi again refused it. This absolutely ridiculous and solemn game was repeated a number of times. When it rose to 400,000 yen, Yūichi thought of the 500,000 yen he had borrowed from Shunsuke. Kawada's behavior excited only his disgust, and the youth had considered bidding Kawada up and then taking the check and tearing it to bits before his eyes and saying goodbye with a flourish. When the figure of 500,000 yen flickered in his mind, however, he came to his senses and waited for the next figure to be named. Yeichiro Kawada's proud forehead was not bowed. A twitch ran like lightning down his right cheek. With the last check in tatters before him, he wrote another and handed it across the desk. It was for 500,000 yen. The youth held out his fingers, folded the check slowly, and put it in his breast pocket. He stood up, and with a smile that showed he bore no hard feelings, bowed. "I appreciate all you've done for me for so long a time. Sayonara." Kawada did not have the power to get up from his chair. Finally, he reached out his hand and said, "Sayonara." As they shook hands, Yūichi noticed that Kawada's hand shook severely. Yūichi did not allow passion to get the better of him, which was lucky for Kawada, who would have died rather than be pitied. His natural emotions, nevertheless, were tinged with feelings of friendship. He preferred elevators, so he didn't go down the stairs, but pressed the button in the marble pillar. His prospective employment with Kawada Motors had gone up in smoke, and his social ambitions were back where they had started. With the 500,000 yen, Kawada had bought back his right to look at the world with contempt. Yūichi's ambition was made of extremely fanciful stuff, but the collapse of his dreams promised to interfere with his return to reality. Broken dreams, to a greater extent than dreams still in force, are apt to treat reality as an enemy. The possibility of filling the yawning gap between his dreams of his powers and his occasional sober estimates of his powers seemed blocked for the time being. Moreover, having learned to see, he recognized that it had been blocked from the beginning. For detestable modern society has a way of frustrating dreams. This is one of its chief powers. To be sure, Yūichi had learned to see. Without the interposition of a mirror, however, it was difficult to see youth in the very middle of youth. The fact that the negations of youth end in abstraction, while the affirmations of youth have a sexual leaning, seems to stem from this difficulty. Last night, on a sudden gamble, he had broken his appointments with both Matsumura and Kawada, and spent a pure evening drinking with a school friend until morning. But this so-called purity was only physical. Yūichi looked at his own position. Once he had smashed his way out of the cage of the mirror and forgotten his own face, and come to regard it as something that did not exist. Then for the first time, he had begun searching for the position of the seeing person. He had been set free from the childish ambition of dreaming that society might supply him with some kind of image that would be a substitute for the image that the mirror had reflected. Seeking this in the very middle of youth now, he was impatient to complete the difficult operation of basing an existence on something he couldn't see. A decade ago, his body could have accomplished this operation with the greatest of ease. Yūichi felt Shunsuke's spell. He must first return the 500,000 yen to Shunsuke. Everything else had to come after that. A few days later, on a cool autumn evening, the beautiful youth visited Shunsuke's home without any previous notice. It happened that the old man was at work on a manuscript he had been carrying about with him for several weeks. This autobiographical essay, Shunsuke Hinoki, had titled on Shunsuke Hinoki. He had not realized that Yūichi would be visiting him, and he was reading over the unfinished manuscript under the desk lamp. He was marking it here and there with a red pencil. Chapter Talwin, Rose, Wanna Decide, All Around You Arbal, Dendishi Ewenrasi. Grand finale. That morning, Yūichi had done nothing of consequence. His employment examination for Yasuko's father's department store was a week away. Thanks to his father-in-law's good offices, his job was already assured. As a matter of form, however, he had to take the test. By way of preparation, it was important that he pay a visit to his father-in-law as a matter of business courtesy. It would have been well to do it sooner, but his mother's worsening health provided a useful excuse for postponement. Yūichi was not in the mood to visit his father-in-law today. He had in his wallet the check for 500,000 yen. Yūichi set out for the Ginza alone. The city trolley stopped at the Tsukiyabashi station and seemed not to be going any farther. The passengers flowed out onto the street and hurried in the direction of Owari-cho. Into the clear autumn sky, black smoke mounted in thick clouds. Yūichi got off the trolley and mingled with the crowd, hurrying with them. The Owari-cho crossroads was already filled with people. 3 red fire engines had stopped in the middle of the throng. They threw long streams of water where the black smoke was mounting. A big cabaret was on fire. From this side, the view was cut off by the 2-story building near at hand, but every now and then, rising spires of flame flashed in the black smoke. If it had been night, the smoke, enclosing innumerable sparks, which would then have been visible, would have been a shapeless black. The fire had already moved to the surrounding stores. The second floor of the 2-story building nearby was already burning. Only the outer walls seemed to remain. The eggshell paint of the outer walls, however, was still its vivid and clear everyday color. The crowd shouted praises for the courage of one of the firemen, who had climbed to the roof, half surrounded by flame, and with his fire axe, was breaking down the roof. The sight of these little black human figures gambling against death seemed to strike the hearts of the crowd with pleasure. A pleasure not unlike that lewd one. A building under renovation near the fire was surrounded with scaffolding. A number of people were on the scaffolds guarding against the spread of the fire. The fire unexpectedly made little sound. Explosions, the sound of the ridgepole burning and falling and the like, could not be heard here. There was a dull, buzzing sound, but that was from a newspaper's red, single-engined airplane circling overhead. Yūichi felt something like fog playing about his cheek and took cover. An old rotten hose belonging to one of the fire trucks, which was conducting water from one of the hydrants at the curb, was sending up a spray of water out of a hole that had been repaired. It cascaded down the street like rain. The spray wet the window of a dry goods store. It made it difficult to see the employees inside the store as they crouched among their personal effects and the portable safe they had brought out, worrying about the spread of the fire. The water from the hoses ceased every once in a while. The streams in the sky visibly withdrew and drooped downward. In those intervals, the black smoke kept drifting off at an angle, seemingly without end. "The National Guard! The National Guard!" the crowd shouted. A truck pushed in upon the crowd and stopped. From its rear, a contingent of white-helmeted guardsmen descended. It was only a unit of policemen brought to control traffic, but the fear it excited among the crowd was laughable. Perhaps the crowd felt stirring within itself seditious leanings that might have brought out the National Guard. Before the advancing phalanx of guardsmen, their clubs at their sides, the people surged in retreat. Their blind power was awesome. Individuals one by one lost their will. They had been taken over by the agencies of a power outside themselves. The pressure to mount back on the sidewalk pushed the people standing in front of the stores back against the display windows. At one store, a youthful group standing in front of a large, expensive single-pane store window spread their arms out wide and shouted, "Watch the glass! Watch the glass!" Like moths around a flame, most of the crowd was impervious to the dangers of the glass. As he was being pushed about, Yūichi heard a sound like firecrackers. The crowd had trampled on some balloons that had been torn from the hand of a child. Then Yūichi noticed, under the stampede of feet, a blue wooden sandal that was being sloshed about like a bit of flotsam. When finally Yūichi managed to free himself from TK Mob, he found himself facing in a strange direction. He redid his disarranged necktie and walked away. He didn't look again in the direction of the fire. The extraordinary energy of the mob scene, however, had stirred in him an inexplicable excitement. Since he had no place to go, Yūichi walked for a time and finally went into a theater that was showing a movie he did not especially want to see. Shunsuke laid down his red pencil. His shoulder was very stiff. He stood up and, striking the shoulder, moved to the large library next to the study. About a month earlier, Shunsuke had disposed of about half of his collection. As he got older, his books had come to seem useless to him. He kept only those that he particularly liked, took down the empty shelves, and had a window cut through in the wall that had so long blocked off the light. In the north window, so close to the foliage of the magnolia tree, he had 2 clear panes of glass installed. The cot he had kept in the study for naps, he moved into the library. There, Shunsuke would make himself comfortable and riffle through the pages of the books lined up on a small table. Shunsuke entered the study and looked for something on the shelf of original works in French literature, which was up fairly high. He soon found the book he was looking for. It was a special edition with rice paper pages of Musa Pidika in French translation. Musa Pidika is a collection of poems by the Roman poet Straton, of the time of Vaux. Hadrian. He followed in the steps of the Emperor Hadrian, who loved Antinius, and he wrote poems only about beautiful boys. Let the cheek be fair or dipped in honey shades of flaxen hue, the hair or black with every grace. Let the eyes be brown, or let me disappear into those flashing pools of deepest black. He of the honey-colored skin, the black hair, and the jet-black eyes must have been born in Asia Minor, as was the famous Eastern slave Antinius. The ideal youthful beauty dreamed of by 2nd century Romans was Asian in nature. Shunsuke again took Keats's Endymion from the shelf. His eyes moved over the verses he had almost committed to memory. Just a little more, the old author thought. Already nothing is missing of the material that visions are made of. In just a little while, it will be complete. The image of adamantine youth will be ready. It's been a long time since I felt palpitations like this, or such reasonless fears, just before completing a work. In the moment of completion, that final supreme moment, what will appear? Shunsuke stretched himself diagonally across the bed and idly turned the pages of the book. He listened to the sounds about him. All over the garden the insects of autumn were chorusing. In a corner of the book stacks, the complete works of Shunsuke Hinoki, just brought out last month, stood, all 20 volumes in a row. The stamped gold characters shone forth in dull monochromatic brilliance. 20 volumes of repetition of the same sneer of boredom. As a man might, purely out of politeness, chuck the chin of an ugly child, the old author idly cupped his hand and caressed the rows of characters on the spines of his collected works. On the 2 or 3 small tables around the bed, a number of books were scattered, seemingly open to the page last read, their white pages open like so many dead wings. There was a collection of the poems of Tane of the Fa, Neo School, a Taiheki open to the pages dealing with the great priest of the Shiga temple, a copy of Okagami handed down from the retired Emperor Kazan, a collection of the poems of the shogun Yoshihisa Ashikaga, who died young, and a sumptuously bound combined edition of the Kinjiki and the Nihon Shoki. In those last 2 works, the theme is endlessly repeated that so many young and beautiful princes have had their lives cut off in the flower of their youth, with the exposure of some foul love affair or insurrection or plot, or have ended their lives themselves. Prince Karu was one. Prince Otsu was another. Shunsuke loved the blighted youth of ancient times. He heard a sound at the door of the study. It was 10 p.m. There was no reason for the caller to come this late. It must be the old housekeeper bringing up tea. Shunsuke answered without looking up. It wasn't the old servant who entered. It was Yūichi. "Are you working?" he asked. I headed up here so quickly the housekeeper was too surprised to do anything to stop me. Shunsuke came out of the library and looked at Yūichi standing in the middle of the study. The beautiful young man's arrival had been so sudden that it seemed as if he had appeared out of all the books Shunsuke had been poring over. The two exchanged the salutations appropriate to the great length of time since they had last seen each other. Shunsuke conducted Yūichi to an easy chair and went to get the wine bottle he kept for company in the library cupboard. Yūichi heard a cricket chirping in a corner of the study. The room was just as he had first seen it. On the knick-knack shelves surrounding the window on three sides were the many pieces of ancient pottery. Their position had not been changed in the slightest. The beautiful totem doll of ancient crafting was where it had been originally. Nowhere were flowers of the season visible. The black marble mantel clock was still gloomily carrying the time. If the old maidservant neglected to wind it, her old master, who had very little to do with everyday affairs, would not touch it either, and in a few days the clock would run down. Yūichi now took a look around him. This study, he felt, had a mysterious history. After he had known his first joy, he had visited this house. In this room, he had been read a passage from The Anointment of the Catamite by Shunsuke. He had come into this room stricken with the fear of life and consulted with Shunsuke on the abortion for Yasuko. Now he was here, captive of neither the joys of the past nor the troubles of the past, serene and undisturbed. After a time, surely, he would return the 500,000 yen to Shunsuke. He would be relieved of a heavy burden, freed of all control over his person. He would leave this room surely without ever having to come back. Shunsuke brought a bottle of white wine and glasses on a silver tray and placed them before his guest. He sat down on the window seat fitted with the Ryukyu patterned cushions and filled Yūichi's glass. His hand shook visibly, spilling some wine, forcibly reminding Yūichi of Kawada's hand a few days before. This old man is in seventh heaven. I've come on him so quickly, Yūichi thought. There's no need to bring up the business of the money right away. The old man and the youth drank a toast. Shunsuke lifted his eyes for the first time and looked at the face of this beautiful young man he had not been able to look at until now. He said, "Well, how are things? How is reality? Has it pleased you?" Yūichi smiled ambiguously. His youthful lips twisted with the cynicism he had learned. Shunsuke went on without waiting for an answer. "There might be anything. Things I can't express. Unhappy things. Shocking things. Wonderful things there might be. But, after all, they're not worth a thing. That's written on your face. You've changed inside, I suppose. But to outer appearances, you haven't changed a bit since the first time I saw you. Your exterior is not affected at all. Reality couldn't leave a single chisel mark on your cheek. You have the gift of youth. That will never be conquered by something of the likes of reality." Finally. "I've broken with Kawada," the young man said. "That's good. That man has been eaten up by his own idealism. He was worried about your influence on him." "I had an influence?" "That's right. You can never be influenced by reality, but you constantly exert an influence on reality. You have turned that man's reality into a fearful idea." Kawada's name had been mentioned, but Yūichi quickly lost the opportunity to mention the 500,000 yen in the lecture that name provoked. Who is this old man talking to? To me? Yūichi wondered. If I didn't know better, I'd be breaking my head trying to figure out Hinoki's crazy theories. Does he think he's talking to me when I'm not the least excited about these artificial things that get him all wrought up? Unconsciously, Yūichi's eyes moved to a dark corner of the room. The old author seemed to be talking to another person behind Yūichi. It was a quiet night. Other than the voices of insects, there was no sound. The gurgle of wine being poured from the bottle rang clear, with the smooth weight of jewels. The cut glass goblet shone. "There, one morning, sir. Have a drink," Shunsuke said. It's an autumn evening. You are there. The wine is here. There's not a thing more this world requires. Socrates listened to the cicada's voice, and in the morning by the little stream lectured to the beautiful boy Phaedrus. Socrates asked questions and answered them himself. He discovered the roundabout method of arriving at truth through questioning. But you'll never get a question from absolute beauty in a natural body. Questions and answers can only be exchanged between things in the same category. Spirit and body can never engage in dialogue. Spirit can only inquire. It can never get a reply outside of an echo. I did not choose to be in the position of questioning and then answering. Asking is my fate. There you are, beautiful nature. Here I am, ugly spirit. This is the eternal schema. No algebra can bring about a mutual exchange of those terms. I don't have any intention of deliberately belittling my own spirit. Spirit has many quite wonderful things about it. But, Yūichi, my boy, love, at least my love, doesn't have even the hope of Socrates' love. Love is born from nothing less than hopelessness. Spirit against nature, the demonstration of spirit in the face of such an incomprehensible thing as love. Then why do I inquire? To spirit. There is no way of proving oneself save in inquiring of something else. Spirit that does not inquire leads a precarious existence. Shunsuke paused. He turned about and opened the bay 402 window, looking through the screen and down into the garden. There was a faint rustle of wind. The wind seems to be rising. Autumn is getting on. Is it hot in here? Since it's hot, leaving it open won't. Yūichi shook his head. Shunsuke closed the window again, and then, looking the youth in the face, resumed his lecture. There we are. Spirit constantly formulates questions. It must store up inquiries. The creative power of spirit lies in its ability to create questions. Thus, the supreme objective of spirit is in the creation of the question itself, in short, the creation of nature. But that is impossible. Yet, the march toward impossibility is the method of spirit. Spirit is, well, it is the drive to pile 0 on 0 endlessly in order to arrive at 1. Let's say I ask you, why are you so beautiful? Can you answer? Spirit from the beginning anticipates no reply. His eyes stared fixedly. Yūichi tried to return the stare. Yūichi's power as one who sees, however, had been lost, as if he had been put under a spell. The beautiful youth was looked at, willy-nilly. What towering impoliteness there was in that look! It turned its object to stone. It robbed him of his will. It reduced him to nature. Of course, that look wasn't directed at me, Yūichi thought in terror. Mr. Hinoki's look was undoubtedly directed at me, but the thing Mr. Hinoki was looking at was not me. Another Yūichi who is not me is in this room. That was nature itself, the Yūichi who yielded nothing to the ancient statues in their perfection. Yūichi saw clearly the sculptures of the beautiful youths beyond his powers of seeing. Another beautiful youth clearly existed in that study. A youth who never shrinks no matter how much he is stared at. The sound of wine being poured into a glass brought Yūichi to his senses. He had been dreaming with his eyes open. "Drink," said Shunsuke, bringing his glass to his mouth and going on with his talk. "So, beauty, do you see, is on this side, yet unreachable. Isn't that right? Religion always puts the other side, the future world, over there in the distance. Distance, however, in man's concept, in the long run, is something that can be traversed. Science and religion only differ in respect to the distance. The great nebula 680,000 light-years away, similarly, can be reached. Religion is the vision of reaching. Science is the technique of it. Beauty, on the other hand, is always on this side. It is in this world in the present, firm. It can be touched with the hand. That our sexual appetites can taste it is beauty's precondition. Sensuality is, therefore essential. It confirms beauty. However, beauty can never be reached, because the susceptibilities of sense, more than anything else, block attainment of it. The method by which the Greeks expressed beauty through sculpture was a wise one. I am a novelist. Of all the rubbish that has been invented in modern times, the profession I have chosen is the worst. Don't you think that for the expression of beauty, it is the most bungling and low class of professions? Right here, a thing that cannot be touched. When I say this, you must know what I mean. Beauty is the nature under man's nature, under man's condition. Among men, it controls men most deeply. It is beauty that defies mankind. Thanks to beauty, spirit cannot get a moment of decent rest. Oh, wow. Yūichi listened. He felt as if, close by, the sculpture of the beautiful youth was listening intently in the same way. In the room the miracle had already occurred. After the miracle had occurred, however, only a commonplace quiet occupied the place. Yūichi, my boy, in this world there are times known as the supreme moments, Shunsuke said. They are moments of the reconciliation of spirit and nature, the conjunction of spirit and nature in this world. Their expression is nothing if not impossible for human beings while they are alive. Living men can taste those moments perhaps, but they cannot express them. That goes beyond human powers. Do you ask, why then human beings cannot express superhuman things? That would be a mistake. Human beings in truth cannot express the ultimate in human conditions. Human beings cannot express the highest moments that occur to human beings. The artist is not capable of everything, nor is expression capable of all. Expression is always being pressured to make alternative judgments. Expression or action. The action of love now, without action man cannot love. So he expresses it afterward. The truly important problem, however, is the thing in which expression and action might be possible simultaneously. Of these, man knows only one. That is death. Death is action, but there is no action so supremely unitary as this. Oh yes, I made a mistake. Shunsuke smiled. Death does not go beyond truth. Suicide might be called death through action. A man cannot be born of his own will, but he can will to die. This was the basic proposition of all the ancient suicide philosophies. However, there can be no doubt that in death, the action known as suicide and the expression of all that is life can come simultaneously. The supreme moment must wait for death. This can be proved in reverse, it seems. The highest expression of the living, occupying at best the second highest position, is the total form of life minus alpha. To this expression add the alpha of life, and life is complete. Why? Even while expressing it, men go on living. Undeniably their lives are excluded from expression, but they are only simulating a temporary death. This alpha, how men have dreamed about it. Artists' dreams are always connected with it. The fact that life dilutes expression, robs the real preciseness from expression, everybody is aware of. The preciseness that the living conceive of is only one form of preciseness. To the dead, for all I know, the sky we think blue may glimmer green. It's a strange thing. When living men are driven to hopelessness in trying to express this, again and again, it is beauty that comes rushing in to save them. It is beauty that teaches that one must stand one's ground firmly among the impressions of life. And now we see that beauty is bound by life and sensuality. It teaches men to have faith only in the validity of sensuality. In that respect, indeed, we may understand how beauty is logical to men. When Shunsuke had finished speaking, he laughed softly and added, "Well, that all. It wouldn't be right to have you fall asleep. There's no reason to hurry tonight. After all, you haven't been here for a long time. If you've had enough wine." Shunsuke saw that Yūichi's glass was still full. "Well, shall we play chess? Kawada taught you how, I suppose?" "Yes, a little. Kawada was my teacher, too. Of course, he didn't teach us chess so that we could play on into an autumn night in this way. This board now. He pointed to a fine old board with pieces arranged in their places. I found it in an antique shop. Chess is now perhaps my only debauchery. Can you stand it? I don't mind. Yūichi did not deter him. He had forgotten that he had come here to return the 500,000 yen. I'll give you the white men. On either side of the chessboard, the unfinished glasses of white wine shimmered. Then the two men were quiet. Only the faint click of moving pieces broke the silence. As they sat thus, the presence of another person in the study made itself evident. Yūichi looked over his shoulder several times toward the invisible statue that was observing the moves of the chessmen. There was no way of estimating what time they spent in this way. Whether long or short they did not know. If the supreme moment, as Shunsuke had called it, were to come in a moment of unawareness like this, it would surely go by unnoticed. One game was over. Yūichi had won. Well, I lose, the old author said. In his face, however, delight flowed. He wore a peaceful expression Yūichi had never seen before. Maybe I had too much to drink, and that beat me. Let's try a return bout. Maybe I'd better sober up. As he said this, he poured some water into a cup from the pitcher in which thin slices of lemon had been floating. He stood up, holding the cup. Excuse me just a moment. He went into the library. After a while he lay down on the bed in a position in which only his legs were visible. His serene voice called to Yūichi from the study. If I just doze off a little, I'll sober up. Wake me in 20 or 30 minutes. When I wake up, I'll play you that return match. Wait now. Yūichi moved to the window seat. He stretched his legs comfortably and toyed with the chessmen. Afterward, when Yūichi went to wake him, Shunsuke did not answer. He was dead. On the table near his head, held down by his wristwatch, was a slip of paper on which something had been hurriedly written. Sayonara. There's a gift for you in the right-hand drawer of the desk. Yūichi awoke the housekeeper. The family physician, Dr. Kumimura, was called. The doctor heard all that had been going on. The cause of death was uncertain at first. Finally, it was put down as suicide, brought about by a lethal dose of Pavanol, which Shunsuke had been taking daily to relieve the neuralgic pains in his knee. Yūichi was asked whether a note had been left. He produced the slip of paper. When the right-hand drawer of the desk was opened, they discovered a legally executed will. In it, nearly 10 million yen in personal and real property and other assets in the estate were left in entirety to Yūichi Minami. The two witnesses were the head of the publishing firm that had published the complete works, an old friend of Shunsuke, and the head of his book publishing department. They had accompanied Shunsuke to a notary in Kasumigaseki a month before. Yūichi's plan to return the 500,000 yen debt had failed. To make matters worse, he was depressed by the thought that his entire life would be bound by the 10 million yen through which Shunsuke had expressed his love for him, though under the circumstances depression was inappropriate. The doctor phoned the police station, and the chief inspector came, along with a detective and a coroner, to look into the matter. Yūichi replied to all questions during the investigation. The doctor put in friendly words, and there seemed to be not the slightest suspicion of collusion in regard to the suicide. On seeing the will, however, the assistant police inspector inquired closely into the nature of the relationship with the deceased. He was a friend of my dead father and brought my wife and me together. In this respect, he was a second father to me, and went to much trouble on my behalf. He always treated me with great affection. With this single perjury, Yūichi's eyes streamed with tears. The chief investigator took these tears with professional detachment. He was convinced of Yūichi's complete innocence. The ever-vigilant newspaperman came in, badgering Yūichi with the same questions. Since he made you his sole heir, he must have loved you a lot, didn't he? That word love, among these words that had no ulterior intent, pierced Yūichi's heart. The young man sat with a serious look on his face and made no reply. Then he remembered he had not informed his family, and he went to call Yasuko. The night was over. Yūichi did not feel tired. He was not sleepy, but he was tired of the mourners and the newspapermen who had been crowding in since early in the morning, so he told Dr. Kumemura he was going to take a walk. It was a very clear morning. He went down the hill and looked at the trolley tracks stretching away in twin, freshly gleaming rails through the silent street. Most of the stores were still closed. 10 million yen, the young man thought as he crossed the broad street. But watch out! You get hit by a car now and you'll spoil it all. A flower shop had just opened its doors. The array of plants and blooms leaned forward with a damp, depressed air. 10 million yen, you can buy a lot of flowers with that, the young man thought. A nameless freedom hung heavily in his chest, heavier than the long night's gloom. Uneasiness made his steps clumsy as he hurried along. An uneasiness brought on by his staying up all night, one might say. The government line station came into view. He could see the early working people gathering toward the ticket gate. In front of the station, 2 or 3 bootblacks had already lined up. First, get your shoes shined, Yūichi thought.